After a caucus, they determined that it was a foul ball and not a 2-run shot, but he eventually came around to score anyway in that inning. That was the 4th inning. Part of a 5-run 4th for Louisville. That one right to the shortstop, Mercer. Not fielded cleanly, but a terrific scoop at first by Rebel Ridling to end the inning. Louisville does not score in this inning. They're still up 16-2.
Hey, we're late.
With the Conair 13-piece professional multi-use trimmer, everybody looks good. 3 totally different blades, turbo power, and exclusive taper control adapt to today's favorite faces. Have fun. Look good with Conair.
They pick up their games, pick up their teams, and pick up the pace. Enterprise salutes NCAA student athletes for picking us all up. Pick Enterprise. We'll pick you up.
Feeling real good about lunch today. This new KFC biscuit bowl's got all my favorites. It's got chicken.
I got a burger.
Mashed potatoes.
Fries.
Got corn and gravy, cheese, and now it comes with a biscuit.
Well, I got a bun. It's kind of like a biscuit.
It's not even a little bit.
Biscuit-esque.
No, it's not.
Introducing the new Chicken and Biscuit Bowl from KFC. Layers of mashed potatoes, sweet corn, all white meat chicken, new home-style white gravy, and a 3-cheese blend. And now it comes with a buttermilk biscuit. Dig into great layers of flavor with new KFC famous bowls.
With 2 million vehicle listings to choose from on Cars.com, you can find the right car for you.
Blue it is.
Find the right car for you. Cars.com.
Oh, just remembered our last car payment is due. You know when I make this payment, something's gonna go wrong with the car.
Ah, don't be silly.
There, it's done.
Now, with Citi Mobile, Citibank puts banking in the palm of your hand. Come to Citi and let's get it done.
Jim Patterson Stadium, not enough for all the people who wanted to get inside the building. You see a rooftop view from right outside. There are people lining all of the fences, people out on the berm, people on top of trailers, mobile homes. It's quite a scene, as they are hoping that their Louisville Cardinals now are just 9 outs away from their first ever College World Series. We head to the top of the 7th now. Oklahoma State, number 9 hitter Kendall Horner leading off, their designated hitter.
Strikes, strikes, and strikes. When you're in this situation as a pitcher, you want to force the hitters to swing the bat.
James Bellinger gets Horner to do just that as he swings through it. Bellinger, the 3rd Louisville pitcher this afternoon. Colby Wark started, went 3 1/3, gave up the only 2 runs scored today by Oklahoma State, both of those coming on solo home runs. Home runs by Rebel Ridling and Ty Wright. Wright second in as many days, but the problem obviously for Oklahoma State has been on the other side. 16 runs, 18 hits for the Cardinals. Full count pitch. And Horner drives it into the gap, but getting over nicely to catch it with relative ease is Boomer Whiting, who does cover a lot of ground out there.
Nice first step from Whiting. This ball up out over the plate, and Horner gives it a ride to Whiting with a good first step. Second time in the game, he's showed you why he's such a good center fielder.
Whiting with good speed on the base paths and leading the country in steals and showing you he's a nifty center fielder. Top of the order for Keenan Simon. Pitch is line just foul as Dominguez came up and threw it, and Bellinger, the pitcher, actually picked it off at the mound because he knew the ball was foul, intercepted it.
Got a jam shot. Dominguez was making a play. That's in self-defense, folks. It wasn't that he knew it was foul. I don't think as much as he was just trying to get out of the way, put his glove up, caught it. He knew it was foul, but you see the smile on his face too as he looked at Chris Dominguez and go, woo.
That one is hit almost in the tracks. Pete Rodriguez barely had to move. So 2 fly ball outs here in the top of the 7th inning.
Bellinger's done a good job since coming into the game. He's got a double play ball, a couple of fly ball outs, giving the Cardinals exactly what they needed.
As you said, the most important thing, keeping the ball around the plate. Obviously, you don't want to walk anybody or go deep in the count with this hefty of a lead. Ty Wright homered back in the 3rd inning to make it 6-1. And Ty was one of the 11 Cowboys selected in the draft. He was taken by the Cubs in the 7th round. And coming up after this game, the Cubs and the Braves on Sunday Night Baseball. Keith Moreland's old team, one of his old teams, the Cubs.
They're playing pretty good baseball right now as well.
Our producer Bart Fox, who lives in Chicago now, tells us that they're coming around now. He keeps telling us about the streak, and the Cubs fans.
Sweet Lou got him going.
Yep, hang in there. It's going to turn around. But people in Chicago have been hearing that for about 100 years now. There's Moreland, Keith Moreland, my analyst here this weekend. You were part of a magical team in 1984, and you were a large part of that.
Fun time in '84.
And these Louisville fans are feeling kind of the same fun right about now, as they are very hopeful that their team will get to the World Series. Looking at a 1-2-3 inning, fighting the sun successfully is Daniel Burton, and it is indeed a 1-2-3 inning. Louisville up by 14.
What's your favorite brand, America?
We love baseball, hot dogs, apple pie, and Chevrolet. Stolen bases, goat cheese, pizza, bottled water, and Chevrolet.
Stolen bases, goat cheese, pizza, bottled water, and Chevrolet?
Free agents, rally monkeys, fantasy leagues, and Chevrolet.
Whoa, wait, what's a rally monkey?
They go together in the good old USA. Face painters, satellite radio, endorsement deals, and Chevrolet.
Chevy, an American revolution.
It comes with everything. Stereo cassette, 2D navigational system, automatic anti-theft device. But high mileage cars can also come with engine wear, because they burn oil faster. So get Castrol GTX high mileage for superior oil burn-off protection. In lab tests of 10W30, 17% better than leading conventional oils.
Hey.
Castrol GTX high mileage. It's more than just oil, it's liquid engineering.
Adam? What are you reading?
Need a moment?
Dude, how can you read this?
Oh.
Need a moment? Chew it over with Twix.
Fantastic Four, Rise of the Silver Surfer, rated PG.
Louisville is inching closer and closer to its first ever College World Series appearance, up 16-2 over Oklahoma State as we head to the bottom of the 7th inning. And first pitch swinging, Isaiah Howes. Corey Brown camps under it and gets it for the first out. Let's take a look now at today's Pontiac game-changing performance.
Really huge base hit by Logan Johnson that continues the inning after they were up 3-0. That made it 4-0, and then Jorge Castillo's 2-run double put the game out of reach early And the Cardinals have continued to score runs throughout the day.
In fact, the 6th inning, this last inning when they hit, was the first inning in which they did not score. And you see the season high for hits and runs. They're getting very close to that, as they put up 16 runs in another elimination game. That was against Missouri, when they had to win 3 straight elimination games in their regional just to get to the Super Regional. And there you see, they just put a hurting on the Tigers.
We got a pinch hitter. Alec Lowry is into the game to pinch hit for Jorge Castillo.
Lowry, the sophomore from Weston, Florida, his first action in this Super Regional. Didn't play in the regional last weekend either, as he strikes out. Gets his name in the scorebook. And Chris Dominguez, the third baseman, is up. And they're still booing him like they did in the regional last week. The fans there did, and all Chris did was hit 4 home runs during that weekend, including 2 against Missouri. But the boos are getting a little less vociferous now, because they're figuring, heck, we're up 16-2. Maybe we don't need a dinger right about now.
Well, they pounded out 18 base hits. Chris has got a couple of them.
Dominguez is considered to be the best prospect, or the highest rated prospect ever signed by this Louisville team, as he came out of Miami. A broken forearm in the 3rd game last year, so he redshirted, and this year playing as a redshirt freshman, was the regional MVP, hit .421 with those 4 homers last week. And he is quite a prospect and plays a pretty good third base as well. Swings through that pitch. And you have to wonder now, Keith, I mean, a lot of people don't know anything about Louisville baseball. They're going to learn more if indeed they make it to the World Series. Dominguez draws the walk. And if this will open the floodgates, perhaps, we talked about Dan McDonald being a very good recruiter, more and more people are going to be looking at Louisville.
Oh, yeah, and the facilities here and what's going on campus across the board athletically at the University of Louisville. Dan McConnell is an excellent recruiter. I mean, that's been his forte, along with, of course, managing a game. But got to have people that know how to bring people on campus, and exposure at the College World Series will do nothing but help this Louisville ball club.
UC Irvine already a first-timer going to the College World Series, and Louisville tries to join them. They're only 6 outs away from doing so, as Pete Rodriguez lines that pitch foul. Louisville had never even played in a Super Regional, never even won an NCAA game before. This is only their 2nd chance in the NCAA tournament, so really a lot of firsts by this team. And they're starting to feel it, everybody up on the first step of the dugout. A lunging try by Mangini, but it gets through him for Rodriguez's 3rd single of the day.
To go with a home run, he's 4 for 4. He's had a sacrifice fly. What a day for Pete Rodriguez. He has been spectacular today.
2 on, 2 out, and people in Omaha, you're going to have to maybe get a lesson on how to say this team's name. There are very many ways to say the city's name of Louisville. That I guess Louisville is kind of what the natives say. You're from Texas. How would you say it?
I say Louisville.
Okay. And no matter which way you say it, what you can say 6 outs from now is College World Series team, unless Oklahoma State has an epic comeback. Derek Alfonso, the catcher, up for the 4th time today. He has singled and struck out, had a sacrifice, and scored a run. The lights have been turned on here as it starts to get a little dusky in Louisville, but it really doesn't get dark here until well after 9 o'clock, being on the western part of the Eastern time zone. We've had some beautiful weather the last couple of days, and really nice atmosphere for college baseball. Alfonso makes Keenan Simon retreat in center, but he collects it for the third out. A couple of guys left on. 16-2, Louisville.
Charlie, Henry, wake up.
What's wrong?
You're wasting your time sleeping when you could be texting.
Left hand on top, right hand, sending a picture message. Nothing says it like a text message.
Dad.
Text IM, Pix, and Flicks as much as you want to anyone on any network in the U.S. when you switch to the new Verizon Wireless Family Share Plan. Buy Dad an LG and make him an ESPN MVP. Only with VCast. Verizon Wireless.
What does it take to earn AMCI's best-in-class certification for acceleration? Raw horsepower. Get 0% APR financing for 60 months or $2,000 customer cash on a new Tundra. The truck that's changing it all. Now at your Toyota dealer.
Slaying Goliath. At Vandergent's Law, we do that every day. We represent the Davids in this world, people just like you. When you have legal problems, knowledge is the key to empowerment. At Vandergent's Law, we've published a brochure aptly entitled Slaying Goliath, which gives you insight into what to expect when doing battle with Goliath insurance companies and big business interests. It's yours absolutely free. Simply call for your free copy or download it from our website, vlaw.com. At Vandergent's Law, we'd be honored to help.
Top of the 8th inning, time slipping away for this Oklahoma State Cowboy team, down big 16-2 to Louisville in this third and decisive game of the Super Regional. The Cowboys coming in today with 42 wins on the season in their 35th NCAA tournament. And they had a great comeback yesterday, but I don't know, this would have to be
monumental right now.
Yeah, miraculous doesn't even describe what they will need to get back in this ball game, as they gave up runs in the first. Well, 16 runs were scored in the first 5 innings of this game by the Cardinals.
Pounded out 19 hits as well.
But they're still going to take their hacks, and will do so here in the top of the 8th inning with Corey Brown, a right fielder that you folks might be seeing in the major leagues someday. Talented right fielder taken by the A's, and you think his future might be in center in the big leagues.
Oh, he is an outstanding 5-tool guy. Watched him mature over the last 3 years. He's become a much more patient hitter to go along with his speed and power. Excellent outfielder. I think will be able to play in center. Very well might be his last collegiate at bat right here.
And he grounds it to Logan Johnson, flips over to first to retire Corey Brown. Funny, we were talking to Corey earlier in the week, and you'd mentioned that he reminded you of Andy Van Slyke, and he had no idea who he was.
Yeah, he didn't know who Slick was, but that's the style of play. He's smooth. Everything looks effortless. At times, it looks like that he's not hustling, but it isn't that he's not hustling. It's just everything comes pretty easy to him. He's a 5-tool guy.
Tyler Mock now up, the second baseman. And it's not that he didn't know who he was because he's just too young. It just shows how young he is. And for those of us who remember Andy Van Slyke very well, it was Pittsburgh and St. Louis. And I think he knew him only because he had played against his son.
Right.
Other than that, he's like, oh yeah, what's his, he's the father of the guy I know. When Andy Van Slyke was terrific. And Corey Brown very well could be a terrific major leaguer as he looks forward to a pro career.
He hasn't obviously signed a contract yet, but when you're a first-round pick, it's difficult not to take that step.
If he is a junior, could come back next year. But very well thought of by many major league scouts. Tyler Mock, a senior, playing in his last collegiate game, most likely started his career at the University of Washington and then went to Edmonds Community College. And Tyler was taken in the 4th round by the Phillies this year.
Tyler had a marvelous collegiate career as well. He's Been a Big 12 Player of the Year in his career. Came in here hitting right at 400.
Sends that one a long way, but well foul. Mock has 100 hits on the season, the 9th Cowboy to do that, as he was hitting over 400 heading into this regional. And our friends with the ESPN banner, they saw that ball sail over their head. Dominguez at third for the second out of the 8th inning.
Chris Dominguez, as you mentioned, a very good prospect as well. I think the thing that he does so well, he has such great arm strength. He doesn't force anything. It's very easy for him to release the ball. And the ball sort of jumps out of his hand across the field. We get an opportunity. There's a few people ready to start celebrating.
Already painted themselves, saying they're going to Omaha. And the fans are chanting Omaha now in the stands. As Matt Mangini comes up to bat, third baseman's had a tough day, flown out twice, and also struck out. Mangini was the first of the 11 Cowboys taken in the draft, a supplemental first-round pick, 52nd overall, taken by the Seattle Mariners. And he is a senior. Started his career at NC State. And pops that one up towards Boomer Whiting. The fans are feeling it. Omaha's getting closer and closer for the Cardinals.
Estelle is watching one of the most touching films of her life. It's her grandson in a home movie sent directly to her TV from miles away. No tapes, no DVDs, just a moment her son can now share in a whole new way. How does he do it? He's got TiVo. And so does she.
It's actually illegal to pick those. It's a deer. Wait here. Hey, buddy. How are you?
We're good. You're so awesome.
Yeah, I know. Let's go pitch a tent.
Powerful odor and wetness protection. Right Guard Sport. Never get caught off guard.
Kind of feeling like New Year's Eve here in Louisville. These fans are all excited and waiting for the proverbial this ball to drop. And when that happens, these folks are going to go to Omaha, and they are 3 outs away from doing it. But first, Chris Cates, and what will be his final at bat at home for Louisville. His next at bat is going to be in Omaha. And he rifles that one past Matt Mangini. And there's no way he's stopping at first, as he slides into second with the leadoff double.
Just turns and hits it right on the head of the bat inside the bag. Mangini has to come up and respect the speed of Cates. He is playing back that time. Didn't expect him to bunt. That ball just hit past him. No chance to get to it. Nice play again by Ty Wright, but Cates easily into second base.
His second hit of the day. And only his 14th or 15th extra base hit of the season, mostly a singles hitter, as Boomer Whiting, the leadoff man, comes up. Boomer, the senior from New Wilmington, Pennsylvania. He was taken in the 28th round by the Washington Nationals, the Nats, who need a lot of help. Took a couple of these Louisville Cardinals. But They've been putting a lot of money into their scouting department and trying to rebuild that franchise. New ballpark opening in Washington next year. And maybe Boomer will be a nap.
Speed. Pro people look at Boomer Whiting and say, can play center field and he can run.
See North Carolina and South Carolina underway. The winner goes to the College World Series. They're scoreless. Arizona State and Mississippi underway. You see those scores in the top right-hand portion of your screen as Arizona State can put away that series in 2 with a victory. .3-0 count to Whiting. You think he's swinging away? Nope. Takes it for a strike.
That would be adding insult to injury. I don't think you're swinging a 3-0.
You don't really want to do that, or else maybe the next pitch would be close to him. Cardinal players have been standing on the top edge of that dugout for many innings now, just waiting to celebrate as Boomer draws the 5-pitch walk. On base for the 4th time today. Zach Pitts threw a terrific game 1. He's all smiles, as he should be. Zach went 7 innings, gave up 4 hits, shut him out. 2 walks, 6 strikeouts, only had to throw 78 pitches. It was a tremendous performance. He's their #1 starter. So his next task will be to shut down Rice, the #2 seed in the tournament. Logan Johnson, the second baseman, up with 2 men on and nobody out. And again, just to show you what kind of day Zach Pitts, that was a 9-0 win, and he was really, really good.
Yep, kept the ball down, mixed his pitches well. Got 6 strikeouts, all of them via the fastball, 3 of them looking. Great command to both sides of the plate.
Johnson gets hit by that pitch to load the base. Let's go back to Pitts on Friday.
He established the fastball, paint there, swing and a miss there. Chases it upstairs, another one upstairs. Just look at the location, all of them not in the middle of the plate. He was outstanding with his fastball.
And this Cardinal staff amongst the NCAA leaders all season long, coming in 5th or 6th in the nation in earned run average, had the team's lowest ERA since 1958 when they had a 2.17 ERA, but that was only 21 games, almost 50 years ago. Team ERA just over 3 heading into this game, and right now it's being lowered. Bases loaded for Daniel Burton, who was hit by a pitch back in the 2nd inning. He's driven in a run and scored twice. Bases loaded and nobody out. Cardinals already up 16-2. They have 20 hits. Big time pop-up. Riddling, the first baseman, drifts over in foul ground. Closes his glove for the first out of the inning.
Frank Anderson has gone so many times to his pen that he has some activity down there. Sure, he's going to let Andrew Oliver go as long as he can here, because of the fact is he's running out of guys to go get. And you've already brought 8 guys into the ballgame, but Oliver has been the most successful of any pitcher that's taken the mound for the Cowboys today.
Yeah, they've not scored, has Louisville, in the last 2 innings. Bases loaded, 1 out now for Isaiah Howes. And Howes! A going-away present for these fans in Louisville. A grand slam home run.
What can happen has happened.
The fans shouting UL for the University of Louisville. They are all standing. And an exclamation point certainly for what has been an impressive weekend for this Louisville team. A grand slam home run. Howes took the first pitch he saw from Oliver and put it over there into that left field berm. They have scored a season high 20 runs today, tied their season high with 21 hits. And there's still only one out here in the 8th as Alec Lowry comes up for the second time. Actually, it's another pinch hitter, Greg Del George comes in. As Coach McDonald starts to clear his bench a little bit. First time we've seen Del George, a junior transfer from Vanderbilt, from Staten Island, New York. Did not play in the regional or the super regional, so he's getting a chance to see some NCAA action with his team up by 18. And Isaiah Howes all smiles after his grand slam. Del George strikes out looking. Time for a SportsCenter 30 at 30 update with Stan Verrett.
All right, Rafael Nadal continued his dominance on clay. He beat Roger Federer in the finals of the French Open. He wins at 6-3, 4-6, 6-3, and 6-1. His third straight French Open title. And college baseball, UC Irvine beats Wichita State on a walk-off double by Brian Peterson in the bottom of the 9th. The Anteaters are headed to Omaha in the College World Series for the first time in school history. More on SportsCenter on ESPN after the Cubs and the Braves.
Thank you, Stan. And the Louisville Cardinals are trying to join the UC Irvine Anteaters as first-time participants in the College World Series. Chris Dominguez, the third baseman, up, and that's going to be quite a story for the folks in Omaha as they see the Anteaters and Cardinals. Dominguez looks at strike 3. A grand slam puts 4 more on the board. Louisville 3 outs away from Omaha.
What do you want in a home? Everybody has a different idea. Yet everybody should expect the same things in a mortgage. One without application or closing fees. Without private mortgage insurance. And guarantees that you'll close on time and get the best deal. Introducing the opportunity to get the mortgage you always wanted for the home you've always wanted. No Fee Mortgage Plus, only from Bank of America, Bank of Opportunity.
Time is of the essence, especially now, because every item of furniture is on sale during Furniture Row's 48-hour sale. Every sofa, every room group, every dining table, every chair, every bedroom grouping. It's all on sale for 48 hours only. Plus, we're offering no payments and no interest for 1 year. Hurry, there are only a few more hours to save during Furniture Row's 48-hour sale. Sale ends Tuesday at 9 p.m.
Have you heard about MediaCom phone service? It comes with cool features we used to pay extra for, like caller ID, so I can screen out calls from a certain ex-boyfriend. Three-way calling keeps everybody on the same page. And I get my own voicemail box, separate from my creepy brother. And since Mom bundles it with cable and internet, it's only $29.95 a month.
Cool features, great price. MediaCom phone service.
That's what I'm talking about.
Stan Verrett with Will Kimmey here in our ESPN2 studio. South Carolina and North Carolina, Game 3 over on ESPN2. Seth Williams with an RBI single scoring Josh Harton. And the Tar Heels out to the 1-0 lead on the Gamecocks. The winner of this game headed to Omaha.
Party has begun here in Louisville. Thanks, Stan, as the Cardinals are up 22 between innings, I should say. They were chanting Omaha in unison. They are all thinking about going to Omaha for the first time ever, as another pitcher is in, the 4th Louisville pitcher, Andrew Salguero, sophomore from Miami.
Big right-hander.
Rebel Ridling, the first baseman, hit a home run back in the 4th inning. 2 solo home runs, one by Ty Wright and one by Rebel Ridling. The only offense to show for Oklahoma State. They lost game 1 9-0, won in 12 innings yesterday 3-2. and were scored on early and often in this game. Coming in from center, Boomer Whiting, 1 out.
And the excitement starts to build here. Just 2 outs away now.
Gordy Mercer coming up. 10 seniors who came here, had a losing record their first season. Went through a lot of changes, had to play an empty and cavernous old Cardinal Stadium. Finally got a new stadium. Got a new coach this year, and the best new thing, they're going to get a chance to go to Omaha. Mercer first pitch swinging. We're 1 out away. Chris Cates, the shortstop, told us the other day his goal was to make a regional before he left school. This year, they're going to make the College World Series. He said he never would have put Louisville and Omaha in the same sentence. Now they can do it. 1 out away from doing it. Ryan Flavel in his last game, the senior catcher. Actually, it is a pinch hitter now. Dylan Brown, first time we have seen him this weekend, batting for Flavel, the sophomore from Tampa. Actually, a freshman. And they're 1 strike away.
There's not any excitement here, is there, Pam?
The Louisville baseball program about to go to a new height. Cardinal players on the top step of the dugout. A couple of them took a couple of steps towards the mound, hoping that was a strike. They're going to have to wait at least 1 more pitch. And they do it! For the first time in history, Louisville is going to the College World Series. You can't say Louisville and Omaha in the same sentence. A great story.
It was a great story. They've done an outstanding job. They've had pitching and defense all year, really swung the bat here in the NCAA playoffs.
So our final score, Louisville bangs out 21 hits, and they beat Oklahoma State 20-2. This has been a presentation of ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports. Baseball Tonight, driven by Chevrolet, is coming up next. For our entire crew here in Louisville, we say so long. We will see Louisville in Omaha.
Baseball Tonight is driven by Chevrolet.
Hi, boys and girls, with Eric Young and Steve Phillips. Carl Rabbits will top right out of the box on this Sunday. Angels and the Cardinals. Jared Weaver, bad news, had to leave the game after only 3 innings. Tightness in his lower back. He gave up 5 hits, 2 walks, 3 earned runs before he had to check out. Indians and the Reds checking in CC Sabathia with his 9 wins, looking to make it 10. How do you figure? He had 2 hits, he pitched 9 shutout innings, and got a no decision.
Well, that's tough. Couldn't do any more than CC did right there.
Rockies and the Orioles. Ryan Spielborg had a huge offensive day, 3 for 5, including 2 homers and 6 runs batted in. And there were a handful of players who had 2 home runs on this Sunday. See if Albert Pujols can deliver. He, of course, has become the best Sunday driver there is in baseball. Baseball Tonight, driven by Chevrolet. Looking forward to the Cubs and the Braves. Steve and EY to take you to the top of the hour. All sorts of games to get to, so let's do it right now. The Red Sox, they're out west battling the Diamondbacks. Interesting pitchers duel. You got Randy Johnson and Daisuke Matsuzaka. Daisuke did pitch in this game, but here he is swinging and missing.
He had fun swinging the bat, dugout chuckling. He's happy.
Next pitch,
94.
It looked like 1,004. Johnson facing Varitek, third strike. Varitek's gone. 7th strikeout of the game for Randy, 4.6, 1-2 career. Passing Clemens. He and Clemens going to go back and forth now the rest of the season. Mike Lowell getting a little healthier now. Manny Ramirez comes around.
So look at that speed. Look at that speed.
1-0. 3 batters later, Daisuke gets another whack at it. Oh, my goodness. Slider almost got him on the ankle.
A lot of us have felt that way before.
Daisuke against Steven Drew. This has been a series of Drews. JD was great on Friday. Steven had a home run yesterday, and Steven delivers here today.
Well, sibling rivalry going on there.
Ties the game up at 1. Same inning, 2 outs. They're loaded, and Randy's out too.
Guess he'll give him a nasty pitch back, huh?
Daisuke out after 6, 4 hits, 2 earned, 9 Ks. Manny's gone, and he says he foul-tipped it. He's irate. He wouldn't be thrown out, though. They like Manny. They keep him in. Carlos Quentin. Connor Jackson's going to score, and that's the second earned run that Daisuke gave up. Daisuke's had a hard time here putting teams away and getting the offensive support that Beckett's been getting. We're still playing out in the desert with the Diamondbacks on top of the Red Sox 2-1. Really the hitting hero the last couple of days for Boston's been Varitek. He is up. Red Sox not exactly hearing footsteps, however. They are aware that the Yankees are making their presence felt against the Pirates. First base coach Tony Pena, he clean shaven, made a deal. If they won 4 in a row, he would shave the mustache he's had since '87. Steve, if this show goes well, we're having you shave.
Tell you what, it's going to take more than 4 in a row for me.
A-Rod throws safe.
Oh.
Looked like the ball beat him.
Yeah, Ryan Domek catches the ball kind of back behind the plate, leaving it open enough for Alex Rodriguez's foot to get in as he goes for the collision.
Great call.
Sean Chacon, no! All right, 4th inning, Yanks down 6-5. A-Rod with 2 men on.
That's the weak spot. Can't go there.
A-bomb! 8-5 in favor of the Yankees, and all of a sudden, there's love in those pinstripes. A-Rod in the 6th, down 8-6. Now the Pirates are down 10-6.
Inside-out swing, a little backup slider there up in the zone, and he punches it out to right field.
7th inning, Bobby Abreu with men in the corners. The 3, 4, 5 hitters. A-Rod, Abreu, Matsui, ridiculous.
Bobby Abreu loves the number 3 slot, career 302 hitter.
He's hitting about 502 the last 3 days. Abreu goes 4 for 4, 3 RBIs, 4 runs. The Yankees win it by a score of 13-6. A-Rod and Abreu go 4 for 7 in the game, 6 for 7 in the game alone. Cleveland, Cincinnati, CC was ridiculous too. With 2 men on, gets Gonzalez. All you're doing there is rolling into a ground ball double play.
Pitcher's best friend, the double play.
Aaron Harang, not a hitter's good friend. DeLucci. 7 innings, 10 Ks, and 3 hits for Aaron Harang. Let's go to the 8th with CC at the plate. Right back at you. CC can hit.
Second hit of the game right there for him.
11 hits in interleague play, the most among American League pitchers. Victor Martinez at the plate. Sabathia's on second. Interesting call here. CC's on second.
I'm pinch running for him. I might let him hit with 1 out, but once he gets on base, I have to pinch run. Another pinch runner scores there.
But he got 2 hits, and he's dealing out there. Why would you take him out?
He's slow.
That speed's deceiving. He's actually slower than he looks.
Garco popped it up. Stanton never touched it. Never touched it, ruled a foul ball. He reached for it. He was able to get the glove and the body out of the way. The at-bat continues. Stanton punches out Garco.
71-mile-an-hour curveball. That thing just stopped halfway to the plate.
Top 12, Franklin Gutierrez trying to be a difference maker. To center field, Josh Hamilton, he of the great start, with a home run power. Perfect throw, and Michaels is nailed.
That was an awesome throw. It had to be that way. Good runner on third base. Wow. That's all you can say about that.
Dead at the plate. Dead at home. Alex Gonzalez at bat. Man on first and second. Up the middle it goes.
Get a chance to smile today.
Chad Mola rounds third. Marcus McBeth picks up the win. Red Pride. They win it by a score of 1-0. This, by the way, the 5th time this year a game goes extras with a 0-0 score. Hard luck, CC Sabathia, no decision as he went after his 10th win, 9 scoreless innings. ND, no decision. Mets and the Tigers, wacky one here. Seagulls. No. There's no such thing as a seagull, my birder friends tell me. It's a herring gull.
That's right, Carl. Good job.
Yeah. David Wright, 4th consecutive game with a home run. His 12th home run of the year. It's 3-0. There are those herring gulls just hanging out in left field. Sheffield. Go chase that one.
13 RBIs in the last 9 games. The Sheffield is hot.
17th of the season. Was there anything wrong with Glavin? You watched this game.
He's laboring on the mound right now. He just doesn't look right. Can't command anything.
Look at Pudge. Laser shot to the wall and right. They're hitting it over the birds, over the herring gulls, over the seagulls, if you will. If you want, you can go seagulls. That's okay. Triple for Pudge. The Tigers take a 4-3 lead. Bottom 5, it's the same score. Gary Sheffield needs gloves because the bat is so hot. Look out, incoming. Winfield type moment. Polanco scores. Sheffield dives into third. Tigers up 5-3. Excuse me, coming through. See, the herring gulls is a rude bird. There's a game going on here.
Pitcher's name is Grilly. You got to be careful. A guy named Grilly.
And a bird?
That's right.
Steve, nice. Next pitch, Carlos Gomez. Rope shot. Craig Monroe going back. With wings, can't get there. Gomez's first career home run. It's now 10-6. Same score. Right to where the gulls are hanging. Everybody scatter. Polanco scores 11-6. Tim Burdick enters. Amongst family now. Back-to-back Ks for Burdick with a K at the end of the name. Tigers win it 15-7. Look at how happy the old herring gulls are. I've never seen a happy herring gull, but you just witnessed one. 15-7. How about the runs Detroit has put up this month?
What's swinging the bat? Mets pitching a little vulnerable over the last week or so.
And no Maglio Ordonez. Hopefully, a little leg injury is not going to keep him out. They say he'll be back. There are more animals. Baseball historical. September of '69, the Black Cat circling Santo just before the Mets helped add to the Cub curse. Look out.
He's happy and peppy.
What did you just say? He's happy?
Yeah, look at him. He looks jolly out there, doesn't he?
Just describe the squirrels hopping as peppy.
Look peppy to me.
Oh, that's how you climb a wall.
Yes,
right
indeed.
there. Cat demonstrated. That's vertical. You go up and get one. The man said peppy. Alfonso Soriano, this series has been off the charts. Cubs and the Braves is coming up next.
We knew the 2007 Motor Trend Truck of the Year would be a tough act to follow. So we took the lead instead. Introducing the most powerful heavy duty on the planet, the all-new Silverado HD.
This is our country.
I'm here with Dave Straub, MVP of the Carver Middle School Spring Recital. How'd you pull it off, Dave?
Well, it was a balancing act. I had to constantly check the Miami score, plus watch Dallas highlights, all while fulfilling my duties as a dad.
Was experience a factor?
Oh, absolutely. We've been to 2 ballets this year. You really learn from that kind of boredom.
All right. From Carver Middle School, back to you in the studio.
Be an ESPN MVP, only with VCast. Live gamecast, exclusive commentary, fantasy management, and more with ESPN MVP, exclusively from Verizon Wireless.
Rise of the Silver Surfer. Rated PG. He's taken over 300 lives, and he's about to resurface.
Get out of the water!
Dominic Purcell. Orlando Jones. Primeval. Own it on DVD and Blu-ray June 12th.
This is Jerry. Jerry was born without taste buds, so he eats it wrong way.
Hello.
For the rest of us, there's Quizno's new Baja Chicken Sub. Quizno's uses only all-white meat chicken, Baja sauce, and Chipotle mayo with hot, crispy bacon, topped off with fresh chopped cilantro. Hey, Jerry, maybe your taste buds just need a kick in the rear.
Come again.
The new Quiznos Baja Chicken Sub. Give your taste buds something to taste. Quiznos, toasty.
Every year, Pamplona has a running of the bulls. Here at Sports Center, we have a similar tradition. Is it fun? No. But is it important?
Baseball tonight is driven by Chevy, an American revolution. And in part by Castrol GTX High Mileage, superior oil burn-off protection for cars over 75,000 miles.
All right, we'll be happy and peppy. Steve Phillips and Eric Young. Carl Ravis. The show continues. Really a great site. You've seen this a lot.
Oh, I love this site on Sunday afternoons in San Diego.
The Marines turn out. Mike Cameron then pays homage by doing this. Gone.
Giving him something to cheer about.
Tied at 1. Cameron's 6th home run. Usually has pretty good warm months, doesn't he?
Oh, he loved the month of June.
Uh-oh. Chris Young hits the pinch hitter Ben Broussard on the shoulder. That loads him up for a real dangerous hitter. High fastball, and Ichiro goes center field with it. Sexton scores. Burke coming in. Good throw. He's safe. How?
Wow. Great slide on the outside. Come around.
Laps the plate with a hand.
Yes.
Trevor Hoffman pitching in a 3-3 game. He of the 500 saves who joined us earlier today at the 12:30 baseball tonight. Non-save situation gives up the RBI.
Good piece of hitting by Lopez there. Can't strike out, put it in play, and you pick up the ribby.
Mariners get the win. The final score in this one was 4-3. Ichiro, the hit we showed, was the only one he had. Burke, the guy we saw scoring, was an offensive stud. He has 3 for 4 with a couple of runs. A's and the Giants. Giants have never been swept in a consecutive 3-game set, let alone shut out on consecutive days. Oakland coming in looking for the sweep. Bonds. Travis Buck started somewhere in row 11 and was able to charge in and make the catch. The bad news is he injured his right thumb on the play.
Tried to brace the dive a little bit with that right hand and rolled over on it.
Matt Cain, Jason Kendall, deep to left. Barry going back to the wall, and he makes the catch.
Not moving like he used to, but track that one down.
Nice guy. Marco Scudero, catch this. 3rd of the year, as that one is a solo act. In Oakland, getting really good pitching with Matt Cain.
He knew that was going. Benji Molina that got some of the best reactions behind the plate when they go out.
Here's Bonds in the bottom of the 9th. Looked at it like perhaps he thought it would carry. No such luck. Scudero's there. 2 men down.
Bonds not hitting, and the Giants' offense is not hitting.
No, Benji Molina. Look at the play by Bobby Crosby with time to get Molina. There's a lot of time there. Speechless, he was. Speechless. That run real well. Oakland wins it by a score of 2-zip. They sweep the series. The Giants get shut out again. Jays and the Dodgers. Separation. Jason Schmidt on the mound. First batter of the game, the ever-dangerous Alex Rios.
You key in on Jason Schmidt. It's the velocity on the fastball. When he's up in the low to mid-90s, he's all right. Drops down and pretty hittable.
That was 87 miles an hour. Pierre couldn't get there. The next batter is the professional hitter. And Matt Stairs roll one over.
Getting the chance to play. Lyle Overby not in the lineup on the DL. Matt Stairs coming through.
10 years we've seen Stairs do his hitting. 1-0 Jays. Roy Halladay at the plate with a man on third. Goodwood. The pitcher delivers for himself past Burkow. 3-2 Jays.
Infield pulled in, just thought go up the middle with it. Good piece of hitting.
Third inning, it's 4-2 with a man on third. Johnny Mack. The gun wasn't right there. That wasn't 52 miles an hour.
Maybe coming off the bat.
Exactly. 5-2 Jays. Still 5-2, and Troy Gloss goes Yardo.
Location was just terrible for Jason Smith today. I mean, high, up in the zone. I mean, just hittable balls and not even no velocity. It was just something's going on with Jason Smith.
No arm speed at all. You got to question his health.
Yes.
4 innings, 9 hits, and 6 earned runs. The Blue Jays end up winning 11-5. Toronto hanging around that 500 mark with the Yankees playing better baseball. And they're going to have to if they want to battle them. Right now, the Yankees have moved into a second-place position in the AL East. The Angels and the Cards interleague play continues. Albert's got 4 homers in his last 6 games. Someone is smoking. Talk about reactions. I'm pretty certain Weaver knew that wasn't going to be a ball he would throw for a pitch again.
Yeah. Then he just looked to see how far it went.
Got worse. Later in the third, the trainer came out. Stiffness in the back for Weaver. He's done. He didn't like that message. Meantime, so Taguchi, Orlando Cabrera, way too late on the shuffle, and then the throw to first isn't in time to get anybody.
Next time moving on the pitch, Cabrera's got to know he's got to go to first base on that one. Cost him an out.
Watch out for those Redbirds. Just want to let somebody know that.
EY, so you're trying to get out in front of it.
Yes, I guess he is.
Kind of quiet on Molina running, but when you can toot your own horn about getting in front of it, you're all of a sudden part of the show now. Let's see how it goes. Look at Pujols on Sundays. 2 for 3, 2 home runs. He's been ridiculous on Sundays. More home runs on Sunday for Albert than he has every other day combined. 8 home runs now on Sunday. 7 he's got overall. Andrew Jones maybe breaking out of a season-long slump. Hasn't been great. Really good yesterday. Cubs and the Braves. That game comes your way next.
Breach is the most acclaimed thriller of the year. It's electrifying.
The director wants him caught in the act.
Inspired by the true story of the greatest security breach in U.S. history.
I need to know if I can trust you.
Breach. Own the DVD and HD DVD Tuesday.
Whoa! That's one monster case of athlete's foot. Hit that with Tough Actin Tinactin. It cools and cures most athlete's foot on the whole foot. Lamisil gel can't say that. Get boom! Tough Actin Tinactin.
Sports are great for a kid's body. Steroids aren't. They can ruin tendons in legs and arms. Steroids can stunt bone growth and increase the chances of liver cancer, heart attack, and stroke. Steroids don't make great athletes. They destroy them. Talk to your kids. Need help? Get help. Visit drugfree.org.
In theaters, a new enemy will change everything for the Fantastic Four. But on the court, a new champion will emerge in the NBA. Fantastic Four: Rise of the Silver Surfer in theaters June 15th. The NBA Finals, now playing on ABC.
Today, we're going to be learning how to deal with a neighbor's overgrown lawn.
Look at that, will you? That really pokes my hive. When working outside like we are, you definitely want the Hager Cool 18 camp shirt.
And Cool 18 pants.
They're made right to wick away moisture and keep you cool and dry. These gentle grazing animals will keep this lawn neatly trimmed. Oh, I'd be careful walking barefoot out here for a while.
All right. See you next time.
Till then, we'll be right here making things right.
Baseball Tonight is driven by Chevy, an American revolution, and in part by Verizon Wireless.
Reminder, Derek Lee, 338 average, third in the National League. The Cubs, 27 and 33, 5 behind the Brewers when the day begins. That game is coming up next. Hi, boys and girls. Before we go, we do this every single Sunday and, in fact, every night on every show. The Web Gems, number 5. It's not just about catching balls. It actually involves throwing the balls. Watch Josh Hamilton.
Did a good job getting behind the ball, moving into it on the release, and nails him at the plate.
Anyway, that's just a perfect peg.
It had to be. That's the only way he was getting.
And as Wedge said after the game, had to send Michaels. Had to try to get that run there. Number 4, Tony Pena Jr. That's a catcher's.
I mean, going all the way out in the outfield grass and then having enough strength, arm strength to throw it over there, that was outstanding.
Kansas City scored 17 runs in the game. They beat the Phillies 17-5. Meantime, Willie Davis to Castillo. Good play by Jose.
Boy, for a guy who doesn't play shortstop all that much with Jack Wilson filling in, that's a terrific play.
But the Yankees win. They've now won a half a dozen in a row. Edwin Encarnacion. Quick from his knees, he's going to fire it over on the one hop, and he got him by a lot.
Wow.
That's tough with the left-handed hitter, too. Ball kind of tailing away down the line, able to get it, and actually has a problem getting out of the glove, still made the throw.
All right, and the number 1 Web Gem, Matt Morris of UC Irvine.
Oh! Woo! That flashbacks right there.
Yeah, right. Carlos Beltran.
Yes, indeed.
Mike Cameron's a little scary play there. Fortunately, avoided each other.
Matt Morris and Ollie Linton layout. Morris makes the catch. Let's get an update. Red Sox and Diamondbacks, first and second. Mike Timlin fresh off the DL. The bunt. Timlin's got one play, and he airmails it. Floodgates open. Arizona gets a couple on the play. They now have themselves a 4 6-1 lead. Again, this was a game started by Randy Johnson. You see he went 6 innings, gave up only the 1 earned run. Dice K, 6 innings and 2 earned runs. That's going to do it for us. College World Series will continue, of course, throughout the next couple of weeks. You'll be able to see the Cubs and the Braves in just a minute. With Steve Phillips and Eric Young, I'm Carl Ravitch, folks. Thanks for watching this edition of Baseball Tonight. We'll see you again on Monday night.
This ESPN telecast is available on ESPN and in high definition on ESPN HD, presented by Olivia. Welcome to Atlanta, Georgia, the capital city of the Southeast, and ESPN Sunday Night Baseball. The Braves and slugger Andrew Jones up against the Cubs. Starting pitching has always been a staple for the Braves. The names read like a Hall of Fame ballot, with the likes of Tom Glavine, 4-time Cy Young winner Greg Maddux, and John Smoltz, who also still happens to be a Brave. These days, Atlanta has to rely more on its bats. Homegrown stars like slugger Andrew Jones and emerging stars such as Jeff Francoeur. As for the Cubs, well, even with Sweet Lou at the helm, their legacy of letdowns didn't look to be over in the early going. A team high on expectations, but low on results. They have battled inconsistency and sometimes even themselves. Can they build on Alfonso Soriano's hot bat and turn it around to become a contender? We'll look into that question tonight. Plus, Peter Gammons on the future plans of both teams. Can the Braves keep Andrew Jones? And will Carlos Zambrano sign the contract that keeps him a Cub? All of that and the Cubs and Braves in Atlanta on the National Game of the Week. On a beautiful, warm night in Georgia, ESPN Sunday Night Baseball presented by Taco Bell. And from Turner Field, while everybody else is playing interleague play, 2 National League teams going head-to-head. The Cubs from the Central, the Braves from the East. Game 4 of their series. And right now in the National League East, the Mets, who lost today, 3 games up on the Braves. And in the Central, the Brewers, who are playing tonight in Texas, 5 up on both the Cubs and the Cardinals. Hello, everyone. I'm John Miller with Joe Morgan and Peter Gammons. Welcome to Sunday Night Baseball. Alfonso Soriano has had a hot hand this week, including 3 home runs here on Friday. For the Braves, though, Chipper Jones, their great slugger, still out with an injury. And Andrew Jones, who hit a few home runs of his own over the years, is in a lengthy slump. He's hitting only .225. But, Joe, Andrew hit a home run here last night, had 3 RBIs, and he is hoping, and they're hoping, that he is ready to go.
Well, John, a lot of people have speculated that because this is his free agency year, he was over-swinging at the beginning of the season. Well, when I talked to Andrew, he said that's not bothering him, and that wasn't the case. He said the thing that is bothering him is his balance at the plate. He started with this wide stance a couple of years ago. Now he has narrowed his stance down, and he feels like he's getting on balance. And we saw an indication of that last night, a home run to center field, an RBI single, and a great catch. That was an Andrew Jones type of game. And make no mistake about it, even when Chipper Jones comes back, they're going to need Andrew Jones if they're going to stay in this race. And when you talk to Bobby Cox, the other guy that he talks about the most is Edgar Renteria. He said he is Mr. Consistent. He's been the most consistent Brave all year.
Edgar always seems to be on a good team.
On a good team.
Yeah, maybe not such a coincidence. All right, now the Cubs, they have struggled mightily this year. They had a fight in the dugout last week. Manager Lou Piniella was suspended for 4 games after a run-in with an umpire. Peter Gammons is here with us. And Peter, Lou Piniella has had a tumultuous start, to say the least, as the manager of the Cubs.
Tumultuous start, John. But you know what? I've seen those fights for 35 years. Lou Piniella's tirade was, in some ways, I think, a little bit staged, just to sort of bring a team's attention back onto baseball. But during the week, he went to Derek Lee, his best player and certainly the leader of the team, and said, look, have a players-only meeting. Come back to me and tell me, am I losing the players? Lee came back to him and said, no. There are some players that are upset about not getting enough at-bats, but we need to focus our attention on playing. And frankly, I felt the last last couple of days that Lou is far more relaxed than he was 3 or 4 weeks ago. That I think he has a pretty good understanding now of what he needs to do with his team, who he needs to play, get the bullpen straightened out, has been good in June, and then move on.
Lou Piniella and the Cubs, one way or the other, it seems to be a good story. We'll be watching it. One thing is for sure, they're a lot better when Alfonso Soriano was hitting, and he hit 3 big flies in the same game here on Friday. Then last night, Tim Hudson hit him with the first pitch of the game. A little bit later, passing the mound, Soriano had a few words for Hudson. He'll be coming up here momentarily against Buddy Carlisle. First pitch of the game was Soriano up there when we come back.
Now, give that man the money you owe him.
But Mom, it really was only $1.29.
For a quesadilla with 3 cheeses and seasoned beef? You think I was born yesterday?
No, ma'am. It is only $1.29.
Thank you.
For a quesadilla with 3 cheeses.
Ow.
Where's the manager?
Taco Bell's new extreme cheese and beef quesadilla. Seasoned beef, nacho cheese sauce, and 3 melted cheeses for only $1.29. To get unbelievable taste and price, think outside the bun.
Let nothing stop you in the pursuit of your passion, not even body aches. Excedrin introduces a new choice for targeting tough pain. New Excedrin Back and Body. Fast, powerful relief. Its dual ingredient formula works 2 ways, as a pain reliever and a pain blocker, right where it hurts, so the pain stops. You don't. Excedrin. Go.
His face was a skull, and it was on fire. On fire? Like... Tonight, you'll...
I believe soon.
On high-def Blu-ray and DVD, June 12th.
Employee disability can bring even the healthiest business to its knees. At Unum, our benefits not only help your people stay on their feet, they keep your entire company at the top of its game. Unum, better benefits at work.
Hey, we're late.
With the Conair 13-piece professional multi-use trimmer, everybody looks good. 3 totally different blades, turbo power, and exclusive taper control adapt to today's favorite faces. Have fun. Look good with Conair.
All-new Mini with 40 miles per gallon and endless customizable options.
During the season, I watched Harris become an all-around team player.
Wright puts his team first, so I put my team first.
At first, Harris wasn't part of a team. Now she's the heart of it.
Wright's an awesome player. He'll even catch the ball with his bare hands.
Major League Baseball supports the Boys and Girls Clubs of America. Here, kids learn values like teamwork.
Of course it's about the team, but I did have 5 home runs and 45 base hits.
Major League Baseball and the Boys and Girls Clubs of America. Together, we create a positive place for kids.
ESPN Sunday Night Baseball is presented by Taco Bell. Think outside the bun. And in part by Excedrin Back and Body. Its dual ingredient formula turns a double play on pain. Stay tuned for this week's Excedrin Back and Body Double Play Getaway Trivia Challenge.
We're in Atlanta, and it's hot, as you might expect. The Cubs and the Braves ready to play the 4th game of this series. Cubs have won 2 out of 3 so far. But it is hot. Everybody's trying to stay cool. There's Lou Piniella, the manager of the Cubs, whose forte is, you really don't associate him that much with staying cool. His first season as the Cubs manager. I think you always think of Lou as being an excitable type personality. Let's take a look at the batting order that he's putting out there. With Soriano coming up here first. The Cubs batting order presented by Taco Bell. Alfonso Soriano, he's hot lately hitting the long ball. Felix P.A., the exciting rookie in center field. Derek Lee, one of the top hitters in the game, first base. Michael Barrett is the catcher hitting cleanup with Aramis Ramirez out. Jock Jones in right field, former Twin. Mark DeRosa, third base. He's had a hot month of June. Mike Fontenot just up from the minor leagues at second base. Cesar Izturis, former Gold Glove winner at shortstop, hitting 8th and Ted Lilly batting 9th, all up against 29-year-old right-hander Buddy Carlisle. Carlisle, who is filling in for John Smoltz. Smoltz missing the start tonight with a stiff shoulder. And Joe, Carlisle's been around a long time.
Well, he uses a sinking fastball and a riding fastball, and he's really been trying to work on his curveball. But those two pitches, the fastball, the sinker, and the riding fastball, are what we're going to see the most of tonight.
90 degrees in Atlanta as Alfonso Soriano leads off, and a fastball is too high from Carlisle.
Interesting, last night you mentioned that he was hit by Tim Hudson on the first pitch of the ball game. Another high fastball, but it was away. Now they're going away again.
Back to the screen. 1 ball, 1 strike.
That often happens after a guy gets hit. They think he becomes self-conscious on the pitch inside, and they just stay away.
Soriano, who hit more than 40 home runs and stole more than 40 bases for Washington last year. And that's a ball too high.
Johnny had also hit 3 home runs in a game against Atlanta last year when he played for Washington. So that was the second time he had hit 3 home runs in one game.
Yeah, he just always seems to hit well against the Braves with whatever team he happens to be with at the time. Just got a piece of that one. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Soriano.
I was laughing with him before the game, John. I said, you'll take, 3 home runs for 1 hit batsman, won't you? And he said, yeah, that works.
But he was steamed here yesterday. And he did have a few words as he passed them out after grounding out against Hudson in his second at bat. And the high hard one fouled back to the screen. So Carlisle's coming after him here. Buddy Carlisle, he's been around. He knows how to pitch after all these years. Carlisle in his 7th organization, and he just pitched the best game of his rather limited major league career. He gave up just 1 hit in 7 innings last Tuesday, also filling in for Smoltz. It was his first win in the big leagues in 8 years. Coming in left field is Matt Diaz, and Soriano is out number 1.
And let's take a look at the Braves defense. And as always in center field, Andrew Jones, 9 Gold Gloves. And he made a fabulous play here last night in the ball game, a diving catch in the right center field. A lot of people speculated he's lost a step. It didn't look like it last night watching the game.
As always, when we see Atlanta, we'll be hoping that Andrew gets tested out there, and we'll get to see one of those ourselves. Here is Felix Piet, the young sensation of the Cubs. He's had an excellent series, hitting .288 in his rookie season, and the ball runs off the outside for ball 1.
Well, Peter Gammons was saying they were trying to decide who was going to play, and now they think they have it. Well, Piet is supposed to be the center fielder. They're going to put him in there and just let him play.
Big swing and a miss on that fastball. He's got some running action, running away from the left-handed hitter from Buddy Carlisle. Piet came up earlier this year, hit a home run in his very first major league game, and later went back to the minors. Fouled back to the screen. This Buddy Carlisle. There's John Smoltz. Carlisle filling in for Smoltz, who's got a stiff shoulder. He says if it was the postseason, there's no question he'd be out there right now. But in fact, he was sort of lobbying to be out there tonight. But he said also he knew it was the right decision when Bobby Cox told him, they said, no, we don't want you to press it. There's a lot of games left to go, and we want you at age 40 to get a little extra rest and get fully healthy again before we send you out there. And they're looking at starting Smoltz on Friday. Here's Bobby Cox.
Well, they're off tomorrow, so that gives them that extra day that they think about it. When I talked to him after Chipper Jones today, he said to me that today was the first day he took batting practice, and he said tomorrow's an off day, and we'll go out there Tuesday and reevaluate things. There's Bobby Cox, his numbers. There's Chipper. But he said it felt better today, taking batting practice.
That ball is hit well. There's Andrew Jones. booted. Escobar, the rookie, gets it there too late.
Well, Escobar is a shortstop by trade, and they got him playing third base because of Chipper's injury, but he is normally a shortstop. And he made an error last night on a ground ball throwing to second base, trying to start a double play. Well, he tries to stay down on it, and the ball comes up a little bit, hits him on the heel. He bounces on it, and he makes it a close play at first. But he was, again, he was a shortstop by trade, and they brought him up to have him play third base.
Yunel Escobar from Havana, Cuba. A Cuban emigre who fled Cuba. This is his third year in professional baseball here. The batter, Michael Barrett, and a big swing and a miss at a Buddy Carlisle fastball. Buddy Carlisle, you see Barrett's numbers. He's got some pop. Got to be careful with him. Buddy Carlisle, in his 12th year of professional baseball, he's been just about everywhere, all over the minor leagues. He's been in the big leagues. He got his first big league win 8 years ago when he was 21 years old for the San Diego Padres, and then didn't get another one here until last Tuesday. And Joe, I enjoyed his comment about that. He says, you know, when you're young and stupid, you don't realize how fortunate you are to be up here. This win means 10,000 times more than the other one. I know what a privilege it is to play at this level now. 0-2 the count to Barrett. And he blew him away with a fastball. So one error, one left. Now the Braves are coming up against Ted Lilly, who will take the hill. Nice inning there for Buddy Carlisle.
Here's what consumers are saying about the Ford Fusion on Yahoo Autos, an independent research site.
Love it, love it, love it. I have plenty of headroom. Both teenagers can fit in the back seat. Nice sounding stereo, along with an auxiliary adapter for my MP3. I'd buy this car again and again.
Yahoo Autos users gave the Ford Fusion a higher overall rating than the top 2 imports in its class. Take the Ford Challenge. See why Fusion is the better choice. Visit your Ford dealer or go to FordChallenge.com.
If you're ready to make a change and find a better job, it's time to log on to BetterQCJobs.com. We're Better Quad City Jobs, here to connect you with local employers that are hiring right now. Whether you're starting a career or looking to move up to a better job, BetterQCJobs.com is the place to find the job right for you. Employers, now you can use the faster, easier way to find the employees you need at BetterQCJobs.com. So get on the internet and go to BetterQCJobs.com. Post a job, find a job at BetterQCJobs.com.
Mike Joyner here, MVP of today's Donahue Baxter wedding. Mike, quite a performance.
Yeah, well, it was a team effort. Without that block from Sully, I would have never been able to watch a Chicago-St. Louis game cast.
We saw there was a lot of talk between you and Sully. Care to comment?
Oh, yeah, he just told me to hang in there and do what I got to do, you know?
Thank you,
All right.
Live from the Donahue Baxter wedding. Back to you in studio.
Be an ESPN MVP, only with VCast. Fantasy management, Baseball Tonight clips, live game casts, and more. With ESPN MVP, exclusively from Verizon Wireless.
Turner Field, Atlanta, Sunday Night Baseball. The Cubs going down to the first as the Braves get ready to bat now. I'm John Miller with Joe Morgan and Peter Gammons, and we're very pleased to have you with us on a hot night in Atlanta. There's Bobby Cox, the longtime Atlanta manager, and here's the batting order presented by Taco Bell. Kelly Johnson, we're anxious to see him. He's been outstanding. Second base. Yunel Escobar, the Cuban emigre, at third base. Edgar Renteria, the old pro, who always seems to win, shortstop. Andrew Jones in center field. A low batting average. They're hoping he's about to get going, though. Jeff Francoeur, still very young and still an excellent run producer. Matt Diaz in left field hitting .331. Jared Saltalamacchia is the catcher hitting seventh. A rookie, Scott Thorman at first base, and Buddy Carlisle, the pitcher, batting ninth, all up against the veteran left-hander, 31-year-old Ted Lilly, formerly of the Toronto Blue Jays, signed as a free agent in the offseason. And Lilly trying to get it going again. He got a very fine start this year. He's 4-4. And Joe, Ted Lilly, he's not an overpowering guy.
Well, but he throws a lot of fastballs, and especially to right-handed hitters. He'll throw the fastball in, but he hasn't been as sharp with his curveball the last couple of times out. But he is 4-1 after a Cub loss so far this season. So, I mean, they've got the right guy out there. Although they were playing well, they've only working on a one-game losing streak.
Kelly Johnson, the hitter. And he fouls it off to the left. Kenny Johnson is the second baseman for Atlanta. And Peter Gammons, we were talking about him earlier, because this guy had always been either a third baseman or a shortstop or even a left fielder. And they moved him over to second base, and he has done a great job at it. And there is strike 3 with a slider from Ted Lilly. Peter, this guy has been I think not maybe a surprise to a lot of us, but maybe not to the Braves.
Well, even some of the people in the organization wondered about moving him from the outfield to second base because he had never played on the left side. I mean, coming off Tommy John surgery. And Joe, what I found interesting is he told me from the beginning in spring training, turning the double play was not the problem. But what still is the problem is starting the double play and learning the angles.
Here is Yunel Escobar. And a first ball foul back to the screen.
Well, that's unusual. Usually the toughest thing is for you to turn your back at second base, making a double play, knowing the runner's on you when you haven't been accustomed to doing that. But it is, you have to develop your own technique of how to start the double play. A lot of guys will flip it. A lot of guys will sidearm it. But you have to find the right slot for you because it's very difficult to cramp yourself on a short throw and throw overhand or even 3/4. I believe the best way to feed the shortstop is to backhand the ball to him, and you just have to practice it over and over till you get to the point where you just have ultimate confidence in doing it that way.
2 strikes to Escobar. And that curveball, strike 3 call. The big hook from Ted Lilly. 2 down.
Well, we've seen him blow a fastball by Johnson. Now he comes with the overhand curveball to Escobar. And let's take a look. K-zone set it the top of the strike zone. You can see 74-mile great rotation and drops right in there.
Now Edgar Renteria having another excellent year with the bat. And that's up and away.
John, the thing that still amazes me is he did not, only place he hasn't had success was when he went to Boston. It still amazes me because he is such a good player. He's such a smart player, and he knows how to make all the adjustments, and he just never was able to adjust, to playing for the Red Sox.
I know our longtime Major League manager, now an ESPN colleague, Dusty Baker, there were certain guys that he talked about that he thought were National League players. Other guys that he thought were actually American League players. There's still, I guess, a little bit of a difference in the style of ball. And Renteria's hit, and where's he going? The plate umpire, Jim Wolf, gets in his way, but he started out after Ted Lilly, and here come players out of each dugout. Renteria felt there was intent on that pitch, apparently. Wait a minute. Has somebody just been thrown out? Did Ted Lilly just get thrown out of this game?
He didn't give that signal. He came out and he was warning the benches. So I don't think he was thrown out.
All the players are still out there now. Here they come from the bullpens. But the plate umpire, Jim Wolf, is now engaged in discussion with Lou Piniella.
And, John, we talked about this at the meeting today, whether they would, come up and in because they hit Soriano to start the game yesterday.
That's Tim Cheetah in the middle. He is the crew chief. Well, it looked to me like Jim Wolf was off from the pack there, still trying to keep Renteria away from Lilly. And then he gave a gesture as if to say somebody is out of here. Tim Hudson, who hit Alfonso Soriano yesterday. Bobby Cox also out in the middle of it. Here's the pitch.
Well, it gets him, looks like it gets him on his left hand. That's like a warning.
Yeah.
He's getting ready to warn both benches.
And there was a little bit later the gesture I saw. It looked like he was pointing right at Ted Lilly.
Yeah, I did do that.
And there goes Ted Lilly off the field.
That's unbelievable to me. That is unbelievable to me.
Last night, the first pitch of the game was to Alfonso Soriano. This was a day after he hit 3 home runs. First pitch he saw last night from Tim Hudson, he also felt.
And Hudson didn't get thrown out of the ball game.
Later, in his second at bat, after he grounded out, he passed Tim Hudson and had a word for him that Hudson called something out to Soriano afterward.
Yeah, John, the only thing I can think of is they did warn both teams yesterday. And if they warned them before the game today, but I still don't understand that. And we are seeing a new, kinder, gentler Lou Piniella.
Well, Ted Lilly is coming back out onto the field. Ted Lilly is walking back out toward the pitcher's mound with a bottle of water. And he's walking right over to Jim Wolf. He wants a little more of a discussion, apparently. Lou Piniella pushes him away. The Cubs had to bring in a new pitcher with 2 outs in the first inning. And it is Marmol.
I would like to find out if they warned the teams before the game started. You know, that would be the only way that I would figure they would throw him out. If they warned them before the game and make sure you
why didn't he throw him out immediately?
Yeah, I don't.
Peter Gammons is down by the dugout. Peter?
They did not warn them before the game. And I asked Larry Rothschild, well, why was he ejected? He said, I don't know. I mean, why wasn't Tim Hudson ejected last night?
Exactly.
But there was no warning before the game.
Well, there's got to be more to it here because he did not eject him. He issued a warning. We saw it clearly. He pointed at Lilly and he pointed to both dugouts, and then as he escorted Renteria up the first baseline, then he came back and then he ejected him after the fact. And I don't understand that. Here's the pitch again. And Renteria took it personally. And there's the warning given, and there's the warning to the Cubs dugout. And then Wolf tried to stay between the two of them, and then he came back later and then ejected him. So Piniella finally heading back to the Chicago dugout. Lilly still lingering as Carlos Marmol comes in to pitch.
But there's always been, we talk about unwritten rules the last couple of weeks, an unwritten rule that let the players handle, you know, some of these situations. I mean, they did not step in last night when Hudson hit Soriano after he hit 3 home runs the night before. So I don't see how you could eject Lilly for doing that unless, like I said, they warned him before the game, and Peter Gammons said they did not.
Well, Jim Wolf, the plate umpire, is wearing a microphone, and maybe we can revisit those moments around the ejection and see if we can learn something.
That's it. Heading. You want to go that shit, right? You want to go that shit, right? Back on now. Back on now. You're done. You're done. You're out.
So, although he gave the signal later, Joe, that was not a warning. Verbally, you could hear him saying, that's it, that's it. And he was involved in trying to keep order there. He ordered Lilly back to the mound at one point, and then moments later ordered him out of the game. Carlos Marmol, the young right-hander, and he has been very strong. He's only allowed 2 hits in 9 2/3 innings in 10 appearances with 11 strikeouts. And he's done a much better job coming out of the bullpen. There goes Renteria. Barrett's throw, the tag, and he slams into DeRosa. He took his own revenge right there. I said DeRosa, that is the rookie Fontenot. I beg your pardon. DeRosa's at third base tonight in the absence of Aramis Ramirez. But he went in with a forearm and a shoulder, and he took a pound of flesh there from the rookie Fontenot at second base.
Well, there were a lot of ways that players used to try to, as you say, exact some revenge for getting hit, and it's usually against someone who didn't hit you. And Fontenot had nothing to do with Renteria being hit, but he did go in hard.
Andrew Jones, and that is a slider for a strike.
Well, there was no doubt he went in to make contact.
He went in late with a pop-up slide and got him right in the nose. Andrew Jones hit a home run here last night and had 3 runs batted in, but hitting only .225 for the year. That home run last night was his second of this series. Oh, look at that slider. That was nasty. 2-2. In a way, Joe, Renteria has a free shot there, because the Cubs, if they retaliate now with a pitch to him, another guy's going to get thrown out, right?
Well, but he plays shortstop, so he's going to be in the middle of some plays as well.
And Andrew Jones is thrown out by Mark DeRosa. Bad blood, fear and loathing at Turner Field. No score after 1.
GM OnStar, how can I help you?
Can you run a quick diagnostic check for me?
No problem, Mr. Gordon.
Transmission?
Check.
Emissions?
Check.
Airbag system?
Check.
Car wash?
2 blocks up on your left-hand side.
Nice.
OnStar, active.
You ever been on a pit crew?
Have you enjoyed a Budweiser lately? Because I can only describe the smoothness you'll get from Beechwood aging. I can only tell you about the choicest hops. But if you really want to understand what makes Budweiser the king of beers, you have to taste it. Just taste it. The perfect balance of flavor and refreshment. Budweiser. Open up a world of taste.
Well, gold is more than just a color for Century 21. It's a standard. So much of my job is about things you don't see, so that when that sold sign goes up, you struck gold.
Century 21. The gold standard.
Hey, what's wrong? Joe's athlete's foot. It's brutal.
Ah, show him the new stuff.
It's new Lamisil Gel Advanced. Cures athlete's foot with half the treatments. Half the treatments?
Half the treatments, all the cure.
What do you want in a home? Everybody has a different idea. Yet everybody should expect the same things in a mortgage. One without application or closing fees. Without private mortgage insurance. And guarantees that you'll close on time and get the best deal. Introducing the opportunity to get the mortgage you always wanted for the home you've always wanted. No Fee Mortgage Plus, only from Bank of America. Bank of Opportunity.
Something wrong? My Silverado. It's gone.
That's a shame, man.
Yeah.
You got OnStar?
Yeah.
Call them up. They can help you find it.
Really?
Yeah.
OnStar, active.
Can I get your autograph, Mr. Gordon?
The Subway Series rolls into the Bronx. Once again, the Mets are in NL power while the Yankees are fighting to get back in the AL East race.
How can they let him take his pound of flesh after these runs? Inning number 2. And Jock Jones leads off for the Chicago Cubs. No score in the game, although one team still has its starting pitcher in there and one does not.
But I would still like if Peter could get an explanation on why he was thrown out of the game if there was no warnings issued before the game.
1-2 the count. And we just talked to Peter between innings, who talked to Lou Piniella right after all of the
well, I'm sure Lou had to get some explanation.
Well, what Jim Wolf told him was that he thought the pitch was intentional. I asked the question, well, it didn't look like as if he were thrown out immediately, and Lou said, I don't know.
This is Renteria throwing out Jock Jones.
So the ball last night wasn't intentional that hit Soriano, the first pitch then. That's what they're saying, I guess.
I would agree with you, Joe.
Yeah.
So one down here is Mark DeRosa. Well, I mean, when you think about what just happened, Renteria got hit by the pitch. He was angry about it. He felt it was intentional himself. Started to go out to the mound even. Then, after the Cubs pitcher gets thrown out of the game, Renteria still exacts his pound of flesh from a man who's sort of an innocent bystander, Mike Fontenot, the rookie second baseman for the Cubs. And I don't understand exactly how you can let all of that fly. You eject their pitcher, which is supposed to be the end of it, and he socks Fontenot right in the nose.
Well, it's usually the middle infielders that get the brunt of those types of situations, John. The middle infielders on a double play or a force out or a stolen base like that, they're the ones that usually pay the price when you have an angry base runner.
To the count to Mark DeRosa, who is having a very nice year for the Cubs. 263 average, 6 homers, 31 batted in. DeRosa, who can play all over the field, second base. Tonight he's at third base in the absence of Aramis Ramirez. He also can play the outfield. Backhanded by Thorman. Carlisle covers, and that's a good idea there by Carlisle. Just get out of the way as quickly as possible. 2 down. Let's go to the studio now for a SportsCenter 30 at 30 update with Matt Weiner.
All right, John. Rafael Nadal beat Roger Federer in a heavyweight French Open final. It took the Spaniard 4 sets to become the second man since 1914 to win 3 straight French Open titles. On the subject of slams, Alex Rodriguez went off twice. Homers number 23 and 24 to account for 5 RBIs as the Yankees won their 6th straight. SportsCenter after the game, ESPN News, always happening.
Here's that second home run by A-Rod to right field. The first one, the Yankees were trailing 6-5 with 2 men on, and that put them ahead for good. He now has 63 RBIs this year in 61 games. And the Yankees have won 9 of their last 11. The Red Sox were beaten in Arizona. The Yankees, who 11 days ago were 14.5 out, now 9.5 out. That looks a little different.
Well, it's a long way to go, and all they wanted to do is get it under 10, I thought, before the All-Star break, but they're going to be in better shape than that if they continue to play well.
Strike 3 called to Fontenot, the rookie. Buddy Carlisle looking strong early again tonight. Jeff Francoeur coming up. No score.
GM OnStar, how can I help you?
Can you run a quick diagnostic check for me?
No problem, Mr. Gordon.
Transmission?
Check.
Emissions?
Check.
Airbag system?
Check.
Car wash?
2 blocks up on your left-hand side.
Nice.
OnStar, active.
You ever been on a pit crew?
Hey, we're late. With the Conair 13-piece professional multi-use trimmer, everybody looks good. 3 totally different blades, turbo power, and exclusive taper control adapt to today's favorite faces. Have fun. Look good with Conair.
You know, if you look for the Energy Star logo, you can save yourself a lot of money. And Lowe's has more Energy Star appliances in stock than anyone.
Just one compact fluorescent bulb can save $30.
Running a ceiling fan can reduce the energy used by your air conditioner.
For more information on energy-saving products and projects, just visit Lowe's.com/energy.
These Energy Star appliances really save you big bucks.
Lowe's. Let's build something together.
Ask for 10% off your first purchase on your new Lowe's consumer credit card or business credit account.
56% of Diet Cola drinkers think Diet Pepsi has more cola taste than Diet Coke. To celebrate, we think there should be 56 states. Here's our plan. Have California. It's practically 2 states anyway. Make Pensacola a state. Call it Diet Pensacola. Everything's bigger in Texas? Not anymore. Finally, take a part off Alabama and call it Mississippi, so Mississippi has someone to talk to. Diet Pepsi. More cola taste in all 56 states.
From the creators of Finding Nemo, Cars, and The Incredibles, on June 29th, one word says it all.
Ratatouille! Ratatouille!
Ratatouille! Hey!
Ratatouille?
Ratatouille! Rated G.
What is that?
I don't really know.
You don't know, and you're eating it.
In theaters June 29th.
Something wrong? My Silverado. It's gone.
That's a shame, man.
Yeah.
You got OnStar?
Yeah.
Call them up. They can help you find it.
Really? Yeah.
OnStar active.
Can I get your autograph, Mr. Gordon?
America's championship returns to Oakmont. Will Tiger, Phil, or one of the world's elite rise to the challenge and emerge victorious? The 2007 U.S. Open. Live first-round coverage begins Thursday at 10 a.m. on ESPN.
Jeff Francoeur leads off for the Atlanta Braves. Last of the second against Carlos Marmol. If you just joined us, Ted Lilly was supposed to have started tonight, and in fact he did start. Struck out the first 2 hitters of the game too, and then he hit Edgar Renteria with a pitch that was high and tight, and both benches empty, the bullpen's empty. That slider from Marmol is fouled, and it's a ball and a strike to powerful young slugger Jeff Francoeur. And then he was ejected from the game by plate umpire Jim Wolf. 1 ball and 1 strike to count to Francoeur. And that slider, that didn't miss by much, I don't think, although K-Zone may have a different idea. 2-1 the count. Matt Diaz on deck. Jared Saltalamacchia due up 3rd in the inning. No score. And he struck him out with a good low fastball at 94 miles an hour. And there. Oh, I beg your pardon. That's strike 2. Where am I, John? I'm not even in this anymore.
Well,
you're still back in the first inning.
John, I hate to say it, but you're probably the same place as the plate umpire is.
So how many strikes is that?
Yeah, you're the same place as Wolf.
Strike 3. He got him. There we go. Well, let's go back to the first inning. 2 down, nobody on. Yesterday, Soriano got hit with the first pitch of the game by Tim Hudson, and warnings were issued. Tonight, with 2 down, Ted Lilly hit Edgar Renteria with that pitch, and Edgar felt it was intentional, and so did Jim Wolf, and he threw Ted Lilly out of the game. Here is Matt Diaz. Now that is a wicked looking slider, and Diaz chased it. It is 0-1. Diaz, the name would more correctly be said Diaz, but in his family they pronounce it Diaz.
Well, he said his great-grandfather did it, John. He said, I know that's not the way that most people here would pronounce it. He says, but his great-grandfather decided that's the way they were going to pronounce it.
And Matt told me the story last year. That it was something that I think his great-grandfather worked in a mine, and payday came, and they called his name, and it was Diaz. And he decided, well, our American name
for that?
is, yeah. if I answer to Diaz, I get paid. So our American name is now Diaz. 0-2 the count to Matt Diaz. Born in Portland, Oregon. He had been for the Kansas City Royals previously. And he's one of those guys, been around a while. And he learned a few things over those years, Joe. A guy who never gave up the dream. And he can hit. Did he swing? Yes. Now he'll have to be thrown out, and Barrett does so. Another strikeout there for Marmol. Well, the umpire wearing a microphone, and when all of the arguing was going on after he had ejected Ted Lilly, there were some exchanges, and we can go back and listen in.
Yeah, no way. Yes, I am. He threw at him. He threw at him. He threw at his head. No, I didn't. Yeah. What is it? He's done. Why? Because he threw at him. Well, how do you know he threw at him? I know he did. How do you know he threw at him? Because I was waiting for it. I knew it was going to happen. Oh, come on. For God's sake. I'm trying to...
Well, you know, I think the umpire overstepped his authority right there. He knows that he threw at him, and he was waiting for him. That's unbelievable to me, especially after Tim Hudson hit Soriano after hitting 3 home runs the day before, and that wasn't intentional, but this was. That's not the way the game is supposed to be played. And again, as I said earlier, the players handle things if you let them. And they were not given the chance to handle that situation.
Jared Saltalamacchia, the 22-year-old catcher, with a solid base hit to right field. The first hit for Atlanta. First time they've had solid contact against Carlos Marmol. Well, I mean, the thing could be over already because Edgar Renteria exacted his revenge on the Cubs second baseman after he got to first, and order was restored, and Marmol came in relief for the ejected Lilly. he stole second base and came in with a hard forearm or back of the hand, whatever it was, to the nose of Mike Fontenot with a late pop-up slide. So they hit him. He took it personally. He exacted a pound of flesh from Fontenot.
Well,
and it's handled, maybe.
What did Soriano get? How did he get his revenge? He didn't. No one was tossed.
Well, stay tuned then. PA and Scott Thorman is retired. 1 hit, 1 left. To the 3rd inning. Cesar Izturis coming up. No score.
Here's what consumers are saying about the Ford Fusion on Yahoo Autos, an independent research site.
Love it, love it, love it. I have plenty of headroom. Both teenagers can fit in the back seat. Nice sounding stereo, along with an auxiliary adapter for my MP3. I'd buy this car again and again.
Yahoo Autos users gave the Ford Fusion a higher overall rating than the top 2 imports in its class. Take the Ford Challenge. See why Fusion is the better choice. Visit your Ford dealer or go to FordChallenge.com.
Hey. I think this thing's broken. It won't slide.
I think you pull it. Yeah.
You can't always be smooth, but your beer should be. With a specially lined can to seal in the taste, Keystone Light is always smooth, even when you're not.
You know what? You should put a sign on that door.
What door?
The cooler door.
Oh!
Life comes at you fast.
And Nationwide understands. That's why we guarantee accident repairs in writing when your car's fixed at a certified Blue Ribbon repair shop. So switch to us. See what life's like with a guarantee.
Nationwide is on your side.
You're witnessing part of the training program for Citgo employees. It's called Life, where we depend on little things like buttons and paper clips, and on incredible people like firefighters and teachers. Like you, the people of Citgo know how important it is to be dependable, because for generations, we've delivered a steady supply of oil that's helped fuel this extraordinary thing we call life. Citgo, there at every turn.
ESPN Sunday Night Baseball, presented by Taco Bell, brought to you by Chevy and American Revolution. And Nationwide. Nationwide is on your side.
Sunday Night Baseball from Atlanta. The Braves and the Cubs, who actually are playing each other for the final time this year, unless they should meet in October. So if you're the Cubs, I would imagine, Joe, you feel like this score has not been settled yet. Here's Cesar Izturis and a foul. I mean, it's difficult to speak on behalf of the Cubs.
Well, there's no doubt they've got the worst of the decisions in this situation, because last night, you know, Soriano was hot, and then he gets hit by Tim Hudson and nothing happens. And now today, Lilly hits Renteria and he's tossed out of the game. So there's no doubt they got the short end of the decisions that were made here.
Now, Fred, Soriano hit the 3 home runs in the game on Friday. He hit the first pitch for a home run on Friday, and the second pitch, and the 5th pitch of the night that was thrown to him. And then Tim Hudson's explanation yesterday was, oh, I wasn't trying to hit him. I needed to kind of move him off the plate a little bit and pitch him inside. And that was his explanation for it, which Soriano was not buying. That fastball from Buddy Carlisle just misses.
Well, I guess if you're looking at it from Tim Hudson's side, that was a reasonable explanation. I guess it was reasonable. I was just trying to move him off the plate. But the umpire obviously didn't buy the fact that Ted Lilly had 2 strikes on the hitter on Renteria and was trying to strike him out up and in. So he didn't buy that.
Well, in both cases, it wasn't exactly like a guy just got drilled in the rib cage.
Yeah. Both were up.
And it's easy to say from up here, but I think both guys, with a little more quickness, might have been able to get out of the way of each one of those pitches. And ball into shallow left center. Here comes Andrew. Not this time. A base hit for Cesar Izturis. And that was a rather determined at bat. He just would not yield and finally gets the hit.
But I've always liked Izturis as a shortstop, and his last years in LA, he was getting better as a hitter. And this is a good job. Sinker away, reaches out and slaps it into center field, and Andrew got a good jump on it, but he just couldn't get there in time.
I love it when you use our nationwide K-zone. So that was really a pretty good pitch by Carlisle. The bunt by Marmol. Carlisle to first. Scott Thorman with the coverage, and Izturis has been moved into scoring position on the sacrifice bunt. Here is Alfonso Soriano to the plate.
And John, he has an unusual stance. Look how wide it is. Now watch him bring his back foot back. Now he plants at the exact same spot that he started. Gets his momentum going forward, and he hits against that firm front side. Beautiful swing right there. It's an unbelievable swing that he has. That one he hit a fly ball to left field the first time up, but he has 218 career home runs, John, and 218 career stolen bases. Real good balance.
So he can do a lot of different things offensively. That slider misses for ball one to Soriano. Soriano hitting .319, got 10 home runs now. It was a long while before he hit even one home run. Now I've been hitting him with great frequency. He is a very dangerous hitter. That one is backhanded by Renteria. The long throw.
Man.
He got him. That was astonishing because Soriano's a fast runner.
When the ball was first hit, I didn't think he was going to be able to get Soriano on it, although the ball was hit sharply. And he got rid of it quickly, but Soriano, one of the speedy base runners in the National League. And he gets out of the box pretty well. That's a pretty strong, accurate throw there. Renteria, watch how quickly he gets rid of it. Throws across his body a little bit, very accurate.
And an excellent call by Adrian Johnson, the first base umpire.
Excellent play there, and a great play by the first baseman because he was able to stay on the bag.
Scott Thorman had to stretch out. So 2 down. Izturis still at second, and the ball fouled away by Felix P.A., the rookie.
Now, one of the problems, the Cubs also have is that because Lilly was kicked out of the game, he may be suspended. And I don't think that would be fair, but I didn't think kicking him out of the ball game was fair either. But he's also open for suspension now.
And that's up and away for a ball. So if you're a Cubs fan, you're saying, man, what else can go wrong with all the stuff that's happened to the Cubs this year? And now this happens. It's been one of those years so far. And since the bad vibe that was right in the Cubs dugout at Wrigley just a little over a week ago, remember the fight between Zambrano and Michael Barrett, the catcher, that started in the dugout and actually extended back up into the clubhouse. Barrett eventually had to be taken to the hospital, although nothing serious occurred. And I can say that because nobody was punching my face. But the next day, Lou Piniella got ejected and kicked dirt all over Mark Wegner, the third base umpire. Then he was suspended for 4 days. Anyway, since all of that happened, the Cubs have played some of their best ball of the year. They've gone 5-2 since then. And that is strike 3 call on the outside corner. So Carlisle gets out of the jam. Runner stranded at second. Chipper Jones not in the lineup, but we'll hear from him. Peter Gammons will visit with the great Atlanta slugger from the clubhouse.
What's your favorite brand, America?
We love baseball, hot dogs, apple pie, and Chevrolet. Stolen bases, goat cheese, pizza, bottled water, and Chevrolet.
Stolen bases, goat cheese, pizza, bottled water, and Chevrolet.
Free agents, rally monkeys, fantasy leagues, and Chevrolet.
Whoa, wait, what's a rally monkey?
They go together in the good old USA. Face painters, satellite radio, endorsement deals, and Chevrolet.
Chevy, an American revolution.
It's actually illegal to pick those. It's a deer. Wait here. Hey, buddy. How are you?
Get away from me! What's the problem? What's supposed to be doing?
We're good.
You're so awesome.
Yeah, I know. Let's go pitch a tent.
Powerful odor and wetness protection. Right Guard Sport. Never get caught off guard.
ESPN Sunday Night Baseball presented by Taco Bell. We're at Turner Field in Atlanta. There's been some bad blood between the Cubs and Braves early on. We're also happy to report that Chipper Jones took some batting practice tonight for the first time in a while. He's on the disabled list, and Chipper Jones is standing by down near the Atlanta dugout, or rather clubhouse, with Peter Gammons.
Chipper, what did it feel like taking batting practice today?
I felt like I was swinging a telephone pole. It's been 3 weeks since I picked up a bat, and it felt pretty good. But obviously the quickness in the swing is not there. It's going to take a little time to get it back.
What kind of timetable now are you looking at?
If I continue to get better each day, hopefully we'll reassess on Tuesday in Minnesota, take some live batting practice, and at some point during this next road trip to Minnesota or Cleveland, I want to be in there.
Are you concerned at all that this is something that could linger throughout the rest of the season?
Well, I don't think there's any doubt. That's why I've taken this long to try and get it fully healed before I get back in there. Certainly don't want to be in and out of the lineup and on and off the DL the rest of the year. I'd like to be in there consistently from here on.
Chipper, thank you very much.
My pleasure.
Thank you, Peter. Appreciation to Chipper Jones. Joe, I know you spent some time with Chipper.
Well, I was trying to find out exactly how it hurts. And when he swings the bat, he has like one finger buried. That's part of the problem, and it rolls over the heel of his hand, and that's when he really gets the pain shooting up his arm. But it was a freak accident because he leaped over the third baseman, and he came down on both his hands, and that's how he injured them.
It truly was a freak play, and we'll be able to look at it here shortly as Buddy Carlisle leads off against Carlos Marmol, who came out of relief of Ted Lilly, who was ejected from the game in the first inning. The fastball in there for a called strike. No score, last of the third. Carlisle, a right-handed pitcher who bats left-handed. There's Marmol, a 24-year-old from the Dominican Republic. And Carlisle will swing the bat a little bit. Lobs one into shallow center. There's PA. One man gone. Talking about the injuries sustained by Chipper Jones. Talking about a freak play. He was running with a pitch, and the ball was grounded right to the third baseman. He stopped. Third baseman dives to get the ball. And watch what happens the way he comes down.
Well, he landed on both his palms of his hand. He really hurt it. He was called safe there because he was never tagged by the third baseman as he was leaping over his body.
Kelly Johnson, the leadoff man, takes a called strike. The 25-year-old Kelly Johnson struck out against Lilly in the first inning. That ball is hit well. Deep to right field, and a home run. 1-0 Atlanta. Kelly Johnson has got some pop. That's his 8th home run this year.
Well, we talked about him being an outfielder before, and then he moved him into the infield, so he still has that outfielder swing about him. That pitch is pretty much in the middle of the plate, up a little bit. Beautiful swing by Johnson.
Well, he has been one of the most potent second basemen this side of Chase Utley of the Phillies. He's now got 8 homers, 35 batted in, 5 triples, 13 doubles, and he's the leadoff man. That's a base hit for Yunel Escobar. A lot of young talent in the lineup for the Braves tonight. Johnson, a rookie. Escobar, a rookie. Santalamacchia, a rookie. Thorman in his first full year. Francoeur's a veteran in this lineup, and he's 23. Now, the other thing is, Carlos Marmol. Now, he was a starter. He was in the big leagues with the Cubs last year, but they've used him as a reliever this season. And how long is he going to be able to go? He had thrown 19 pitches in the first inning and the third. Here's Edgar Renteria. Renteria being hit by the pitch in the first inning is what set everything off, as the slider was in the dirt for ball one. Renteria hit by a pitch, and Ted Lilly was then ejected for that. When order was restored, Marmol came in to pitch, and Renteria stole second base and came in with a late pop-up slide, and his forearm or the back of his hand landed right on the nose of Mike Fontenot, the rookie second baseman for the Cubs.
But when you watch the Cubs, I mean, they're kind of put in a bad position now because they can't have to make sure that they pitch away more than anything else now. Because if a ball accidentally gets away and hits another Brave hitter, they may be tossed out of the ball game.
Interestingly,
so there was more than just the ejection. I mean, this changed the whole face of this game.
Yesterday, a Braves reliever, that's called strike with a high slider, 1 ball, 1 strike. A Braves reliever, after starting pitcher Tim Hudson was knocked out of the game with an injury, came in. I think it was Pete Moylan, and he hit Sean Gallagher of the Cubs with a pitch, but was not ejected from the game. Tim Cheetah, that played umpire at that time, said, no, that was not intentional. That's a base hit into shallow right. Coming quickly around second, Escobar. Now Jock Jones throws in behind him, and the ball will have to be retrieved by East-Torres. I'm John Miller with Joe Morgan and Peter Gammon. Sunday Night Baseball from Atlanta. No score. 1 run is now in the first inning. The pitch from Ted Lilly that hit the shortstop Edgar Renteria got Ted Lilly ejected from the game, and that's the play at second base when Renteria subsequently stole second and got Mike Fontenot right in the schnoz, it looked like, right there. So Renteria has just followed that up with a bloop single to right. Fontenot seems to be okay. He's still in there. And the Braves with a run home. They've had 3 straight hits here against Carlos Marmol. Here's the cleanup man, the slugger, Andrew Jones. And that high slider for a called strike. Andrew grounded out to third as the first batter faced by Marmol back in the first. Yesterday, the Cubs starting pitcher, by the way, Joe, Jason Marquis, he got knocked out with ineffectiveness in the second inning. The Cubs bullpen had to pitch the last 6 and a third innings of that game. So this bullpen's a little thin to have to be pitching almost an entire game tonight.
John, I was watching, talking to Andrew Jones before the game, and also Terry Pelton, the hitting instructor. And you can see a different stance from Andrew Jones than what we saw last year and even the beginning of the season. He was really spread out before, and Terry and Andrew told me that he was losing his balance, and that's why he was over swinging. But now he's starting to narrow his stance, and they're trying to find the right spot. They haven't found it yet, but he feels like he's closer to it every single day. He feels better in the batter's box.
Chased that high slider. Got a piece of it to stay alive. He launched one over the center field wall here last night. There's Terry Pendleton, the hitting instructor for the Braves.
And Terry feels that he is very close, to getting Andrew where they want him to be. I mean, he's never going to hit 350, but he wants to at least be under control in the batter's box and not lose his balance as much.
A soaring fly ball into shallow right center. That's Jock Jones. The runner's not going anywhere. So Andrew is retired. He's 0 for 2 in the game. But Andrew's one of those guys, once he gets it figured out, he's got 11 home runs right now. We could come in a week later, he could have 18 home runs. Andrew can hit him in bunches, and has at various times over his career.
Well, he hit 41 last year, 51 the year before. So, I mean, he's averaged 36 or so home runs throughout his career. And we have to remember, in 1997, he hit the 2 home runs in the World Series against since the New York Mets, and we've been seeing him since that. Yankees, you're right. The Mets haven't made it there yet. Against the Yankees, he hit the 2 home runs as a teenager, and he's been hitting home runs ever since.
Now high and tight to Jeff Francoeur. Hello. What do you think, Joe? Any intent there?
Well,
if you're an umpire, you got to kick it off.
You have to ask Mr. Wolf.
a smash foul.
I don't think it scared Francoeur.
Hung right in there for the next one and hit it hard. The first one was high and tight.
Well, that's what I was saying before, is that they, were forced to try to pitch away, but he came inside, and I think you have to. You have to pitch inside if you're going to be effective against a lot of these right-handed hitters.
And it is a fallacy to say that if after they've issued that kind of a warning, if somebody else gets hit, that guy's going to be thrown out. That's just not the case. There's an appeal denied by Adrian Johnson. No swing, he said.
Well, it still has to be intent, according to the umpire. If the umpire thinks he's throwing at him, he can kick him out. Or without a warning, as we saw today, Ted Lilly was ejected.
Pete Moylan yesterday hit Sean Gallagher after the warning was issued, and he was not kicked out. That just makes it through. And here comes Escobar for the second Atlanta run. The third baseman DeRosa made a dive. The shortstop East Turris was also in the vicinity, but somehow it made it through. Another RBI for Jeff Francoeur, and he has been a great run producer for the Braves this year.
Well, that's a seeing eye single because he broke the bat and it went right through. Take a look on the nationwide K zone. Breaking ball away. You see he hits it right off the end of the bat, but he gets enough of it to be able to pull it in the hole. And right under the glove of DeRosa.
Even if East Turris had been able to keep it on the infield and not get anybody out, a run would not have scored.
Correct. That's what you try to do, just knock the ball down. And they tried. They just couldn't get the job done.
Francoeur, probably if you're a Braves fan, you're not all that surprised. He's hitting better than 370 with 2 outs and runners in scoring position. So,
well, he leads the Braves in RBIs as well. And I know Chipper's been injured, but even he's only had 60 at-bats less than Francoeur, so percentage-wise, Francoeur is still driving in more runs per at-bat.
44 RBIs now for Jeff Francoeur. Andrew Jones, despite his slump, has 42 batting in. The batter, Matt Diaz, did he swing? No, says Adrian Johnson, the first base umpire. The appeal, 2-0 the count. Jeff Francoeur, managers love those 2-out RBI hits. That's some clutch hitting when that happens. Of course, his bat exploded. I don't know that that's how he intended to do it. 2-1 the count to Diaz.
Well, a lot of times you hit line drives. In fact, I was laughing with him before the game because last night he hit a line drive to third base with a runner in scoring position, and he was really upset.
So he clobbered one and got nothing for it. Tonight, the bat explodes, and he knocks in the run. 2-1. Way outside, back to the backstop. And the runners move up. So Marmol, Joe, in this inning, doesn't look like he's got much left to give. 3-1 the count, and the Cubs bullpen is busy now. There's Will Ullman, a left-hander, getting ready. Remember, the bullpen pitched 6 1/3 innings here yesterday, and they have a game tomorrow night, a makeup of an earlier rainout. They got to go home and play Houston in a National League game tomorrow. There's Larry Rothschild, the pitching coach, trying to figure out how they're going to knit all these innings together with a beleaguered bullpen.
I mean, you could start Lilly tomorrow.
Yeah, he should be pretty fresh. And back to the screen. So the guy that was scheduled to pitch tomorrow, I suppose they could. They had well, Carlos Zambrano. I don't think they're going to bypass him. Zambrano scheduled tomorrow. Rich Hill Tuesday when they host to Seattle.
Hill has been pitching well also.
Hill has been outstanding this year. Rich Hill has been superb. And Zambrano, they feel like he's just starting to find it now himself. After an early slump. He's Turris. Low throw dug out by the Gold Glover Derek Lee, and Diaz is retired. 2 runs and a 2-0 Atlanta lead. Lee, then Barrett and Jones coming up.
See what a smile can do. A helpful smile for you.
Here's what a helpful smile can do for you.
Right now, you can enter to win with World Cup Fever.
Bring in your Hy-Vee ad, scan the barcode, and see if you want a prize like a Hummer.
All leading up to the Hy-Vee Triathlon, June 17th in Des Moines.
Yeah, that's something to smile about.
Hy-Vee, where there's a helpful smile in every aisle.
At S.J. Smith Gases, Welding, Safety, and Industrial Solutions, our goal is to identify cost-effective answers to fit your unique challenges, such as our web-based cylinder management system. Our support doesn't end at the sale. We offer customized welding training programs, equipment repair, and cryogenic design. With 12 locations, we can help you wherever you are. You have the questions? S.J. Smith has the answers. Allow our expertise to work for you. Find out more at sjsmith.com.
Presenting the new 263 horsepower Lincoln MKZ. Now it's award-winning interior, has award-winning performance to match. Lincoln MKZ, the fastest-selling new luxury midsize sports sedan, just picked up the pace. Now lease the new Lincoln MKZ for only $339 a month. From the newest family of luxury vehicles, Lincoln.
For my sport, the only sunscreen is Coppertone Sport.
It's non-greasy, so I won't lose my grip.
And it doesn't run in my eyes, no matter how hard I sweat.
Coppertone Sport, high-performance sunscreens.
Coleman, the outdoor company.
Sunday night at Turner Field, Atlanta. The Braves now have a 2-0 lead over the beleaguered Cubs. I'm John Miller with Joe Morgan. Turner Field in Atlanta. Not a sellout crowd tonight. Pretty big crowd, though. They had one of the largest crowds ever in the history of this ballpark last night here with the Cubs in town. And way inside to Derek Lee with a curveball from Buddy Carlisle.
But Derek Lee had just come off a 2-for-20 slump, coming into Atlanta. And I said to him, you must have been hitting a lot of line drives that they were catching. He said, no. He was rolling over a lot of ground balls. So last night, first time up, he shoots a ball to right field for a base hit.
Carlisle, after 2 curveballs, blows a fastball by him. 1-2. Carlisle looks like he knows what he's doing out there, Joe.
But he definitely knows how to use both sides of the plate. He's sinking the fastball in every once in a while, and then he's riding it away from the right-handers.
High and tight. 2-2. So is he going fastball again here, or are we going to see him use that hook again?
I'm still trying to figure out how we're going to decipher when they're throwing at somebody. That was a fastball up and in to Derek Lee.
2-2. And he changed up that time.
Change up in.
3-2. Carlisle, 29 years old. Got roughed up earlier this year in a start. He's back in the minors and made the start last Tuesday. Only allowed 1 hit, and he strikes out Derek Lee with the high hard one. Now, here's Matt Weiner.
All right, John, just a reminder as you cover the Cubs and Braves, Game 2 of the NBA Finals has tipped off in San Antonio. That game on ABC. The Spurs are out to a 12-6 lead. LeBron James on the bench already with 2 fouls. On ESPN2, North Carolina, South Carolina tied at 4 with a spot in the College World Series on the line.
Big one in both venues, and Renteria throws out. Michael Barrett, and 2 men are gone here. Barrett is now 0 for 2. And here comes Jock Jones. Edgar Renteria. Edgar, he's a very quiet guy. You don't see him with a lot of quotes in the newspapers. He's not an outspoken guy. But tonight he's in the sort of the center of all the controversy. Jock Jones, who grounded a short his first time. The Cubs have only 1 hit so far in this game. Carlisle allowed only 1 hit in 7 innings this past Tuesday. That's a called strike. So Carlisle is on somewhat of a roll. Of course, last Tuesday, after he beat the Florida Marlins in one of the games of a doubleheader, after the game, Bobby Cox said, "You pitched great, kid. And we're sending it back to the minors now. Carlisle gave up 1 run, 1 hit in 7 innings against the Marlins. 5 strikeouts, 3 walks. Curveball in the dirt to Jock Jones. 3-1 to Jones. Jock, who's got some power, but he's not displayed it so far this year. Only 2 home runs. He had 27 home runs for the Cubs last year. 3-1 the count. And he chops that high fastball. Foul ball. 3-2. By the way, if he were here, we would have seen, I think, Cliff Floyd in the lineup tonight. Floyd's been hitting the ball real well for the Cubs lately. Average up at 306, but Cliff is on a bereavement leave, and with his father, who is very, very ill in Chicago. Send out prayers and best wishes to Cliff Floyd. He should rejoin the Cubs tomorrow. Off the fists, and Floyd, or rather Jones, is thrown out by Johnson. Stay tuned. In 60 seconds, we will visit with Lou Piniella. That should be interesting. From the Cubs dugout, back with Lou Piniella in 60.
Behold the power of Phantom. Gillette Fusion Power Phantom. Fusion Power is so advanced you barely feel the blades. Shaving can create uncomfortable friction. Turn on Fusion Power. Soothing micropulses help you reduce friction and increase razor glide. You'll barely feel the blades. You'll really feel the difference. The comfort of 5 blades plus the precision of 1. Gillette Fusion Power.
Watch Fast Cars and Superstars, the Gillette Young Gun Celebrity Race this week on ABC.
Today, we're going to be learning how to deal with a neighbor's overgrown lawn.
Look at that, will you? That really pokes my hive. When working outside like we are, you definitely want the Hager Cool 18 camp shirt.
And Cool 18 pants.
They're made right to wick away moisture and keep you cool and dry. These gentle grazing animals will keep this lawn neatly trimmed. Oh, I'd be careful walking barefoot out here for a while.
All right. See you next time.
Till then, we'll be right here making things right.
Lou, you there?
And at Turner Field, Atlanta. Remember, not only on ESPN, but ESPN HD, presented by Olivia. And Lou Piniella, the manager of the Cubs, the beleaguered Cubs right now. And we are pleased to be joined from the dugout now by Lou Piniella. Lou, many thanks.
Lou, this is Joe.
Joe, how y'all doing?
Good. Our understanding is there was not a warning issued before the ball game.
No warning whatsoever.
So if that means it was just blatantly intentional is for him to throw him out, correct?
Well, the umpire felt that our pitcher was throwing at the hitter intentionally. Our guy contends he was just trying to pitch inside, about like Hudson was last night.
That was my next point. If Soriano got hit, and it wasn't intentional, but this was intentional.
Well, that was the umpire's interpretation, and you know, you can explain your reasoning to him, but really you're not going to change your opinions.
All right.
Well, what about Renteria's slide at second base on Fontenot?
I don't know. Jim Joyce was there. He saw it. You can ask him if he's Mike.
And what about your bullpen? You going to be able to get through 9 tonight?
Well, we're going to try. I mean, we're short. Our starting pitcher only went an inning plus yesterday, and we're going to have to double switch when we pull these pitchers like we did here, and hope that we can get a couple innings from each of them.
So Oman's in nice, so you're hoping to get at least 2 out of him.
That's what we're going to try to do.
Lou, many thanks.
Thanks.
Lou Piniella from the Cubs dugout. And here is Will Oman in from the bullpen, and Santalamacchia. First ball swinging right through the middle. As a left-handed hitter, he singled sharply to right in the second. As a right-handed hitter, right through the middle here against the lefty Oman.
Well, that's right there was a real example of keeping your cool with Lou Piniella there, because I know he was very upset about what happened.
Yeah, you were trying to egg him on.
No, I wasn't. I just wanted to find out what happened.
Is Will Oman the pitcher? You saw Angel Pagan now in right field. Pagan in the 9th spot of the order, and as Lou said, they'll be using the double switch when they bring these pitchers in, because they're going to need multiple innings from these pitchers for a while if they're going to be able to try and stay in this game and patch it all together until the late innings. Ball 1 to Scott Thorman. Now, ordinarily, we wouldn't see Oman until maybe the 7th inning. He's a guy who's been used in the late innings the last few weeks to face some tough lefties. Often either in a tight game or when they have the lead. So this is very early. The way he's been used here most recently for Oman to be in the game, but these are rather extreme times for the Chicago Cubs. Again, Jason Marquis, Lou was talking about it. Jason Marquis lasted only 1 2/3 innings as the starting pitcher last night, gave up 6 runs, 2 earned runs, although his own throwing error resulted in all the unearned runs. And there's a fastball too low, 2-1 the count. And then the starting pitcher tonight, Ted Lilly, was ejected from the game after just 2/3 of an inning when he hit Renteria with a pitch with 2 down in the first. Scott Thorman, 25-year-old first baseman, got some power, and a foul that is out of play off to the left.
Well, the Braves first basemen have not lived up to their expectations. They've actually struggled mightily so far this year. And if things continue, they're going to need another bat in this lineup. You can look for something to happen at the trading deadline.
His first baseman hitting as a group only .203, last in the majors and next to last in RBIs from those first basemen. But that's a solid single to right for Thorman. And Sankolamakia will stop at second base. So they greet Oman with consecutive singles, including one by the left-handed hitter. Oman did not pitch in yesterday's game. In Friday's game, they got 6 innings from their starter, Sean Marshall. Oman pitched the 7th inning in that game. But it's the rare game where he pitches more than 1 inning. In fact, in 26 games this year, Joe, he's pitched only 15 2/3 innings. So it's often 1 or 2 batters that he comes in to face. Here's Buddy Carlisle in a bunting situation. He's the pitcher working on a shutout. Like to move those runners over. They got the wheel play on, and he swings at it, fouling it. The whole middle of the infield was wide open with these tourists breaking to cover third from shortstop and Fontenot breaking to cover first from second.
And this is Bobby Cox at his best. He lets him swing away. You can see Derek Lee in very tight, close at third base. Everyone's charging. And that may change the way the Cubs play this defensively.
Now, if you're Derek Lee and you're that close and the guy swings, what goes through your mind?
Well, I hope he hits it the other way. But I think they're still going to play it the same, for him to bunt. He just may have a little more margin for error if they don't put the play on.
Well, they put on a different version of that play this time with Fontenot staying in the middle.
They made a mistake. Someone made a mistake there because his tourist broke for third. And DeRosa did not break toward the plate, so someone made a mistake. You see him talking about it now. Watch, his tourist will break for third, so he's supposed to come in, and it doesn't happen. Watch, DeRosa does not come in from third base. So that's, someone missed the sign there.
Well, I imagine it's got to be these tourists, right?
Well, I would think it was DeRosa because he's not accustomed to playing third as much.
But isn't he the guy who's...
Not all the time. They were looking into the dugout. Someone in the dugout was giving the signs when they were walking back together.
DeRosa's looking into the dugout from third base.
Yeah.
But now
he is giving a sign now. But when they were walking back, they were both looking.
Well, the Cubs are fortunate that the ball didn't get bunted on that.
Yeah, well, the reason I say it was DeRosa was because the second baseman didn't break from first base. He stayed at second base.
Carlisle bunts it foul on 2 strikes. That is strike 3.
On the wheel play, you will find the second baseman will break for first base sometimes. But in this case, he stayed there, meaning the shortstop was breaking to third because 2 things can happen. They can get a force out at second as well. You don't have to throw to first base. So that tells me that the wheel play was on and the second baseman stayed there and that DeRosa should have charged, because you can start a double play that way by charging it, getting it, and throwing to second base. You don't always have to get the force out at third base. You can get it at second, and that'll keep the double play in order anyway.
So if it was bunted hard to third, he could throw to second and still get a double play. Except the third baseman wasn't charging.
And it didn't work anyway, so no harm, no foul.
Kelly Johnson has struck out and homered. He knocked in the first run of the night. He takes a slider from Oman for a called strike. 2 men on. That's a big play. Carlisle's inability to bunt those runners over. Saltalamacchia still at second. Thorman still at first, and a double play would end the inning. Kelly Johnson, 25-year-old, with some thunder in that bat. Slider slapped foul into the Cubs dugout. You think that was intentional, Joe?
Intent is the word of the evening, right?
See if you think this was intentional. Look out.
Yeah, well, he tried to get them all.
Could have taken out the rest of them with that foul ball. And the fastball puts him away. Oman blowing that one right by. Kelly Johnson, 2 down. And now the young Yunel Escobar will come up. So Johnson not able to do any damage against the tough lefty. And that's what Oman's stock and trade is right now for the Cubs. He's the guy to come in and get a guy like Kelly Johnson or Scott Thorman, a tough lefty, out, but usually late in the game. We're only in the 4th inning. 2 men on, 2 men out. 2-0, Atlanta leading. And a wild swing by Escobar. The Cuban emigre. 0-1 the count. Escobar struck out his first time against Ted Lilly, and then hit a single and scored a run in that 3rd inning rally when the Braves got their 2 runs against Carlos Marmol. And a foul out of play, so quickly Oman is ahead of him, 0-2. It's a big batter to get. If you don't get Escobar, you could have lots of trouble, because on deck is Edgar Renteria. Andrew Jones behind him. The Braves 2 down this season, have hit well. That's just in all of their at-bats, not specifically with runners in scoring position. 0-2 the count. And a foul. The Braves hitting .264 overall this year. By the way, Edgar Renteria is not on deck. That's Chris Woodward. What happened to Edgar? To the count to Escobar in the dirt and by Barrett a little bit, and the runners will advance. Saltalamacchia the 3rd, Thorman over to 2nd. The wild pitch. Now 2 runners in scoring position for Atlanta. Is Bobby Cox already without Chipper Jones, and until last night when they scored a bunch of runs. They got 9 runs in the game last night. The Braves have been struggling offensively without Chipper Jones and with Andrew in a slump. Runs have been hard to come by for Atlanta lately. 1-2. The slider hit him. Oman very upset because he had everything in his favor there. Had him in a 2-strike count, and instead of putting him away, he hits him with the slider. So that's a big mistake. The bases are loaded. Here's that pitch.
Hit him on the back leg, looks like, with his shin. Keeps that foot down and could not get it out of the way.
Barrett out to conference with Oman. The bases are loaded, and Chris Woodward from the Atlanta bench. Here's the Cubs bullpen.
John, I guess there was no intent on that, was there?
He's still out there.
Yeah.
So here is Chris Woodward. He was with the New York Mets last year, a very versatile player. He's got some power. But he is not Edgar Renteria, who is due up. Edgar was hitting over .320 for the year. Got lots of home runs, 3rd of the team in home runs. So we'll have to get a report about what happened to Edgar Renteria. Bases loaded, 2 down. There's that slider. That's the 20. I think that's the one he was trying to make to Escobar. Ball and a strike.
Well, let's take a look at this pitch on the nationwide K zone, and this is exactly what you're talking about. This is a 2-strike pitch. If you can throw it there, that's a strikeout pitch.
1-1 the count. Fastball inside. 2-1. Trying to keep Woodward from feeling comfortable up there.
Well, I give the Cubs pitchers credit. They have not stayed away from pitching inside. And I think, again, as I said earlier, you need to pitch inside to keep hitters honest. And they have been able, they've continued to do that.
2-1 the count. The bases are loaded. This is a big moment here. High pop fly. The right fielder Angel Pagan calls off Fontenot, the second baseman, and the Braves leave them loaded and leave Andrew Jones on deck. In 60 seconds, we're going to visit with John Smoltz, who was originally the starter for the Braves tonight.
What do you want in a home? Everybody has a different idea. Yet everybody should expect the same things in a mortgage. One without application or closing fees. Without private mortgage insurance. And guarantees that you'll close on time and get the best deal. Introducing the opportunity to get the mortgage you always wanted for the home you've always wanted. No fee mortgage plus. Only from Bank of America. Bank of Opportunity.
Sports are great for a kid's body. Steroids aren't. They can ruin tendons in legs and arms. Steroids can stunt bone growth and increase the chances of liver cancer, heart attack, and stroke. Steroids don't make great athletes. They destroy them. Talk to your kids. Need help? Get help. Visit drugfree.org.
ESPN Sunday Night Baseball presented by Taco Bell. Turner Field, Atlanta. The Atlanta Braves trying to get even with the Cubs in this 4-game series after losing 2 of the first 3. And we are very happy to be joined now by John Smoltz from the Atlanta dugout. And John, we were actually hoping to see you on the mound tonight. So how are you? Give us the latest report on your shoulder. What's going on?
Well, I'm doing pretty good. I'm probably going to get in trouble with my parents because I didn't tell them I wasn't pitching tonight. So sorry, Mom, Dad.
When are you expecting
I'm doing
to pitch?
okay. I'm going to pitch Friday in Cleveland. Friday or Saturday, whenever the next start rolls in. And it's probably just best that they didn't listen to me and I listened to them. So it's a sign of getting a little smarter in old age, I guess.
What do you think about the first inning tonight? How did it look from your dugout?
Well, that's a tough way to...
question. I know that.
That's a tough way to get prepared for a game and then exit.
Yeah.
I guess I didn't know the reasoning. I guess it was too close to the head is the reason they probably tossed him. But obviously for Ted Lilly, that stinks.
This is Buddy Carlisle back to work now. The Cubs have Mark DeRosa, former Brave, then Mike Fontenot and Cesar Izturis to follow. And DeRosa grounded out his first time. And as I understand it, you and DeRosa are pretty good buddies, John, as he lines one to center for a base hit.
Yeah, we are, and he's been razzing me all the last 10 days because I missed my start there in Chicago, and of course I missed it here. And he basically thinks that's because I'm dodging him. But no, we work out, and he's been looking forward all year to seeing what I was going to do to him, and I finally conveyed to him in BP what I was going to do, and he was not going to be ready for it. That's my story.
So he was looking at an offer then tonight.
Probably, but that's the trash talk we'll be able to do once we regain working out in this offseason.
I read a comment from Glavine the other day, John, and he said that you and he and Max and a lot of guys used to play golf, and it was well chronicled. You played a lot of golf, but he said when you guys were on the golf course, actually you were most of the time you were talking about how to get hitters out on the opposing team.
Right, we did that a lot, and I think people don't understand the longevity of our careers. A lot of it has to be something has to be said for what we did away from the game to get the release away, but at the same time use that as picking each other's brains. We had a lot of fun, and you got to have fun in this game for as long as and as much pressure there is. So we just used it to our advantage, and I feel sorry for other organizations that don't let their players play golf for whatever reason. They've got their reasons.
Let me ask you a question. Were you ever standing over a 3-foot putt and he asked you how to get Barry Bonds out?
No, we never crossed the line when it came to stuff like that. If there was a hitter you couldn't get out, we never used that at a moment of trying to get him to miss the putt.
Hey, Edgar Renteria, who was in the center of the storm in that first inning, as Mike Fontenot, the rookie, takes the ball, 2-2. They lifted him for a pinch hitter in the fourth inning. Any idea what happened to Renteria?
I don't know. I don't know if it's his hand where he got hit. Probably aggravating him a little bit right now. So that would be my guess. Would be where he got hit in the hand.
Have you ever been ejected from a game in one of these beanball type things?
Yeah. Matter of fact, against Philadelphia.
That's a fair ball past Thorman and down the right field line. DeRosa digging for third. They're going to wave him home. Heading for third is Fontenot, and the rookie hits a triple to knock in the Cubs' first run of the night. 2-1 Atlanta.
Well, now Fontenot gets some revenge of his own after he was bowled over at second base by Renteria. He rakes this ball down into the corner. Fastball pretty much in the middle of the plate. And he pulls it past Thorman at first base. And you could see that they were shading him around to right center, right down the line. And by the time they were able to get over and pick it up, one run is scored, and he's at third with a triple.
And he's Turris into left field. Tagging but not going anywhere is Fontenot. And his left fielder Diaz fires it into the cutoff man, Woodward, who's now at third base. So Turris is gone on one pitch and was unable to get that runner home from third. Angel Pagan is coming up now. 2-1. Atlanta's leading. But John, you were telling us that when you got ejected from a game and one of these beanball things.
Yeah, it really was. There was no warnings. There was nothing. We had a couple altercations where Eddie Perez had got hit a couple times, and I hit a batter. No warnings, right at the belt, and I got ejected. And it was unfortunate because it would have been over. The game was over. You know, it would have been over, and what followed after that was, you know, kind of a brawl that was unneeded. So in that situation, I thought the umpire made the wrong call because.
How long ago was that?
Gosh, this would have been Paul Bird was with the Phillies, so this is in the late 90s.
Oh, several years ago, yeah.
So I think that's my point, John, is you guys, meaning the players, know how to handle these situations if they're allowed to.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I think in this day and age with all the right intentions to try and keep from, you know, there was a time and era where there was a lot of these beanball situations. So, but you're right. I think the game takes care of itself. And, you know, umpires trying to do the best they can. And I think some of the suspensions are trying to do its job there, too. But sometimes it makes it worse.
I agree with that.
Angel Pagan, the hitter, trying to get that runner home from third to tie the game with one out here in the fifth inning. John Smoltz is here with us from the Atlanta dugout. And, John, this Atlanta club has been struggling lately. It's been a struggle to score runs.
We have. We've hit a slew of left-handers, and the left-handers have had their way with us lately, and some good left-handers. I mean, but without Chipper in the lineup, it's going to be very difficult.
Now, Fontenot holds it third, even though the ball was hit very softly, and Thorman is too late to get the hustling Pagan. It's an infield hit. And I don't understand, Joe, why Fontenot wasn't running on that little ground ball.
Well, I think they were playing the infield halfway, and he didn't get a good break right away, but I agree with you that he probably should have gone. A lot of times you're going on contact, and he froze right there. It might have been a close play at the plate because Thorman did a good job of charging the ball, and that's why Pagan was safe at first base. So he's coming in thinking he's going to go to the plate, and then he has to turn and get it back to Kelly Johnson, and he can't do so in time.
An infield hit for Pagan. Runners at first and third. The middle infield double play depth down. Here is Soriano, and a swinging strike one. John, did you talk to Renteria after he was hit by that pitch in that first inning?
No, did not. No, was sitting there and obviously decided to check out the first base sideline.
I was going to say, you didn't run out on the field toward the mound, did you?
No. No.
That's kind of an unwritten rule, isn't it? That pitchers don't get involved with other pitchers, right?
You try not to. I mean, there's cooler heads usually prevail, but you let your big guys like Thorman can, patrol.
Let the enforcers do that, right?
Runners at first and third. Alfonso Soriano trying to get at least that tying run over. It's a high drive, deep right center. Francoeur way back at the wall. He makes the catch. And Fontenot easily scores the tying run. A 390-foot sacrifice fly to one of the deepest parts of the yard.
Well, he hit a home run the first pitch he saw Friday night, but it was closer to the line. This is probably the deepest part out there in right center. It's right at the 390, and there's a little corner in there. I think Soriano thinks he gets this, and watch his reaction. See, he thinks that he got enough of it to get out of the ballpark, but it's in the deepest part. See the 390, and then it goes a little further back, but a good play by Francoeur to get there in time to make the catch.
So he gets the sac fly. And John Smoltz, I think the old Atlanta ballpark, that one's gone easily.
Oh, way gone.
Way gone. When you guys moved here, a lot of your, especially your left-handed power hitters, used to complain about that 390 out there.
Well, it's a fair park. You're going to see many nights where it's going to get much more humid than tonight, and the ball's going to jump. It's a fair baseball park. I think it's one of the best in the game all the way around from the fans' point of view and playing. So it's just a fair. I can name about 10 parks that ball would not have been held in.
Hey, when you say fair, is that fair to the pitchers or to the hitters?
No, I think it's both. I mean, I'm going to be biased towards the pitchers, but I think it's both. I really do. I think this park, on nights, you won't keep balls in this park.
I agree with you. It's a beautiful ballpark.
Felix Piet, the hitter, takes too high. Well, John Smoltz, he's a good brain, Joe. He's been a great pitcher for him. And he's touting the ballpark at the same time. Great place to come out and see a game, he said. Yeah.
It is. It is.
Well, John, we really appreciate you coming on with us. And we hope everything's going to be all right. You'll be out there again Friday or Saturday as you discussed.
Absolutely. Thanks, guys.
John Smoltz, the ball juggled at second base, and he still recovers in time. Johnson throws out Felix Piet. The Cubs get 2. This game is tied. Andrew Jones is coming up. The Braves power. Andrew and then Francoeur.
There's a moment at night when all you want is fourth meal. Melty, crunchy, spicy, and grilled.
With 2 million vehicle listings to choose from on Cars.com, you can find the right car for you.
Blue it is.
Find the right car for you. Cars.com.
Everywhere the surfer goes, 8 days later, the planet dies.
That's a challenge.
All that you know is at an end.
How do you fight something that can eat planets?
Leave that to me.
Could you stop if you wanted to?
Rated PG.
Where will you live after a house fire? One call to Farmers Help Point could fix that. Farmers Help Point. Sanity makes a comeback.
We build every Cub Cadet with the moves to work faster and the strength to work harder, so you can finally win back your weekend.
Sunday Night Baseball from Turner Field, Atlanta. And the Cubs with a 2-run 5th-inning rally have tied this ball game. Atlanta got 2 in the 3rd. Bobby Cox, who's now without Edgar Renteria. We still have not received word as to why Renteria is no longer in the game. But Cox has some power hitters coming up here. Andrew Jones, then Jeff Francoeur, and Matt Diaz. The Cubs have a new pitcher in there. And Lou Piniella told us, Joe, that he was hoping to get 2 innings out of Will Oman, but Oman threw 22 pitches in a difficult fourth. He had to get out of a bases-loaded jam, and he's gone. There's a good slider from Michael Wirtz.
And that's what they're talking about with Andrew. You see he was off balance there. Slider was way out in front. And Terry Pendleton and Andrew are working on just trying to maintain his balance throughout the swing.
You see Wirtz's numbers. He's got good stuff. Tough to hit. Another slider, and Andrew just barely got a piece of that one. And the count is 0-2. Andrew has grounded out to third and flied out to shallow right center.
Even though he's not hitting well, 223, he still has the 42 runs batted in. I mean, he's on pace to driving over 100 runs, and you can see Terry Pendleton sitting there watching and trying to figure out ways to help keep Andrew on balance.
That slider, one hop, Fontenot, and one away. Big night in the world of sports. Here's Matt Weiner.
That's right, John. As you get your business done there in Atlanta, into the second quarter now in San Antonio, game 2 of the NBA Finals. You see the Spurs are up 35-18. LeBron James played just 3 minutes of the first quarter due to foul trouble, while North Carolina leads South Carolina in the top of the 8th for a spot in the College World Series. That game happening right now on ESPN2.
And here on ESPN and ESPN HD, it's the Braves and Cubs. Jeff Francoeur, a 23-year-old slugger, pops one up. Derek Lee. And Francoeur is gone on one pitch. He had a single and a run batted in his last time, despite shattering his bat. He's gone on one pitch now. So Wirtz, and this is music to Lou Piniella's ears. He not only wants to see Wirtz have success, he wants to see him do it on a very few pitches, because Wirtz pitched yesterday and he pitched the day before.
Well, anytime Francoeur is going to bat, you're not going to have to throw a lot of pitches. He is a true free swinger, and he swings at the first pitch most of the time.
This series started on Thursday. The Cubs won the first 2 games of the series. They got some excellent pitching from Rich Hill on Thursday. Michael Wirtz, though, has been in every game since then. He pitched an inning Friday and an inning last night, and now here he is again, and he may have to pitch more than 1 inning tonight, although he is due up 3rd in the 6th inning. We'll see what Lou has in store there. Of course, now it's 2-2. They're not trailing. The starting pitcher this early in the game, in a tie ball game, would likely bat for himself. So we'll see what Lou's thinking. In fact, in a game like this, Joe, I think we should try to get Lou on maybe every 2 innings instead of just once in the game. 1-2 the count. By the way, we did get a report from the Atlanta clubhouse about Edgar Renteria. He suffered a contusion on the left hand. And as John Smoltz conjectured, he thought maybe it was related to getting hit in the hand in the first inning, and that's probably what did happen. They took x-rays just as a precaution, and the x-rays were negative.
And that could be, one of the reasons he was really upset, because he was hurting. Because last night when they hit Soriano did not make any motion toward the mound. He just went on and took his base at first base. So you have to give him a lot of credit for that, because he had hit 3 home runs the night before, and he gets hit on the first pitch of the ball game, and he did not even yell at anyone or whatever. He just took his base.
Wirtz ran that one down and in to Diaz. Diaz is struck out and grounded out. 2-2. We're in the last half of the 5th inning. Michael Wirtz, the 4th Cubs pitcher of the game. Already we're only in the 5th. That slider is ripped into left field over the head of East-Turis. Soriano will get it back in. Diaz has the Braves' 8th hit of the game. Renteria was the 3rd batter of the night against Ted Lilly, the Cubs starter. This is when he got hit.
Well, you can see him. He took his hand off the bat, and I think that's to protect yourself, because he thought it might be going towards his face, and he puts his hand up to protect himself, and he takes it on the back of the hand.
So right under his chin. And that was part of what Jim Wolf said was the reason for the ejection. He felt like that it not only was intentional, but up around the head.
Well, he thought it was intentional. I mean, last night when Soriano got hit, he got hit up around the shoulder as well. So
Jared Santalamacchia, a 22-year-old catcher. There goes Diaz, and Santalamacchia, who earlier had 2 singles into left center. A lot of room out there near the 380 sign. Soriano puts it away. To the 6th inning, 2-2. It'll be Derek Lee, then Michael Barrett, and then the pitcher's spot for the Cubs.
Recently, car enthusiasts in LA and DC compared Camry, Accord, and the all-wheel drive Ford Fusion. In performance, handling, and styling, one car came in first, Ford Fusion. Now drivers across the country are weighing in. On Yahoo Autos, an independent research site, users gave the Ford Fusion a higher overall rating than the top 2 imports in its class. Take the Ford Challenge. See why Fusion is the better choice. Visit your Ford dealer or go to FordChallenge.com.
When you bring your health problem to University of Iowa hospitals and clinics, what's the difference? Take Dave. He starts by meeting with one physician, Dr. Skelly. These are some of the specialists Dr. Skelly collaborates with. And these are just a few of the gifted researchers, surgeons, nurses, and others who work together to give Dave the most advanced treatment options available in Iowa. Expertise multiplied exponentially. That's the academic difference. University of Iowa Hospitals and Clinics.
No matter what the label looks like, no matter how you say it, one beer is the perfect choice at any corner bar in any corner of the world. Reach for the perfect balance of flavor and refreshment. Budweiser. Open up a world of taste.
You've always loved the details, but you've never seen them like this. The full HD 1080p Aquos Liquid Crystal Television from Sharp.
ESPN Sunday Night Baseball, presented by Taco Bell. Brought to you by Budweiser, the perfect balance of flavor and refreshment. Open up a world of taste. Lotrimin Ultra, the one-week killer cure for athlete's foot. And Sharp Aquas, bring the details home.
Derek Lee, first ball swinging against Buddy Carlisle, fouling a fastball back out of play. Carlisle has pitched very well again. The Cubs finally broke through against him for a couple of runs in the 5th inning. Lee has been safe on an error, and he has struck out. Takes a fastball up and in, 1 ball and 1 strike. Michael Barrett, who's hitting cleanup tonight in the absence of the regular cleanup hitter, Aramis Ramirez, is on deck. Then the pitcher's spot. We don't know. We can't see into the Cubs bullpen from here. Lee hits a soaring pop fly into shallow right. And Francoeur calls off Johnson.
And a good job there to call him off. If the outfielder can get to the ball, he's supposed to take it. It's a much easier play for him coming in.
Well, there's the bullpen, and Bobby Howry is warming up. So Howry, who ordinarily is the 8th inning setup man in front of Ryan Dempster, he's warming up here in the 6th inning with Michael Wirtz, who just pitched the 5th inning, due up next after the cleanup man, Michael Barrett. And Barrett hits a high fly ball down the left field line. Diaz way back there, jumps, it's gone! Just over the wall and just beyond Diaz, and the Cubs have gone ahead for the first time in the game, 3-2. The 9th home run of the year for Michael Barrett.
Looked like it was a fastball up, middle of the plate in, and he just turned on it. Maybe that's what John Smoltz was saying. The ball does carry well at a time. See, that ball's in. It was supposed to be away, and Diaz gets back to the wall, leaps. Ooh, can't get high enough. And he wasn't back there soon enough.
So the Cubs are ahead. Now, Michael Wirtz was not even out in the on-deck circle, but now they've scored a run, and they're still going to pinch hit for him. It's going to be Matt Merton. And keep in mind, Wirtz is pitching, or was pitching in this game for the 3rd consecutive day. And they don't have a day off tomorrow. They originally had a day off, but they're playing a makeup game from an earlier rainout with the Houston Astros at Wrigley Field tomorrow. So Matt Merton is the pinch hitter. They play at Wrigley tomorrow night at 7:05 Chicago time. And Merton, first ball swinging, a soaring fly ball. That's way up there. And Diaz, number 2. Cubs, who, of course, with the Braves not playing interleague this weekend. Cubs with the Astros for 1 game tomorrow night. Then starting Tuesday night, the Seattle Mariners of the American League West come to town. The Mariners have just cooled off a red-hot San Diego Padre club. They beat them the last 2 days. So the Mariners will be in. That's Ichiro and Raul Ibanez, Adrian Beltre. The ball driven by DeRosa right to Francoeur. And quickly the inning has ended. The home run by Michael Barrett has put the Cubs ahead, but a long way yet for this Cubs bullpen to have to go.
Halt! Whoa, whoa, whoa. Answer my 3 questions and I'll let you pass.
Are you kidding?
What's large as a mountain but as small as a... Hey, how many people you got in there?
8.
Whoa, is that a DVD player?
Maybe.
Do I smell cookies?
Hit the gas. That's 3.
Beloved by humans, envied by trolls. The Pilot from Honda.
It's actually illegal to pick those. It's a deer. Wait here. Hey, buddy. How are you?
We're good. You're so awesome.
Yeah, I know. Let's go pitch a tent.
Powerful odor and wetness protection. Right Guard Sport. Never get caught off guard.
This jacket means something. Buying, selling, of course, but it's about the things that really matter. Listening and understanding and really putting yourself in someone else's shoes. It's about a standard.
Century 21. The gold standard.
Why live with athlete's foot? The itching, the burning. Lotrimin Ultra treats most athlete's foot in just 1 week's use. New Lamisil Defense, 4 long weeks. But Lotrimin Ultra is so powerful, nothing cures faster. Lotrimin Ultra, the 1 week killer cure.
I've got Mike Joyner here, MVP of today's Donahue Baxter wedding. Mike, quite a performance.
Yeah, well, it was a team effort. Without that block from Sully, I would have never been able to watch a Chicago-St. Louis game cast.
We saw there was a lot of talk between you and Sully. Care to comment?
Oh, yeah, he just told me to hang in there and do what I got to do, you know?
Thank you,
All right.
Live from the Donahue Baxter wedding. Back to you in studio.
Be an ESPN MVP, only with VCast. Fantasy management, Baseball Tonight clips, live game casts, and more. With ESPN MVP, exclusively from Verizon Wireless.
Hey, we're late.
With the Conair 13-piece professional multi-use trimmer, everybody looks good. 3 totally different blades, turbo power, and exclusive taper control adapt to today's favorite faces. Have fun. Look good with Conair.
Sunday Night Baseball from Atlanta, and the Braves, who got rid of the Cubs starting pitcher, 3 batters in. Actually, I guess the Braves didn't do it. It was Edgar Renteria got hit by a pitch, and the plate umpire Jim Wolf ejected Lilly, saying it was done on purpose. And the Cubs have been in their bullpen ever since. Carlos Marmol went 2 1/3. Will Oman pitched the 4th. Michael Wirtz pitched the 5th. And here's Bobby Howry, who's normally the 8th inning man in front of the closer, is in now. And Joe, the question becomes increasingly, do they have enough arms to make it through 9 in this one? They now have a 1-run lead. They've only got 3 other relief pitchers, normal relief pitchers, still available. And one of those went over 3 innings here last night, Sean Gallagher. As Scott Thorman, hitting 8th in the order, fouls one away. There's Ryan Dempster. He's the closer. And although closers usually just go 1 inning or so, keep in mind Dempster used to be a starting pitcher. So if they still have the opportunity, Dempster might Might be asked to go more than one tonight. And a foul. They got 3 other relief pitchers, including the closer Dempster, and including Gallagher, who pitched 3 in the 3rd last night. And there's Dempster. Gallagher threw 54 pitches here last night. Ordinarily, after something like that, a guy's going to have a day or 2 off at least. Scott Thorman has flied out and singled. Michael Barrett with a home run to put the Cubs ahead here in the 6th inning. And there is that's DeRosa, and he makes the grab and foul ground. Thorman is retired, and Carlisle's going to bat for himself here against Bobby Howry. The Cubs tied for 2nd place with the Cardinals in the National League Central. The Cardinals won today. Albert Pujols had a couple of home runs. Albert is starting to heat up now after starting slowly. The Cardinals as a team are starting to heat up. And there is strike 1 to Carlisle. The Milwaukee Brewers lead the Central Division. The Brewers are playing in Texas this evening and trailing in that game 3-2 in the 5th inning down in Arlington, Texas. The Rangers won the first 2 games of that series. 0-2 the count. In the Central Division, the Brewers, who got off to a great start. At one time, they were 24-10 and way ahead of everybody. But they've gone 9-19 since that great start. And although they are the only team with a winning record in the division is starting to bunch up.
Well, you expected them to have a lull at some point because they have a group of young guys playing, and young guys are a little more hot and cold than the veteran players. But I still think they have a very fine ball club, and I think they're still going to be the team to beat, although if you look at St. Louis and the Cubs, you know that they have the ability to win as well.
And a foul out of play. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Carlisle. By the way, Joe, we had a little bad blood between the families earlier here tonight in Atlanta, the Cubs and the Braves. And I thought they might go to the mattresses there for a while. 1 ball to 2 strikes the count. Welcome to Sunday Night Baseball. If you just tuned in, I'm John Miller with Joe Morgan and Peter Gammons as Carlisle strikes out for out number 2. And in the 1st inning, we had a continuation of something that started here yesterday when the Cubs leadoff man, a day after he hit 3 home runs, Alfonso Soriano got a hit with the first pitch of the game by Tim Hudson. And warnings were issued in that game, and there were no further incidents. But tonight, in the 1st inning with 2 down, Edgar Renteria got hit by Cubs starter Ted Lilly, and he was ejected from the game. Here is the leadoff man, Kelly Johnson, who had a home run back in the 3rd. The Cubs, who got only 1 2/3 innings from their starter last night, Jason Marquis. I suppose Marquis might be able to give him an inning or so in an emergency. Didn't throw that many last night, that's for sure. And that ball is a changeup too low from Bobby Howry, but the Cubs have been in their bullpen after getting 6 1/3 innings out of the pen last night. Since the 1st inning tonight, they're on their 5th pitcher of the game in only the 6th inning, and they're using the guy that ordinarily comes in the 8th inning with a lead, pitching in the 6th inning with a lead, Bobby Howry. And a foul out of play. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Well, I thought it was a little bit of an overreaction by home plate umpire Jim Wolf.
And this is where he tossed Lilly. Then Kelly Johnson against reliever Carlos Marmol got the first run of the night home. The Cubs, though, after trailing 2-0, came back a triple by Fontenot. That got them going in the 5th inning. Then Michael Barrett did a home run in the 6th to put them ahead. So the Cubs, through it all, actually leading the game 3-2 against the slumping Braves, who broke through with 9 runs last night. But they'd not been scoring many runs before that, even here at home. Braves are playing without Chipper Jones, who's been on the disabled list. A slumping Andrew Jones. Now also without Edgar Renteria, who eventually left tonight's game with a contusion on his left hand, the hand with which he reached up to block that high tight pitch from Lilly. So we've got all kinds of storylines and subplots going here, Joe. 2-2 the count to Kelly Johnson. Yunel Escobar is on deck. 3-2 Chicago in the 6th inning. And that fastball just misses inside. The Cubs last night, Jason Marquis was the starter and went 6 1/3. Bullpen allowed 3 runs and 6 hits. Tonight the bullpen has gone 5 innings, allowing 2 runs, 8 hits. Along the left field line, Soriano giving chase, runs out of room into the crowd. Still 3-2. And the Atlanta bullpen is going now for the first time. That's Tyler Yates. Yates, who lately had been the 7th inning man for Bobby Cox. And Joe, Bobby Cox, not only one of the great managers in the game, he's bound for the Hall of Fame. The sterling managerial career. And that's ball 4 to Kelly Johnson. But he also knows that his bullpen, if it becomes a battle of the bullpens, his bullpen's a little bit better shape to go at it than maybe the Cubs bullpen on this night.
Yeah, well, as you mentioned, but the Cubs, you have to be happy if you're Lou Piniella, even though they lost yesterday's ball game. The Cubs bullpen pitched 6 1/3. They gave up 3 runs, but that's what's known as a quality start. If you start, your starting pitcher does that. So I have to say that he's happy with his bullpen, and they pitched very well tonight. They've given up to 2 runs. And there you see the pitchers who are left, Gallagher, Air, and Dempster are left in the bullpen. And as you mentioned, Jason Marquis, because he only threw a few pitches last night, may be able to go out and help them out if necessary.
Here is Yunel Escobar, who's 1 for 2. It was hit by a pitch. They hit and run, and beautiful execution. The second baseman, Fontenot, had broken to cover. And Escobar rolled that one softly right through the vacated right side of the infield. Going to third is Johnson.
And one thing about Escobar, you know, a lot of people think he's going to be a great player. He led the Arizona Fall League in hitting with a 407 batting average, and that's a perfectly executed base hit. He didn't hit it hard, but with the runner breaking, the second baseman going to cover, he just rolled it through the hole on the right side.
So now, Chris Woodward, and ordinarily this would be Edgar Renteria, one of the Braves' best hitters, who has been even more important in the absence of Chipper Jones. But instead, Chris Woodward, who pinch hit for Edgar in the 4th inning. Edgar actually had his hand x-rayed. The x-rays were negative.
Well, Bobby Cox calls Edgar Renteria Mr. Consistent, because he knows what he's going to get most of the time. In these situations, he's going to get good pitch to hit. And I think that's what Bobby's thinking now. I wish Edgar was hitting.
Fastball in too tight. And also keeping this inning going here with the 2-out walk to Johnson, now the single by Escobar. The pitch count rises for Bobby Howry. Howry, before tonight, had been in 26 games and pitched 27 innings. 1 ball, 1 strike. Runners at first and third. The possible tying run at third. Fastball to the outside corner. Strike 2. Andrew Jones on deck.
John Woodward was up, and he left the bases loaded in the 4th. I'm just looking back at my scorebook to make sure. It's the second time he's had runners in scoring position, or at least a runner.
With 2 down.
2 down.
Fly out to shallow right to leave him loaded the last time. That one is into the right center field area, but right there, taken by Angel Pagan. He kind of gave it a little jump, a little flourish. 2 men stranded. Still 3-2, Chicago.
In advertising, sometimes you need to put up a disclaimer. Like when we say that if you rub a Diet Pepsi, you get 3 wishes.
Disclaimer, Diet Pepsi is not a genie.
But when we say a test shows Diet Pepsi has more cola taste than Diet Coke, no disclaimer necessary, because that one's true. Just like Diet Pepsi tasting better when you're naked.
Disclaimer, Diet Pepsi tastes the same when you're naked. Disclaimer, disclaimer. But hey, you're naked.
What will you do with your energy today? Will you simply expend it? Or will you use it to make a difference? Invest it in ways that will help generations to come. The people of Citgo have invested our energy in ways that may surprise you. For generations, we've been using our energy to do good in communities across the U.S. Citgo, there at every turn.
You know, if you look for the Energy Star logo, you can save yourself a lot of money. And Lowe's has more Energy Star appliances in stock than anyone.
Just one compact fluorescent bulb can save $30.
Running a ceiling fan can reduce the energy used by your air conditioner.
For more information on energy-saving products and projects, just visit Lowe's.com/energy.
These Energy Star appliances really save you big bucks.
Lowe's, let's build something together.
Ask for 10% off your first purchase on your new Lowe's consumer credit card or business credit account.
The Subway Series rolls into the Bronx. Once again, the Mets are in NL power while the Yankees are fighting to get back in the AL East race. ESPN Sunday Night Baseball. Mets versus Yankees, 8 Eastern next Sunday.
From Atlanta, we head to the 7th inning. Buddy Carlisle, the starter, in place of John Smoltz, still in there, trailing 3-2, and he delivers ball one up and away to Mike Fontenot. Fontenot hit a triple in the 5th inning to knock in the Cubs' first run, and then a little bit later scored the tying run. I mean, it's a high drive out into deep right center field, and a home run! Mike Fontenot launches one, and that is no cheapie to the left of that 390 sign and way up into the bleachers. Fontenot's first home run in the big leagues. He was red hot in the minor leagues. In his first major league home run ever.
Well, maybe Renteria slide woke him up because he's hit a triple in this ball game and now a home run. And you're right, there was no doubt about it when this ball was halfway out there. You can watch in right field, Francoeur just turns and looks at it.
Fontenot is only here because of the injury to Aramis Ramirez. They brought up Fontenot with Cliff Floyd placed on the bereavement list for the weekend. And he's in the lineup because he's here. And Lupinella says, well, this guy was lighting it up in AAA ball. He says, we really want to have a look at him. He's considered a prospect. And I think he's shown quite a bit tonight, that's for sure, under the bright lights of Sunday Night Baseball. But especially with all of the adversity that the Cubs have going in this game in particular. He has really risen to the occasion. And the Atlanta bullpen is busy. Roger McDowell, the pitching coach, has paid a visit to the mound. And there's a base hit to center for Cesar Izturis. McKay McBride, the left-hander. Chad Paranto, the right-hander. Up in the Atlanta bullpen, out in right center field. Bobby Cox, and his team is trailing 4-2. Angel Pagan coming up. This is a Cubs team that they had the fight in the dugout. What, that's about 9 days ago now in Chicago with Carlos Zambrano and the catcher Michael Barrett and Pinella and his incident with the umpire Mark Wegner the next day, and a subsequent suspension for Pinella, well deserved, a 4-day suspension. But after that, that's when they started playing well. They won 5 out of 7 since then. And as Peter Gammons said in the open to our telecast tonight, they had a players only meeting this past Tuesday, which apparently, though, it was Lou Piniella was the one who suggested it to work out some things. Peter Gammons is here tonight. Peter, Lou, which seems unusual for a manager to suggest a players-only meeting. Usually managers call meetings, and they are the guys who run the meeting. Well, Peter apparently has a microphone problem. 1 ball and no strikes the count to Angel Pagan. One ball, no strikes. Pagan had an infield hit his last time. Now a bunt. Carlisle. And he moves East Tourist into scoring position with that bunt.
That's one of the things we've seen Lou Piniella do. Last night, they were trailing 6-5 in the 3rd inning. And the first 2 hitters got on, and he tried to sacrifice with DeRosa. It didn't work last night, but, I mean, he has used, you know, the small ball, the bunt. He's used that, and he thinks he's going to have to use it a lot during the season. He said the wind doesn't always blow out in Chicago.
But in this instance, it takes the bat out of the hands of Alfonso Soriano. The net effect. And they're walking him intentionally with the rookie Felix Pie on deck. And remember, Bobby Cox has a lefty, McKay McBride, getting ready in his bullpen. So we'll see how this plays out. But ordinarily, you'd like to see Soriano take his cuts up there. He's one of your most potent hitters. And there's ball 3 outside. Peter Gammons, sounds like the microphone's working now. We were talking about the players-only meeting, which apparently had something to do with Lou Piniella, and he said, why don't you guys have one?
Lou wanted to know. There had been some reports that perhaps the team was slipping away from him. He went to Derek Lee and said, are there problems? Do I have problems with players? And that's why they had the players-only meeting. Lee came back to him and said, look, you've got 4 or 5 players who are upset because they don't have enough at-bats. It wasn't about you. It's about playing time. And they moved forward with it. Lou was honest with the players, and they dealt with it. And Derek Lee is a very important figure in all this.
2-time manager of the year and a veteran manager, managing his 3,000th game here tonight. Buddy Carlisle finishes going 6 1/3, and Atlanta is in fact going to bring in that lefty from the bullpen, McKay McBride, with Felix Pie coming up.
Nothing would make me happier than to experience a paranormal event.
He came to expose a myth.
There have been 56 deaths in 1408.
It's an evil world.
Ghoulies and ghosties don't exist.
But he's just checked into a world
Where is the bone-chilling terror?
he may never escape.
I'm just hallucinating.
Based on the terrifying story by Stephen King.
Did you call the cops?
They're in 1408. The room's empty.
1408, directed by Michael Hofstrom, rated PG-13.
That's how you want it, baby, and I don't want you around.
Better believe it, and not for a minute. You know the guys, they feel around. Make it on the run, baby. That's the way you are, baby.
It comes with everything. Stereo cassette, 2D navigational system, automatic anti-theft device. But high-mileage cars can also come with engine wear, because they burn oil faster. So get Castrol GTX high mileage for superior oil burn-off protection. In lab tests of 10W30, 17% better than leading conventional oils.
Hey.
Castrol GTX high mileage. It's more than just oil, it's liquid engineering.
Starts out cold and ends up refreshing. Frost Brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
Buddy Carlisle, who went not quite 8 years between major league wins. He got his first one in 1999, his second one just this past Tuesday. Carlisle, who's been in the low minors, he's been in the big leagues, he's played in Japan, he's played in Korea, and mostly this year he's been playing in the minor leagues again. But he came up and pitched 7 innings of 1-hit ball to get a John Smoltz on Tuesday, and then got sent right back to the minor leagues, only to be brought back up for this start tonight. Here's McKay McBride now. Carlisle allowed 4 runs and 7 hits to the Cubs, leaves trailing 4-2. But 2 men are on as Felix P.A., the left-handed hitter, the 22-year-old, and he takes the ball down and away. P.A., who's got some pop. He hit a home run in his first major league game, and he got lots of speed as well. Let's see if they can turn 2 here. There's one at second to first. It pulled him off the bag. And Thorman thought he got back in the bag in time, but Adrian Johnson said no. And here comes Bobby Cox. Bobby Cox is very unhappy. That's a big play because it would have ended the inning without Derek Lee batting. Bobby, the last I saw, was 1 away from being at the top of the list in the history of the game for ejections as a manager.
Well, John McGraw has 131, as you can see there, and Bobby has 130.
Not this time for Bobby. He had his say. Well, we'll get our own look.
Well, the throw beats him to first base. The question is whether he is on the bag or not. And you can see Thornton goes up. And very, very close play. He gets his toe back on the bag. But the question is whether PA was there in time. Very close play at first base.
So the high throw by Kelly Johnson. Remember, Kelly Johnson is a newcomer to second base this year. He's been a shortstop, a third baseman, a left fielder. So that's it for McKay McBride. And now Derek Lee, the veteran, the rookie, safe at first. And now the veteran Lee is coming up with 2 men on.
Hey, we're late. With the Conair 13-piece professional multi-use trimmer, everybody looks good. 3 totally different blades, turbo power, and exclusive taper control adapt to today's favorite faces. Have fun. Look good with Conair.
Honey?
Yeah?
Do you know what this light switch does?
Which one?
The one on the right.
I never used that one.
All right, will you look?
Yep.
On? Off. On?
No.
Well, are you looking?
Yes.
Off. On, off, on, off, on, off, on, off.
Life comes at you fast. When it does, nobody covers your car like Nationwide. Investments, retirement, insurance.
Nationwide is on your side.
Stop wasting my time.
When you're a business owner, you don't just know the cost of doing business, you feel it. That's why Open created the American Express Simply Cash business card. Simply Cash gives you 5% back on gas and wireless phone service, 1% back on virtually everything else. Your cash back appears automatically each month on your statement with no limit to how much you can earn. Call 1-800-NOW-OPEN to apply. Open, how American Express serves small business.
All-new Mini with 40 miles per gallon and endless customizable options.
Never let pain stop you in the pursuit of your passion. New Excedrin Back and Body. Its dual ingredient formula works 2 ways, as a pain reliever and a pain blocker. So the pain stops. You don't. Excedrin. Go.
Buddy Carlisle, a more than just interested observer in the Atlanta dugout on the right side in the background there. And those 2 base runners inherited by Chad Paronto belong to Carlisle's record. And here's Derek Lee. It's a big moment here. Derek Lee, one of the Cubs' best hitters, one of the best hitters in the National League. Paronto has struggled much of this year. Had more walks than strikeouts and way more hits than innings pitched. Lee with a chance to open this one up considerably. Slider at the knees for a strike.
Well, he told me he was rolling over a lot of pitches, meaning that he was trying to pull too many. So you might see him take a shot toward right field. Big hole on the right side.
Look at that average with runners in scoring position. 433 for the season.
A lot of room over here.
They left it almost wide open for him.
No, he tried to pull that one.
And I'm wondering, Joe, because he was not hitting home runs, he was hitting for average, but not hitting for the long ball. And maybe there was some conscious thing where he said, hey, I've got to start hitting the long ball here.
Well, I think part of it is you have to remember he had an injured hand last year, and it takes a long time to get the strength back. You can build up strength squeezing balls, lifting weights, but you have to build up bat swing strength.
The runner from first, PA going, and he steals it without a throw.
And we're talking about that with Chipper today. That's part of his problem, the weakness that you get in your hands. It takes a while, especially when you put a bat back in your hand, to be able to swing it freely.
So now 2 runners in scoring position. The hole on the right side not quite as big as Thorman is backed up and well off the line with no runner at first. And that sinker running down and in. Still 2 balls, 2 strikes to Derek Lee.
Well, the first couple of pitches there, Pronto wasn't going to allow him to go the other way. That was a sinker down and in as well as the pitch before.
Well, they're all, at least on the infield, all playing him to pull. The outfield's another story. Look at the outfield. They're kind of swung over toward the right field side. But the infield playing him to pull. The left fielder, Diaz, is way over in the left center. If he hits one down the left field line, he could run all night. 2-2. Still 2-2. He's Turris. After Fontenot, the rookie, led off the inning with his first major league home run. He's Turris hit a single. Pagan bunted him over to second. Soriano was walked intentionally, and PA hit into the force play. The Braves were positive that it was a double play, but the call went the way of the Cubs. Now PA has stolen second. Runners at second and third, 2 down. 4-2 the Cubs lead. Right to the shortstop, Escobar. And that's the inning. So Paranto gets his job done. 4-2 Cubs. And the power coming up with the Braves. Andrew Jones and then Jeff Francoeur. 4-2 Chicago.
When you bring your heart problem to University of Iowa hospitals and clinics, what's the difference? This is Kate's heart on our state-of-the-art scan. This is her cardiologist and radiologist, a uniquely integrated team that assures the most accurate diagnosis possible. And these are the specialists trained in the latest heart procedures and treatments, all working to make Kate better. Expertise multiplied exponentially. That's the academic difference. University of Iowa hospitals and clinics.
What does it take to earn AMCI's best-in-class certification for combined acceleration and braking? Capability. Get 0% APR financing for 60 months or $2,000 customer cash on a new Tundra. The truck that's changing it all. Now at your Toyota dealer.
It's easy to save on ink. Now get 20 to 40% off with 3 easy steps. Rewards, restock, recycle. Save big at Staples.
The killer is relentless.
There's been another attack.
The body count is high. The story is true. Primeval. Own it on DVD and Blu-ray June 12th.
The most realistic baseball sim ever. MLB 07 The Show, only on PlayStation. Rated E for everyone.
We
Behold, the power of Phantom. Gillette Fusion Power Phantom. Fusion Power is so advanced you barely feel the blades. Shaving can create uncomfortable friction. Turn on Fusion Power. Soothing micropulses help you reduce friction and increase razor glide. You'll barely feel the blades. You'll really feel the difference. The comfort of 5 blades plus the precision of 1. Gillette Fusion Power.
Watch Fast Cars and Superstars, the Gillette Young Gun Celebrity Race this week on ABC.
Andrew Jones coming up for Atlanta here in the 7th. 4-2, the Cubs are leading. Peter Gammons, who always has his ear to the ground in terms of what's going on around Major League Baseball. Both of these teams have big ticket guys like Andrew Jones and Carlos Zambrano. There's been talk that neither one of them might be re-signed. And Peter, what are you hearing?
Well, I really still think there's a good chance Zambrano will get signed. I mean, understand the deal, his deal was essentially done on opening day. They were 2 phone calls away. He expected it to be done before the first pitch. And then they announced the Cubs sale, and it went out, and it really bothered him. I mean, you talked to Larry Rothschild, his arms started dropping. It was something that affected him, but they still think they can get it done. Andrew Jones, the Braves just simply don't have the money. They changed ownership, but they're not going to pay Andrew $15 million a year again. I'm afraid that he's going to probably go at the end of the year as a free agent because of the financial situation. The Cubs are uncertain, but the Braves know they can't afford it.
What about elsewhere? Are you hearing any other trade rumors?
Well, I think a lot of teams now are very interested in what's going to happen in Cincinnati. I mean, Junior Griffey is a guy that, well, he has to agree to any trade, but the White Sox had a deal for him 2 years ago that the Reds ownership backed out of. That could be reopened. And also the other one is Adam Dunn. I mean, the question is, do they then shop around and try to rebuild their pitching with Adam Dunn? The problem is that if Dunn gets traded, then the $13 million a year deals for the next 2 years go out the window, so that whoever trades for him has to redo his contract. It may be very hard to trade either guy.
There's a drive deep to center by Andrew, right at the wall of PA. Not this time for Andrew, who launched one over the wall last night. And this one right to the 400-foot marker into the glove of PA. Well, Ken Griffey Jr., he is hot, Joe. Yeah, he's been hitting the ball, hitting a lot of home runs.
Let's take a look at this swing. It's more of an uppercut than I think he had before. Watch, he's lifting, and that's why he didn't hit the ball out. He didn't really drive it. He got underneath it because he's lifting so much. He's so much on his back leg, because I thought when he first hit it, it was gone. But make no mistake about it, John, when I talked to Andrew, he says it's not bothering him, the free agency deal. But he's human, and it's got to bother him to know that this is the only team he's ever played for. He's one of the 3 stars here, and the other 2 already signed, and that being John Smoltz and Chipper Jones. And he's the one that is not signed. He's, been hitting home runs here since he was a teenager, starting against the Yankees in the World Series. And he's had a fabulous career here, and he's the one that's not signed.
Jeff Francoeur. PA on the move for this one. Going back, he's there. Number 2. So 2 men ago on, and Matt Diaz. Now, what about Griffey possibly being traded? I guess Griffey would have a say in that, right?
Yeah, he has a no trade clause.
But I think, Joe, at this point in his life, Ken Griffey would love to go somewhere and win. I mean, Cincinnati's not going to win with the pitching they have right now. And if he could go to a good team, I mean, I know he'd love to play at Atlanta. That's not going to happen. But, the White Sox might be the right situation. It might be another situation where he'd have a chance to get to the World Series.
Here is Matt Diaz, and he takes a called strike.
I mean, that may transpire, but there aren't any guarantees that the White Sox are going to get to the World Series any more than, say some other team that's trying to trade for Griffey. Because I think there have to be some other teams that are interested who may even be closer to winning a championship.
Into the upper deck by Matt Diaz. 0-2 the count. Bobby Howry trying to finish up his second inning here as the Cubs again still trying to piece together their bullpen to get them into the ninth inning. And Howry, fortunately for the Cubs, had not pitched since Wednesday, so he's going longer than ordinary here. And is just one strike away from finishing his second inning. And he's looking pretty strong right now. The high fastball fouled straight back. 0-2.
And I wouldn't be surprised to see the White Sox make a couple of moves. I mean, Ken Williams has always loved to make trades. I think he thinks that team is better than has performed. I mean, he's got Burley and Dyer, both free agents at the end of the year. I would keep my eyes on the White Sox.
The White Sox finally won a game today, snapping a 5-game losing streak. And it's been a bad year for the White Sox. They beat Houston, but they're 5 games under 500. They're 9 games out in the Central, and they've got 3 teams and 3 excellent teams in front of them in the standings in that division. Diaz a little bit low on the outside. 2-2.
I want to revisit the Andrew Jones thing.
1-2.
I don't know. Has there been numbers set on either side to say that, you know, Andrew wants 15 million or 10 million or 17 or whatever that number is?
No, Joe.
Because my understanding is they haven't talked.
That's my understanding as well.
Yeah.
And a pop-up foul out of play off to the right.
But understand, remember the last time when Andrew signed his 6-year, $90 million deal, Andrew and his father kind of went around Scott Boras and didn't deal with the Braves. Scott's been talking about, look, there's not going to be any deal like that again, and he's been talking about the $16 to $20 million range. It's not Andrew Jones, it's not negotiation, it's just agent talk.
And a foul out of play. But at some point, Andrew's going to have to take charge of his own life. I mean, if he wants to stay in Atlanta, he's going to have to get somebody to talk to the Braves and see if he can actually make that happen. I mean, ultimately, it's supposed to be up to Andrew, right? Not up to his agent.
Well, it was last time, but, you know, this may be his last time at the huge contract, and, you know, he may be saying, look, Scott, you're great at this. You go ahead and do it. But it's going to be interesting. Torrey Hunter will be a fascinating case. I still believe, in the end, Seattle ownership will not let Ichiro go.
1-2 the count to Diaz.
Well, of those 4 that were listed there, which one would you prefer?
I think it depends on the market. I think Andrew's still the greatest player. I think there are certain markets, though, where you can bat Torrey 5th or 6th, and he's such a great, enthusiastic player. I think he's a perfect blend guy, and Ichiro to lead off, if that's what you need, he's great at it. They're all 3 great players.
No swing, says Adrian Johnson, so it's a full count now.
I wouldn't actually close the book on Andrew Jones yet here, because when I talked to John Sherholtz and Terry McGurk tonight, they both said, you know, generally they're going to wait till the end of the season, but you're right in the fact that they're not sure what the agent and Andrew Jones are going to want to stay here, because there haven't been those discussions.
Strike 3 call, and the inning is over. 2 excellent innings from Bobby Howry, and the Cubs just might be able to do it after all. In the short bullpen, they lead 4-2.
Taco Bell's new extreme cheese and beef quesadilla. Nacho cheese sauce, seasoned beef, and a blend of pepper jack, cheddar, and mozzarella, all melted together for only $1.29. To get unbelievable taste and price, think outside the bun.
It's easy to save on ink. Now get 20 to 40% off with 3 easy steps. Rewards, restock, recycle. Save big at Staples.
What do you want in a home? Everybody has a different idea. Yet everybody should expect the same things in a mortgage. One without application or closing fees. Without private mortgage insurance. And guarantees that you'll close on time and get the best deal. Introducing the opportunity to get the mortgage you always wanted for the home you've always wanted. No Fee Mortgage Plus, only from Bank of America. Bank of Opportunity.
Gillespie never gives up, even if it's an 0-2 count.
The big man taught me to be patient.
and wait for the right pitch.
It's perseverance that's going to make Gillespie a household name.
Howard calls it perseverance. Me, I think it's more of a gift.
Major League Baseball supports the Boys and Girls Clubs of America. Here, kids learn values like perseverance.
I think Howard's a promising player. He just needs a little coaching.
Major League Baseball and the Boys and Girls Clubs of America. Together, we create a positive place for kids.
ESPN Sunday Night Baseball is presented by Taco Bell. Think outside the bun. And in part by Bank of America. Introducing no-fee Mortgage Plus, only from Bank of America, Bank of Opportunity. And State Farm. Great service, great rates. It's all here. Nobody takes care of you like State Farm.
In Atlanta, Sunday Night Baseball. And the Chicago Cubs trying to keep their week-long roll going. They won 5 of 7 coming into this game after getting out to such a poor start. And one of the things that happened last week with the brawl in their own dugout and Lou Pinella's suspension, they've been playing winning baseball. Plus, if they can win this ball game tonight, they would have taken 3 out of 4 from the Braves in Atlanta. Not easily done. Michael Barrett, who hit a home run in the 6th inning to put the Cubs ahead in this game, bounces one foul off to the left, and the count is 0-1. Barrett, for his part, Joe, in terms of that battle with Zambrano, I talked to him before the game, and he said, you know, he just feels real bad that he was involved in any of that stuff. He says that's not him. He's a peace-loving guy.
Well, Zambrano said he felt the same way. He said he couldn't sleep and he was embarrassed. And
off the glove at third of Woodward, and too late to get Michael Barrett. Chipper Jones on the disabled list for the Braves. Edgar Renteria had to leave tonight's game with a contusion on his left hand, and they have a little trouble, Woodward, with the error there. This Father's Day, bring your dad to the ballpark and join Major League Baseball, the Prostate Cancer Foundation, and Gillette in raising awareness for prostate cancer research. Log on to prostatecancerfoundation.org for more information on how you can help. And his father and son here at Turner Field. Beautiful night. A lot of Cubs fans here as well this weekend. Cubs are one of those teams like the Red Sox, the Yankees. It seems like almost everywhere they play on the road, there's lots of Cubs fans in attendance. Cubs fans travel. And in the bullpen, that is Ryan Dempster, the closer. And we've got a pinch hitter. There goes Barrett, and with the hit and run on, Ryan Theriot fouls one into the crowd off to the right.
John, I think this Cubs team is a much better team than the one that they had last year. First of all, they have Derek Lee back, but they also went out and got some difference makers. And, you know, Rafael Soriano makes a big difference at the top of the lineup. Ted Lilly, we didn't get a chance to see him tonight. He makes a difference. Jason Marquis, Cliff Floyd. I mean, they brought in some players who I think can help them. And I think the biggest thing is they're no longer waiting for Pryor and Wood. Now they're psychologically playing the game every day.
Base hit to center for Theriot. And Barrett will stop at second base. So the error, and then Theriot off the bench with a single. 2 men on, nobody out. And Mark DeRosa has been a very reliable RBI man, especially here in the month of June for the Cubs, will come up.
And I think DeRosa is the sleeper in all this. I named these other guys who have had good years, but DeRosa, to me, is a sleeper. I think this guy is a much better hitter and player than he gets credit for. In fact, a couple of years ago, I talked to Bobby Cox about him, and he was saying, Joe, I can't find a position for him, but he can really hit. And I think that he's going to be the sleeper in this whole deal, because I think before the year is over, he's going to put up some pretty big numbers.
Now, you were talking about Joe yesterday with his team
situation
down by a run in a spot just like this. DeRosa bunted.
Well, he attempted to bunt. He fouled 2 pitches off and then hit a fly ball to right field. And it was early in the ball game. It's 6-5 in the 3rd inning, and I was shocked that Lou bunted yesterday. But now he talks to the third base coach. I don't know if he's going to bunt again, but we'll see. This is a little different situation than they had yesterday,
because they are actually ahead late in this game. Well, he gets it down. They're going to let it roll. Does it go foul? It's a fair ball. And Woodward could have thrown him out, decided to let it roll foul, and it would not. It refused. It stuck on the foul line. And the bases are loaded.
Well, good job by DeRosa. He gets the ball down. Woodward knew he could not go to second base, but it does have a lot of side spin on it, rolling toward the foul line. And it gets there and just stops. In fact, you can see the field is, at that point, looks like it's slanted back toward the diamond, the middle of the diamond.
But so you could see Woodward's idea there.
Yeah, he thought he could get it fouled and then force him to try to bunt it fair again.
But it's only a good play by Woodward if it goes foul. So here is Fontenot, the rookie, who has a triple and a homer. And that's a ball from Paranto, a sinker low and outside. I kind of liken the Cubs, Joe, to the Yankees that we saw last week. Both teams were down early, but much better than they'd been playing. And I think the Cubs, and you can't take away from the Brewers, they're at the top of the division. They played great, especially the first 5-6 weeks of the season. That's the third. Woodward goes home for one. And the throw to first. Two, a double play. DeRosa to Santalamakia to Thorman. Santalamakia's got quite an arm. The young catcher.
Nice play there by Woodward at third base because he gave him a good throw to the plate. That allowed the catcher to come from behind the plate and get away. So if he has to stay at the plate, he can get bowled over. And watch, he's able to come from behind the plate, get away from the runner coming in from third, and make an accurate throw because he's on the inside. He gets a clear shot to throw to first base. So nice play there by Woodward to start that and give him a good throw.
Chris Woodward, who, as you say, made the play from third base. Now the ball chopped off the clay in front of the plate. Johnson throws. He got it. Nicely done by Johnson. And the Cubs, who had him loaded with nobody out, a chance to put this one on ice, perhaps, yet nothing at all. The Braves are still breathing.
This is Bill. He works for Ford, and he's wrecked more cars than Hollywood.
You ought to see my insurance rates.
I'll take care of the jokes, Bill. Did the Ford F-150 get a 5-star crash rating?
Yep, 5 stars for both driver and front passenger.
What about the other guys?
Some of the others didn't do as well.
Ooh. So I guess sometimes it's better to play it safe?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Take the Ford Challenge. Find out why the F-150 is the best choice.
Behold the power of Phantom. Gillette Fusion Power Phantom. Fusion Power is so advanced you barely feel the blades. Shaving can create uncomfortable friction. Turn on Fusion Power. Soothing micropulses help you reduce friction and increase razor glide. You'll barely feel the blades. You'll really feel the difference. The comfort of 5 blades plus the precision of 1. Gillette Fusion Power.
Watch Fast Cars and Superstars, the Gillette Young Gun Celebrity Race this week on ABC.
Here's to men, to guys who want to spend more time having fun and less time in the men's room. And here's to Flomax. It may relieve male urinary symptoms due to BPH, also called an enlarged prostate, in 1 week. Only your doctor can tell if you have BPH, not prostate cancer. Common side effects of Flomax are runny nose, dizziness, and decrease in semen. Upon standing, a sudden drop in blood pressure may occur, rarely resulting in fainting. So when starting Flomax, avoid situations where injury could result. If considering cataract surgery, tell your eye surgeon you've taken Flomax. Could you feel a difference in 1 week? Ask your doctor. Flomax could make a difference in 1 week.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Office of the Commissioner of Baseball and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without express written consent.
Sunday Night Baseball from Atlanta. And here's our Excedrin trivia question. Which pitcher has the most career wins in head-to-head battles against John Smoltz of the Braves? Is it Dwight Gooden, Oral Hershiser, Pedro Martinez, or Jose Rijo? You have an idea, Joe?
I would say Hershiser, since he was round along, against Smoltz in the same division.
But look who it was. Pedro Martinez beat him 4 times, head-to-head. The most for any pitcher. Log on to ESPN.com and search Excedrin for additional trivia questions. 4-2, the Cubs lead the Braves as we head to the last of the 8th inning, and the Cubs are going to ask their closer, Brian Dempster, to give them a 2-inning save. Might have been a little easier if they got an extra run or two there, Joe.
Well, they had a tough situation, but Fontenot's ball was hit directly at the third baseman. If it hit left or right, he probably could have beaten it out at first base.
Dempster's had 12 saves. 2 of them, he has gone more than 1 inning. 1 inning, pretty standard now for closers. Jared Saltalamacchia, the 22-year-old catcher, playing in place of Brian McCann tonight. McCann has been hurting a little bit. He played last night. Lamacchia has had 2 singles and a fly ball to left center. Switch hitter, big and strong. And the fastball from Dempster at 94 miles an hour for a strike. His longest save of the year, 1 2/3 innings. So Dempster has had a 2-inning pitch appearance. That ball is driven into deep right center field. Way back there, off the wall, and the carom shoots by Pagan. And stopping at second is Saltalamacchia as PA came over to back up the play. Man, this guy, he's pretty impressive as a hitter, and he's got a great arm too.
Well, it was an excellent play by PA to get over there and back up because once it bounced away, it looked like it could be a triple. Pitches off the outside corner. He's still able to pull it. And the ball does carry well, as John Smoltz mentioned, when there's not any wind here.
To the left of that 390 marker. Here is Scott Thorman, a young guy who has struggled this year. Braves, they seem like they have an endless supply of young talent coming out of that minor league system. We've seen Frank Court come through. And this year, Kelly Johnson, Saltalamacchia, Thorman. That's a little bit too high. 2-0. The Cubs have been in their bullpen since 2 down in the first inning when Ted Lilly was ejected from the game after hitting Edgar Renteria, which was deemed an intentional hit batsman by plate umpire Jim Wolf, who tossed him. A slider, beauty. 2-1. That's always been a signature pitch for Brian Dempster. Bobby Cox, his Braves have been great late in games. They've won 10 games that they have trailed after the 7th inning, which is amazing in this early in the season. Another slider. This time he was able to take it. A check swing and an appeal denied by Tim Cheetah, the third base umpire. 3-1. The Braves also are without Edgar Renteria, who was removed for a pinch hit in the 4th inning, leaving with a contusion on his left hand, the hand that got a hit. And he kind of reached out for that one, fouling it, and it's 3-2 to Thorman. Thorman is 1 for 3 in the game. The Braves without Chipper Jones, their great veteran slugger, who's still on the disabled list. And now without Edgar Renteria, who's moved into the 3rd spot in the order where Chipper normally hits and done a great job. Dempster. Fair ball. So that'll get a run home, and it's going to be a 1-run game. Pagan digs it out of the corner. It's a double for Thorman. And 2 batters into the 8th inning. Dempster has allowed a run and has nobody out. Consecutive doubles from Saltalamacchia and Thorman, and it is 4-3 Chicago.
The ball's on the inner half of the plate and down, and he pulls it past Derek Lee at first base. Sometimes in the late inning you will guard the line closer, but Derek, you see, there wasn't guarding the line that closely, and the ball was between him and the bag. A lot of teams in the late innings with a 2-run lead like that would be covering the line. But the Cubs defense was not aligned that way.
Here's Willie Harris hitting .391. And he is not bunting. I thought maybe Joey's pinch hitting here for the pitcher, Paranto. I thought maybe he'd be bunting up here with nobody out. Possible tying run at second. The catcher, Barrett, runs out to talk to Dempster. Willie Harris, who had one at bat in the 2005 World Series and hit a single and scored the only run of the extra inning game for the White Sox. There's Bob Wickman, the Atlanta closer, getting ready in the Atlanta bullpen.
And one of the things that makes Bobby Cox such a good manager, he's unpredictable.
Base hit! Everybody in the world looking for a bunt, and no bunt. Instead, a solid single to right. And the Braves have the possible tying run at third, the possible go-ahead run at first, and still nobody out.
One of the things, you know, when you're Bobby Cox, he's fourth on the all-time list in wins behind Connie Mack, John McGraw, and Tony La Russa. And when you've managed as long as he has, 26 years in the big leagues, you find yourself, you try to make sure that you're not predictable. And that's a great example there of Bobby Cox not being predictable. Although you thought he was going to bunt.
You didn't think he was bunting?
I didn't think he was going to bunt. No, the reason I say that is because Willie Harris has been swinging the bat so well, and he's left-handed. He can pull the ball to the right side, so you give yourself a chance to drive in the tying run without giving up an out. Now, if you have a guy that's not swinging the bat well, then you go ahead and sacrifice.
But that, I think that's also part of what you're talking about, that he's a great manager.
Yeah, he knows his personnel.
Because if he doesn't bunt him and he strikes out or pops out or whatever and doesn't get that runner over, then the manager gets second guessed.
Yeah. Well, I don't think he worries about second guessing. I mean, he has won so many division titles. He won 15 in a row, so he knew exactly what he was doing.
So here is Kelly Johnson.
And you have Willie Harris at first base, who is an excellent base runner. So you're in a situation where you might be able to get the winning run in the scoring position right away.
That's almost like a semi-pitch out right there.
The only difference, John, it wasn't much on the pitch. And I think that's why Barrett's going out there. That wasn't, if that was supposed to be a pitch out, it wasn't much on it. And you see Lou kind of shaking his head. That pitch, that was kind of a worthless pitch. If you're pitching out, you got to throw it.
It wasn't a pitch out for Michael Barrett. He wasn't jumping up, but the pitch was thrown like a semi-pitch out. But Barrett went out there to talk to Dempster, I guess, and make sure that they're together and what the signs are. 1 ball and no strikes. And Harris is back to the dive. Harris is a very fast runner and has 7 steals this year. He's only been thrown out twice.
John, I gave Bobby 15. It was 14. He was trying for 15 last year and didn't make it.
14 consecutive division titles. First and third, nobody out. There goes Harris.
That's easy. I mean, he didn't even have to slide. He had such a big jump on Dempster there that he didn't even have to slide if he didn't want to. I'm surprised Barrett threw the ball to second base.
But there was no need.
No, he was running even before Dempster even started his motion to the plate. Watch, I mean, he's gone right now, slow delivery, and by the time Barrett gets the ball, I mean, he didn't even have to slide. He slid to break his momentum.
Now they're going to walk Kelly Johnson intentionally. But keep in mind, Yunel Escobar, a right-handed hitter, is on deck. But they do have a couple of lefties available. The Braves are playing with a short bench, too, by the way. They have an extra pitcher. They only have Pete Orr, who is a middle infielder, and Brian McCann, the other catcher, who's an excellent hitter.
But as I mentioned earlier, he led the fall league in hitting. So they have a lot of confidence, this young guy. He's hitting .333 in the minor leagues before he got called up.
First 4 pitches of the Cubs bullpen gave up 2 runs in 6 of the 3rd innings. In fact, that was Carlos Marmol. Oman, Wirtz, and Howry pitched 4 shutout innings between them. But Dempster's not been able to get anybody out here in the 8th inning. And of course, he came in and was charged with holding the lead for 2 innings. Right now, they'd give up the tying run to get a double play ball from Yunel Escobar. Slider misses, and Escobar looked like he got something in his eye. He was lurching away from it, although the ball was outside. Did he get a bug in his eye, Joe? There.
Something flew into his eyes.
Yeah.
Kind of insect.
There it is. Look at that. This could be two. There's one. And the relay by Terrio, double play. But Thorman scores the tying run, and Willie Harris is now at third.
Well, good job by Dempster to get the ground ball.
He's Turris to Terrio to first, and now Woodward due up, but here comes Brian McCann. They're going to try and knock that winning run in right here. And Bobby must figure there's a good chance that they'll pitch to him because Andrew Jones is on deck. McCann, who had a great year last year, his first full year in the big leagues, he hit over 320 and had 24 home runs. We are in Atlanta. Sunday Night Baseball. I'm John Miller, along with Joe Morgan and Peter Gammons. The Chicago Cubs and the Atlanta Braves. The Cubs have been playing great baseball for the last week after a very poor start. The Braves have been struggling lately until their win last night. And then we had some bad blood. Edgar Renteria hit by a pitch in the first inning. And Ted Lilly, the Cubs starter, ejected. Cubs bullpen doing yeoman's work after having to work long last night when their starter got knocked out in the second inning. The bullpen had to pick it up in the first inning tonight. And they held a lead here until the eighth, and they brought in their closer, Dempster. But Dempster has given up the lead. The Braves with 2 runs home and a runner at third with 2 down. And Brian McCann, one of the best hitting catchers around, trying to knock in Willie Harris from third base.
And make no mistake about it, Lou Piniella was dealt a very tough hand tonight, especially after last night when Marquis didn't go but a couple of innings, and then to have Ted Lilly ejected tonight in the first inning.
McCann, the changeup. 2-0.
His bullpen has been tested,
and they've done pretty well up until now.
Very well.
Only the second blown save of the year for Dempster. And now Dempster just trying not to blow the lead entirely, trying not to blow the tie in the dirt. Well, he at least has an empty base, but he does have Andrew Jones, the slugger, on deck. And now Lou's signaling out. They said, go ahead, let's go ahead and walk him. And Lou, they're talking to Jason Marquis, the man who went 1 2/3 innings last night. This was a little bit earlier.
Well, you can see he was shaking his head as if to say yes on a positive note.
And here comes the intentional ball forward to McCann. And so here comes Andrew Jones. He is 0 for 4 tonight. He has hit 2 home runs in this series. And against Dempster, he's done some damage.
Well, he has 42 RBIs, so he's been coming through a lot in these situations.
Also, with McCann having drawn the walk, they send in Pete Orr as a pinch runner. Orr will have to go in to play the infield. Chuck James actually is the pinch runner. I beg your pardon. Had some bad info. Chuck James, one of the starting pitchers, is the pinch runner. So James, they only have one non-pitcher still available on their bench now, and that is Pete Orr. Andrew Jones trying to knock in Willie Harris from third base with 2 down. And tight, 2-0. Bobby Cox without Renteria, without Chipper Jones, has got his veteran, the veteran RBI man, Andrew Jones, up there right now. He chased one, 2-1, and he was badly fooled. What was that pitch, Joe?
And we were talking about his balance, meaning Andrew Jones, and he was off balance again, and that's what Terry Pendleton has been working with him on, just trying to maintain his balance throughout the swing. And you can see badly fooled on it.
And a slider off the outside. 3-1. Well, he doesn't have to give in to him. There's another empty base out there, but Jeff Francoeur, who's the Braves' RBI leader this year, is on deck. Andrew, a wild swing at that one. 3-2.
That pitch was clearly out of the strike zone.
A rueful smile there by Andrew after. There goes James from first base in the dirt, and here comes Willie Harris, and the Braves lead. Willie Harris, the ball did not get that far away from Barrett, but Harris did not wait to find out. He just took off. Five to 4. And now there's something wrong with Ryan Dempster. The trainer comes out for the Cubs.
Well, it's a slider in the dirt, and that's just a tough pitch because that ball hit well out in front of the plate and wide of the plate. You can see Barrett try to get his body over in front of it, but while he was moving to his right, he couldn't get down quick enough to block it. So he's trying to get over in front of it, and he can't move over quick enough and get down. And as you mentioned, Willie Harris, speedy base runner, he scores easily, and he was off and running right away. One of the things you do as a base runner is you anticipate anytime a ball is down, you anticipate it getting away from the catcher so you can get a great break on it. And he had thrown a lot of sliders, so if you're at third base, you realize he's probably going to throw another one.
Here's Francoeur, picked up by East Torres, over to Terrio for the force out on Andrew. And the nightmarish inning is over. The Cubs are now down by a run as Wickman comes in from the Atlanta bullpen.
My5 from iWireless offers unlimited free calling to and from any 5 people on any network from anywhere. With My5 family plans, each person gets free calling to any 5 numbers. Call dad from Detroit, daughter from Denver, sister in Seattle, or brother in Boston. iWireless offers the best U.S. coverage and network shared by Singular and T-Mobile. My5 plans include more minutes and nights and weekends starting at 5 p.m. My5, only from iWireless.
Act now and get free activation, plus a Motorola Razr or Pebble camera phone for just $29.95.
What does it take to earn AMCI's best-in-class certification for acceleration? Raw horsepower. Get 0% APR financing for 60 months or $2,000 customer cash on a new Tundra. The truck that's changing it all. Now at your Toyota dealer.
So rich that it transforms color, creating brilliance that you have never seen before. With the innovative and beautifully designed Samsung Full HD LCD TV, it's not that hard to imagine.
Now available. Eddie Murphy in the biggest DVD of the summer.
Don't you wish your girlfriend was hot like me?
Norbit. It's hysterically funny.
I can't keep Norbit off me, but I ain't mad at him. Hey.
Rated PG-13. Own it today on DVD.
So, you've been going out, huh? Big parties, music, pretty ladies. Son, we need to talk about protection.
Dad, I'm 26.
Yeah, I know. But you're never too grown up for your old man to give you one of these.
Oh, man. Dad, thanks.
Every Coors Light can has a protective liner to lock in that refreshing frost brewed taste.
You can never be too careful.
Frost brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
Reese Davis, John Anderson, SportsCenter, 3 outs away. Game 2 NBA Finals. It is not a one-run game. Complete highlights and analysis from San Antonio.
A little more drama in the NBA. A former star saves Mr. Spock. We'll explain that in a bit.
All right, guys, and they'll have the whole story for you on everything right after the game. And the Braves are hoping that SportsCenter starts very shortly. There's Pete Orr now in at third base. The final non-pitcher used by Bobby Cox. There are no other non-pitchers still available for Atlanta. And there's Bob Wickman, the closer, to try and do what he gets paid for. Wickman got an inning in last night, although not a save because they had a lead that was too big for a save. He has 10 saves so far this year. Veteran, been around for a long time. The Cubs need one to stay alive. As Angel Pagan will lead off, trying to get aboard for Alfonso Soriano. And a strike call, return one.
Remember, John, the Cubs have struggled in one-run ball games. They're 3-12 in one-run ball games.
It's the worst record in the majors in those tight games. That sinker a little bit off the outside, maybe down. 1 ball, 1 strike. So Ryan Dempster not only was not able to hold the lead in the 8th inning, but he threw a ton of pitches in that inning as well. Backhanded. Thorman, 1 away.
That was a nice play. That was not an easy play to make there.
So now Soriano, and the worst that Soriano could do to the Braves here would be to tie the game. Soriano, who thought that he had himself a home run back in the 5th inning, but it died right in front of the 390-foot marker in that big gap in right center. Soriano, who hit 3 home runs here on Friday and who just seems to wear out Braves pitching. Tonight he is hitless, although he had the sacrifice fly, and he also drew an intentional walk, and a slider is in the dirt for ball 1.
If the Cubs aren't able to come back in this ballgame, John, we have to just think back to the 8th inning. They had the bases loaded with no one out and did not score a run, and they had a 2-run lead at that point. And they could have basically put the game away if they could have put a couple of runs up on the board, or at least hit a sacrifice fly, giving themselves a 3-run lead.
This is very similar to what was happening to the Yankees. The Yankees could not win those tight games either. As of a week ago, center field, Andrew Jones, plenty of room. Soriano hit that one out off the end of the bat. 2 down. And now the rookie, Felix P.A. So the Cubs are 1 out away from really a bad loss to have a lead late into the game.
Well, I think it's tough because they fought so hard, you know, and it's never over till it's over. But you know, losing their starting pitcher, one of their best starting pitchers, I might add, the guy who was 4-1 after losses, obviously hurt them tremendously tonight.
Strike 1 to P.A. P.A. is 0 for 4, although he had a steal after hitting into a force play in the 2nd. Dempster with the blown save. And they got to him right away. He gave up hits to the first 3 hitters. And the slider chopped at and foul. Strike 2.
And sometimes, if you're a closer and you're used to coming in just for 1 inning, you come in, throw as hard as you can for that 1 inning. Dempster was going to have to get a 2-inning save. So indirectly, he may have been trying to pace himself, and they jumped on him right away. Again, it was just a tough situation for the Cubs tonight.
More than 32,000 fans here in Atlanta, and everybody's standing now. Wickman 1 strike away. And PA fights it off. Well, unlike the Cubs so far tonight, Joe, the Yankees last Sunday, after all their trials and tribulations, they came on and beat the Boston Red Sox in a one-run game. And they've been winning regularly ever since. The Yankees have won 9 of their last 11. And after being 14.5 games back of Boston, maybe 11, 12 days ago, they're only 9.5 out now. The Cubs have been on the move as well. But now only one strike of life left to them in this one. 1-2. However, if PA could get aboard, maybe the Cubs' best all-round hitter, Derek Lee, would be next. Here's Lee. The Cubs would love to get him up there. And PA pops a foul out of play. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Cubs in their dugout. And they did this. This would be sort of a gut-wrenching loss. I mean, they played so hard and so well.
Well, the point you made earlier is that if they could win this ball game, would have won 3 out of 4 here and kept the momentum that they had coming in. But if they lose today, that means they would have lost the last 2 games.
There's Andrew Jones. Still going back, and the ball game is over.
And for Wickman, that's his 11th save, John. He's been great for the Braves.
So the Braves come from behind with the win over the Chicago Cubs. Final meeting between these clubs this year. But there seems to be some unfinished business that may have to be revisited next year. Our Chevrolet player of the game, Jared Saltalamacchia. He had 3 hits, including the double that started the winning rally in the 8th inning. Jared Saltalamacchia, and in recognition of his excellent night, Chevrolet will make a $1,000 contribution to Major League Baseball's youth outreach program, reviving baseball in the inner cities. So Ted Lilly ejected early on. Fontenot took one on the nose from Renteria. Renteria made a great play before he had to lead the game finally with a bad left hand, probably from that pitch that hit him. Barrett hit a home run. But ultimately, the Cubs end up in defeat. Joe Morgan, Peter Gammons, I'm John Miller. Good night from Atlanta. SportsCenter next.
Driven deep to left field. There it goes. See ya.
This is SportsCenter.
Keep it right here for extended highlights and analysis live from San Antonio immediately following Game 2 of the NBA Finals. Tennis, the world's #1 player, taking on his #1 nemesis on his #1 bad surface. Don't miss a dominating three-peat in Paris. The Major League leader in uncatchable fly balls pads his already gaudy home run numbers with not 1 but 2 dingers. And how did a one-time NBA champion save a certain Mr. Spock from certain death? Find out. SportsCenter.
It's out of here! David Wright homers for the 4th consecutive game.
David Wright whacked another one. Worried about who is going to get whacked in a gruesome Sunday night hype television extravaganza. Who knew the focus would be on the Cavaliers? SportsCenter here, Reese Davis and John Anderson with you.
Actually, it seems plenty of people had an inkling that it was going to be the Cavaliers. Spurs living up to their heavy favorite hype in the first 2 games of the NBA Finals. We go down to San Antonio. Spurs 8-2 all-time on their home floor in the NBA Finals. Do I hear 9? LeBron James trying to rebound from a terrible Game 1. And the Cavs as a whole Sunday, not a good rebounding team. Early on, tied at 2, so very early. There would be no shutout, however. Tim Duncan scores over LeBron James. James called for the foul. Spurs up 3 after the free throw. Then shortly thereafter, Duncan stripped by LeBron as he goes by. And, they whistle number 23 with another one. 2 fouls in the first 2:55 of the game. LeBron would sit the rest of the quarter. So without LeBron, well, that's basically 5-on-4 basketball. Some would say even less than that. 8:30 left in the first. Cavs down 3. Sasha Pavlovich, bad pass. Michael Finley, the loose ball. Eventually go to the other end with Tony Parker blocked by Drew Gooden, but stays with it. Spurs up 6 after the free throw. Parker 16 points in the first period. Later in the first, Brent Barry. You know, if you get tired of watching him, go ahead and guard him. 12-0 run by the Spurs. They led 28-13. Second quarter, they didn't go to the running clock. Should have. Spurs up 18. Timmy! Spurs led 58-33 at the half. Currently, the score, it is a 90-70. 89-70, so the Spurs are about to add 10 minutes left in this thing. King James, a better game. He has 20 points, but again, no match for the triumvirate of Parker, Ginobili, Duncan. Just doing the quick math there. They have 68. James would have to go some to outscore them. We will, of course, give you complete highlights, analysis, all the coverage you need from San Antonio as soon as they finish up.
Pirates and Yankees one day after Roger Clemens' season debut. Yankees see another familiar face, but it's not that one. Tony Pena made a deal with the players. They won 4 straight. He would shave the mustache he had since 1987. Yanks already up 1-0 when Hideki Matsui took one to the gap. A-Rod is going to come all the way around and run through Ryan Doman. He's safe at home. A-Rod coming strong, not just yelling, ha! This time lowering his shoulder, making sure he's able to get in safely. Sean Chacon, another familiar face for the Yankees, now pitching for the Pirates. Dismayed, 3-0 Yanks. 4th inning, Yankees now down 6-5, and there's A-Rod establishing contact with the server. 23 for him. Yankees have an 8-5 lead. Masumi Kawada making his major league debut. He was a former teammate of Hideki Matsui in Japan. He is now facing A-Rod, and he is greeted rudely. A-Rod with his 24th. He drove in 5 on the day. To be called out, take a curtain call. They like him now.
Love him.
At least for a while.
Popular Yankee ever.
He's a true Yankee now. Yankees have an 11-6 lead. Bobby Abreu with men on the corners. He had a huge day. 4 for 4, drove in 3. Yankees win it by a count of 13-6. They've won 6 in a row, and those 3, 4, 5 hitters went 8 for 11 with 4 walks in the game. And the rules say that you have to have 9 guys hit, but Abreu and Rodriguez did most of the damage for the Yankees on Sunday. 3 and 4 hitters, more runs, RBIs, and total bases than the entire Pittsburgh lineup.
Mets, Tigers, and fans flocking to this game at Comerica Park. There you see him. I believe that's an ostrich. Top 1, 2 on. David Wright, free swinging. 2 men on. Everybody gets to run home. Wright's 4th consecutive game with a home run. 12th of the year, and the Mets go up 3-0. That's good cushion for Tom Glavine, right? Well, he can't hold on to it. As you see there, more the Birds. Bottom 1, Jose Reyes making some friends. Gary Sheffield, solo shot, making a lot of friends. His 17th homer of the season. Tom Glavine, he's not so happy. Aaron Sheff, 4 for 5 on the day. The whole place looked like an aviary. Look at that. Just tweet, tweet, tweet. A lot of breadcrumbs or something. Tigers down 3-2. Pudge Rodriguez, a laser through the Birds. Carlos Guillen, Fausto Polanco. They'll score. Triple for Pudge. Tigers take a 4-3 lead. Glavine allowed 9, tying a career worst. Top 6, Mets down 10-3. Jason Grilli, look at this. He's about to pitch, and there he comes.
Good old Randy Johnson was there.
Yeah, I thought Mark Fidrich was pitching. I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong game. I'm getting out of here. Well, finally, next pitch, Grilli, there he is. He's going to wing that thing up there, but Carlos Gomez is going to rope it out of the park. 3-run shy. Everything was flying out of the park. Greg Monroe can't make the grab. Gomez's first career homer. Mets down 10-6. Home half, same score. Look out, Birds. Omar Infante base hit. Look at that. They're running. They're just not running so far away. Finally in the 7th, let's bring in Tim Burdick. That's going to help, right? Or at least somebody that knows how to talk to these people. Ben Johnson strikes out swinging. Look at that. We got our guy. We're good now. Burdick, Carlos Gomez. Back-to-back Ks for Burdick. Tigers win 15-7. Birds certainly enjoy the outing. Sadly, Tippy Hedren not pictured.
Rafael Nadal foils Roger Federer the way Judge Michael Sauer vexes Paris Hilton. Just when Federer has a shot at circumventing Nadal's clay jurisdiction, the Spaniard slaps him back in lockdown. Since the start of 2005, Federer is 4-6 against Nadal, and 199-6 against everybody else. In his last 7 Grand Slam tournaments, Federer 54-0 against everyone not named Nadal and 0-1 against Nadal. The one, the French Open, which also happens to be the lone Grand Slam trophy missing from Federer's trophy case. They met for the second straight year in the finals at Roland Garros. A lot of energy from Rafael Nadal. He has won 20 straight at the French Open, undefeated, 20-0, and looking for his 3rd consecutive title. Federer, meanwhile, had won 27 consecutive Grand Slam matches. First set, Federer up 3-2. Multiple chances to break Nadal, but had all kinds of errors with his big forehand shot. One goes wide, one into the net, and another one would find the cords as well. Federer had 29 forehand errors and had a backhand one there to boot, and he was 0 for 10 on break point chances in the first set. Still in the first, Nadal with a chance to break at set point. He is a master on the clay. Winner up the line, takes the first set 6-3. Nadal, by the way, converted both of his break chances in the set. Second set, Federer serving up a break 5-4, swinging forehand volley, and then closes one down. He takes the second set 6-4 to even the match. But in the third set, Federer down a break at 3-1, and yet again dumps another forehand into the net. 60 unforced errors in the match. Later in that game, Nadal is on the run. Stretch out with that passing backhand cross-court shot, sliding beautifully and putting it out of Federer's reach. He takes the third 6-3. Fourth set now, tied at 1. Federer thinks he catches Nadal deep, tries the drop shot. That's a tactical error. Flicks the little winner. It's almost impossible to drop with great foot speed, perfect slide. Nadal now serving 5-4 championship point. And Rafael Nadal would join Bjorn Borg by winning his 3rd straight French Open. 6-3, 4-6, 6-3, and 6-4. Nadal was able to save 16 of the 17 break points he faced, and going 10 for 10 in the first set. And Federer's total of unforced errors is 60 that I mentioned, more than doubling that of Nadal. Nadal didn't err very often, and he doesn't at Roland Garros. Now 21-0 in Paris. He joins Borg by winning 3 straight at the French.
Well, the court is a little bit different, so there is a little bit more slow. The ball is not getting a lot of top spin. Here is a little bit more favorable for me, but when I am losing the second set, the match was very close. Anything can happen, but in the end I can start very well the third set, so that's very, very important for my confidence.
All right, so Nadal and Borg both winning 3 straight French Open titles, but what does that mean in context of the larger Grand Slam? Well, Nadal, 13 Grand Slam opportunities, he's won 3, makes him one of the fastest men's players to reach 3 Grand Slam titles. The difference, McEnroe, Connors, both of those guys won at different tournaments, not just at one, as Nadal has done.
Still ahead, Sunday in Arizona. Daisuke Matsuzaka taking on Randy Johnson. Both men doing what they're supposed to do on the mound, but not so much at the plate. Remember when Randy was going to be the world's greatest hitter? And nobody finished Sunday's Nexto Cup race due to foul weather, but that doesn't mean we do not have a winner. Up next, how to drive fast in the rain.
Taste this new Frosty Float. There's a chance you'll win a Wii.
No, I don't want anything. You caught me. I'm at the game.
It's wrong to miss out on the new smooth and creamy Frosty Float. Get one at Wendy's and there's a chance you'll win one of thousands of Wii prizes.
That's right.
Here's to the light beer that wins award after award, year after year. The original and still the greatest, Miller Lite. Good call.
Get ready to ride.
I'm the only one who can walk in both worlds.
You're freaking me out.
I'm Ghost Rider.
On high-def Blu-ray and DVD, June 12th.
Sports Center, brought to you by Wendy's. Try the new smooth and creamy Frosty Float. That's right. And Miller Lite. For award-winning taste, there's no debate. Miller Lite. Good call.
Vroom, vroom. NASCAR Nextel Cup Series at Pocono, and surprise, not bad weather delaying the waving of the green flag second straight week. 5th time this season there's been weather problems. Before the race gets started, the field paused for a moment of prayer to honor Bill France Jr., the man who made NASCAR into an empire. He passed away last Monday. Finally, after a 3-hour delay, the race begins. Lap 48 transition. Robbie Gordon will have to transition to the pits and get a new tire. He's blown that one out. Yellow caution comes out. Remember that for later in the race. After the visit to Luigi's Casa della Tire for new rubber, we go on. Jeff Gordon takes the lead off the restart. Gordon, knowing rain could be imminent, decides to pit under a green flag. Interesting strategy there for the 24 car. That would allow Ryan Newman to take the lead. He's the pole sitter and last week's second place finisher. Lap 90, Jimmy Johnson, blown front tire. He's Gordon's teammate. Sparks flying. However, unlike the Robbie Gordon blown tire, caution flag this time not coming out with rain threatening. NASCAR wants to make sure they get 101 laps in to make the race official. Need to get more than half in there. There you see the Lowe's car. That's not going to be good. Johnson's going to finish 42nd. One driver who didn't pit, Carl Edwards, takes over the lead. Busch winner Saturday in Nashville. Off you go. Someone else who didn't pit, Jeff Gordon on the track. He's second. Lap 98, Edwards finally has to get some gas, a soda, some cheesy poofs. He comes in. His gamble does not pay off. Gordon retakes the lead, apparently getting much better gas mileage. We go to lap 101. We are now all official at 6:51 Eastern. Gordon, eye on the clock, eye on the clouds, eye on the lap counter. Lap 104, 3 minutes later. Rain in the area. Gordon, Newman battling for position. Newman tries to pass Gordon. Gordon holds him off as the yellow caution flag comes out. The rain's about to come down. We take another look. Gordon, Newman battling. Newman clearly sees the yellow, gets out of the throttle, backs off. Newman's wife, Chrissy, realizes as well that Gordon held the lead, and, well, the rain's going to come, and we're going to be second again. All right, everybody, umbrellas. Cars pitted under the red flag. 30 minutes later, the race is called, and Gordo has his 4th win of the year. I think he's still dating Kenny Mayne. Gordon's 4th win at Long Pond, but his first since 1998, so the rain ends Gordon's drought there as well. Ryan Newman, second. Should really start trying less in the qualifying part. 8th straight time he has started first, failed to win. 4 times this season. 10th win in the last 12 races for Hendrick drivers. Wendy Nix provides our State Farm road coverage from the Poconos.
Not my fault, it's Mother Nature. No one was happier when the rain came at Pocono than Jeff Gordon. Team 24 bet the house on Mother Nature and won.
Yeah, we just got lucky. That's all it has to do, but we had good enough car to hold off until the rain came. That's what matters.
You never want to see a race shortened by rain. You want to see it go the distance, but, you know, we can't always control Mother Nature, and today is a perfect case of that. So we had to play the Mother Nature pit strategy.
In what could have been a costly decision, crew chief Steve Letarte chose not to pit under the previous caution and did so under green on lap 83. It ultimately paid off in the race against the rain.
We decided to race for the rain. It's never really worked out for us in the past, but either way, we ended up getting track position out of it, and just got lucky that darkness was coming and it rained that one more time.
You just have to put yourself in the right position. They did, luckily they did. It was a gamble on their part, but it worked out for them.
Everybody had the same opportunity as we had to make that same call, and we made it. A couple other guys made it, and it worked in their favor. Obviously, it worked in our favor.
No one understands what could have happened better than the guy who finished directly behind Gordon. Ryan Newman played it safe and ran out of time. Another 6 to 8 laps, he said, and we would have had him hands down. In Pocono, Wendy Nix, ESPN.
Well, Jeff Gordon's win obviously keeps him atop the Nextel Cup standings. At 90 points to his lead over second place, Jimmy Johnson, as we said, 42nd place finish. That cost him in the points race for sure. He drops to the 4th spot. Matt Kenseth moves to 2nd. Ryan Newman, 2nd place finish at Pocono, then moves him up 2 spots to 13th. He's just 22 points behind the 12th and cutoff position.
Road coverage. Driven by State Farm. Great service, great rates. It's all here. Nobody takes care of you like State Farm.
Red Sox and Diamondbacks, big unit. going against Boston, top of the second. Daisuke Matsusaka, much anticipated hitting matchup against Randy Johnson. Terry Francona asking Daisuke about hitting said, I asked him if he wanted to hit cleanup, and he said, Randy Johnson, no. But here's his first at bat, perhaps a tad awkward. Daisuke a little amused, but he didn't go all John Kruk on him or anything. Gave it a swing hard, finish high. Went down. Johnson facing Jason Varitek. Caught in the observatory. 7th strikeout of the game. 46-12 for his career. Passes the Rocket Roger Clemens for second. Most strikeouts all time. Daisuke gets another try at bat, and he's striking out again. Can't touch the unit. Bottom of the 4th, Daisuke trying to exact a little revenge, returning the favor and fanning Johnson. Daisuke, though, left after 6, gave up 2 earned, struck out 9. Bottom of the 6th, Carlos Quentin knocks one over there. Connor Jackson would score. Diamondbacks go on to win it 5-1.
Mariners, Padres, Felix Hernandez, Chris Young. Nice pitching matchup. Marines, as always, right up there to the upper deck, the Euchre seats. You can sit. Top 7, Mariners down 3-1, 2 on, 2 out. Chris Young hits Ben Broussard, the pinch hitter. Bases are loaded. Ichiro Suzuki, base hit to center. Ain't that always the way it happens? Richie Sexton will score, and then Jamie Burke, who tied a career best with 3 hits, just gets inside. Hand on the plate, accurately called by Rick Reed. We are tied at 3. Top 9, runner on 3rd. Trevor Hoffman pitching. 3-3. Jose Lopez puts it in play. Out a second. Run will score. Mariners up 4-3. Take another look, because this is just fighting off the pitch. Get your hands inside it. Just get enough wood on it to get somebody running. Mariners going to come back, win this thing by a count of 4-3. So the M's complete a series sweep, but they just sneaked by in all 3 games. Seattle won each game by a single run and got the winning runs late, twice in the 9th, once in the 11th. The Padres, normally good starting pitching, had an ERA of 5.6 in the series.
Dodgers have been struggling taking on the Blue Jays. Jason Schmidt on the mound for LA. First batter of the game, Alex Rios. Juan Pierre, a lot of speed, but needed one more step or another foot on his dive. Next batter is Matt Stairs. Stairs is going to scorch one into the corner. Just like that, Toronto takes a 1-0 lead. Second inning, now tied at 2. Roy Halladay at the plate. Oh, Halladay! He had 2 hits on the day. He's batting .500 for the season. Because it's in a league, he's 2 for 4. Jays take a 3-2 lead. Top 5, now 5-2 Jays. Troy Gloss at the plate. Troy Gloss. First of a pair yard jobs for Gloss. Numbers 9 and 10 on the season. Blue Jays beat up on the Dodgers 11-5. LA has dropped 5 of 6.
Well, straight ahead, hear why the former head coach of Duke's men's lacrosse team says his life became a living hell following last year's rape allegations against 3 of his players. Also had Game 2 of the NBA Finals, making games 5, 6, and 7 look awfully unnecessary. Spurs' big lead, bigger than the Cavs' big comeback.
Washington versus New York, this Tuesday at 7 on ESPN2.
Honey? I think this might be our lucky day.
I think it might be.
I think this is what we've been waiting for.
I think it is.
Yes!
It turned blue!
Introducing the Coors Light Cold Activated Bottle. The mountains turn from white to blue when your beer reaches the perfect temperature.
It's blue like your eyes.
My eyes are green.
Only from Frost Brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
Will Tiger, Phil, or one of the world's elite rise to the challenge and win America's championship? The U.S. Open. First round coverage begins Thursday at 10 a.m. on ESPN.
As children, our parents taught us to be fair and play by the rules. But as adults, this doesn't always happen.
especially in the local construction industry where some contractors may not have listened to their parents and use extraordinary and sometimes illegal ways to gain an unfair competitive advantage on construction projects. It's not fair. That's why we're here. We're the Indiana, Illinois, and Iowa Foundation for Fair Contracting, keeping it fair for taxpayers, workers, and contractors. The IIIFFC, keeping unfair contractors on a short leash.
Great Father's Day gifts available at Menards. This 30-gallon air compressor from Coleman delivers the most power to run the most pneumatic tools. It features an oilless pump, durable induction motor, and an industry-leading 155 PSI max pressure. Just $249 after rebate. All Clark welders are on sale. This wire feed welder features multiple power settings and operates from standard 120-volt circuit, only $189. And if you can't decide what to get, give him a Menards gift card.
Save big money at Menards.
Angels Cardinals, this series of extreme interest in Anaheim, St. Louis, and Vatican City. Albert Pujols, 4 homers in his last 6 games, a hot bat, and the Angels, beware the hot bat. Get out. Pujols ties the game at 3 in his 14th of the year. And you know, sometimes you just know, right? Look at Weaver. Throw, hit, head down. Yeah, that's a bummer. Oops. And with that, we have stiffness in the back. Trainer comes out, gives him a look, and after the third, Mike Socha says, son, you're the future. We're not going to hurt you here. So he's out after 3 innings, allowing 3 runs. So Taguchi then grounds out. Orlando Cabrera wants to turn 2. You'll get nothing and like it. David Eckstein safe. So Taguchi is well at first. No chance. Next batter, Albert Pujols, crushing another one. This off Chris Buchek. Second of the game. Let's see, add 14. That makes 15. Carr's going to win at 9-6. Tips his hat to the St. Louis crowd. Eckstein, 1,000 career hits now on a 3-for-4 day. Well, there's really no rhyme or reason, but Albert Pujols has been absolutely unstoppable on Sundays. He has hit 8 of his 15 home runs this season on Sunday, including all 3 of his multi-homer games. He's batting .390. He's just .279 during the other 6 days of the week. So the book on Albert apparently is the good book.
Giants and A's. Giants never been swept in consecutive 3-game series at AT&T. Bottom of the 4th, no score there is Barry. Fly ball into shallow left. Travis Buck. Kids call that sick, but he does injure his right thumb on the play. Had to leave the game. Top of the 8th, still no score. Marco Scutero. He's bona fide. 3rd of the year. A's take a 1-0 lead. Bottom of the 9th, Giants down 2-0 after a Shannon Stewart RBI double, and Barry, high fly ball, it's caught by Scutero. That's 2 outs, and then Benji Molina. Bobby Crosby, diving stop. Oakland wins 2-0. They sweep the series. Oakland has now won 8 out of 9. Giants get shut out in back-to-back games for the first time since 1996. As for Mr. Bonds, still with 746 career home runs, 9 shy of tying Hank Aaron, 10 short of becoming the all-time leader. What he has coming up in interleague play continuing. Bonds and the Giants hosting the Jays in a 3-game series beginning Monday in San Francisco. Barry has faced one of Toronto's probable starters in the series, A.J. Burnett, against whom he has homered once. As he often does, Bonds will likely not start Wednesday's series finale since it is a day game.
Indians, Reds. You know, it only takes one, but occasionally that one can be a long time coming. CC Sabathia trying to get to 10 wins. Bottom 7, Jeff Conine strikes out. Sabathia is strong. 6 Ks, 3 hits, and 9 innings pitched in the 8th with no score. Sabathia at the plate. Look at that. 11 hits in interleague play. That's most among active AL pitchers. Second hit of the game. A couple 3 batters later, Victor Martinez is up. Sabathia is on second. Okay, pitch gets away from David Ross. Sabathia, though, doesn't advance. He's still there on second. Later in the at-bat, Martinez, he will single. Sabathia going to be held at third. Now, the Indians might have scored if they pinch run for Sabathia, or if Sabathia got to move on. Don't know what was going on with Carson Charles, because he would not score. Next batter, Ryan Garco, strikes out swinging. So we're fired up and scoreless after 9. Top 12, Franklin Gutierrez up. Jason Michaels on third, fly to center. Josh Hamilton. Josh Hamilton's got it, and he's ready to throw. There's a P. Michaels tags. Michaels out. Take another look. The passive, non-argumentative Marvin Hudson. Is Hamilton, you're out easily. Scoreless heading to the bottom of the 12th. Alex Gonzalez now at the dish. Runners on first and second. Big spot. Singles up the middle. Chad Moeller rounds third. Yeah, don't need a throw here, at least not one that's going to count. Reds win 1-0. Marcus McBeth gets the win.
Phillies and Royals. Phillies hoped to win the series, but it was as if the Royals were told, "Thou shalt bestir thyself and go out to smite the host of the Philistines." Aaron Rowan ground to the left side, and Tony Pena Jr. came up with a strong throw. Bottom three tied at 2. Mark Grudzielanek, his 4th of the season. Royals take a 4-2 lead, and Jamie Moyer digging in, but didn't make it out of the 4th. Bottom of the 6th, it's a 6-5 game. Bases loaded. Grudzielanek went 3 for 5, drove in 5, and said, hopefully this can trigger a groove thing. Kansas City with that lead, and it pushed it up to 9-5. Jose Mesa on in relief. John Buck would score 17-5. Royals beat up on the Phils.
This week, many of the principals in the Duke lacrosse rape case will return to the courtroom, but with the roles fully reversed. Durham County District Attorney Mike Nifong will stand trial beginning Tuesday on ethics charges and faces possible disbarment for how he handled the case. 2 of the 3 players accused and eventually cleared, Reed Seligman and Colin Finnerty, are expected to attend those hearings. Also Tuesday, a new book by former Blue Devils coach Mike Pressler goes on sale, detailing his experiences through the year-long ordeal that cost him his job and his team a season. Mike Pressler with George Smith in our Sunday conversation.
How did you break the news to your team?
You know, they're intelligent guys, and they knew something was up when I walked in there. And I can remember it like it was yesterday. I said, gentlemen, our darkest hour has arrived. The season has been canceled, and I have to resign effective immediately as the lacrosse coach here at Duke. And then I remember before I could say anything else, you know, mass hysteria broke out in the room. Guys were very upset, very emotional.
What was the public's reaction to you?
It was very difficult during that time. You know, the signs in my yard, which are well documented, people just, you know, prejudged me. The threats, the daily threats to our family, to myself. You know, the phone messages were horrific. The email, you know, just threatening what they would do to me, the players, you know, all of that. I mean, that, and it didn't make you think that Durham was a nice place.
What was life like for you then compared to now?
Then it was just it was a living hell. It was just that's how I would describe it. You know, I would not wish this on anybody.
The day of the NCAA title game, take us to the stands. What was it like for you to watch that game?
I'm pulling so hard for them. And at 10-4 at half, you know, Duke is down. I said, this thing is far from over. And sure enough, they came storming back, and it just ran out of time. And I remember when the clock hit 0, and Johns Hopkins, you know, was victorious. You know, I just turned around, put my head down, and said, "It's over. I know it's over. It's finally behind us." You know, disappointed that they didn't win. I was hoping to go into the locker room and celebrate that national championship for them and with them, but it was over, and you know, time to move on.
Describe your emotions that day.
It was 15 months of unbelievable emotion. You know, sadness, closure, hysteria. You know, I haven't cried like that in a long, long time. And just to see all those guys and have a long hug and some private words with so many of them.
What should Duke University do to make this right in your mind?
You know, I go back to the fact that, you know, we're educators here. And, you know, part of being an educator is admitting when you're wrong. And I think it's very clear for all of us, you know, that Duke can go a long way in moving on and making this right by just saying they're sorry and that they made a mistake. That would go a long way for the 3 indicted boys, the 3 sets of indicted parents, all the players, all the parents, and the former head coach as well.
Earlier this week, Duke's Vice President of Public Affairs told the Associated Press, quote, "Unfortunately, last spring it was essential for the team to have a change of leadership in order to move forward." He then noted that the school and Coach Pressler had reached an amicable and fair financial settlement a few months ago. Pressler is now lacrosse coach at Bryant University in Rhode Island.
Sunday Conversation, brought to you by Subaru. Safety of all-wheel drive standard. It's what makes a Subaru a Subaru.
Straight ahead on Sports Center, following Saturday's plunking of Alfonso Soriano, Sunday the Cubs fight back, which cooler head would prevail in Atlanta. Coming right up, a milestone victory at Sunday's Grand Prix of Canada, but not before a frightening crash. Plenty of details coming up on that as well. And also up next, Ozzy Osbourne rocks Sports Center. Actually, Ozzy rocks our Ultimate Highlight. No bats were harmed in the making of the Ultimate Highlight.
I'm here with Dave Straub, MVP of the Carver Middle School Spring Recital. How'd you pull it off, Dave?
Well, it was a balancing act. I had to constantly check the Miami score, plus watch Dallas highlights, all while fulfilling my duties as a dad.
Was experience a factor?
Oh, absolutely. We've been to 2 ballets this year. You really learn from that kind of boredom.
All right. From Carver Middle School, back to you in the studio.
Be an ESPN MVP, only with VCast. Live gamecast, exclusive commentary, fantasy management, and more with ESPN MVP, exclusively from Verizon Wireless.
Smell like a sound, I'm lost in a crowd, and I'm hungry like the wolf.
Ahoy.
Wait a minute. This feels all wrong. Just because they're doing it doesn't mean I have to. Why eat a hamburger made from frozen beef? It'll be all dry instead of fresh and juicy. Frozen hamburger? This is ridiculous.
I deserve a hot, juicy burger. That's right, you heard me. I deserve a hot, juicy burger. And not because I can tear a phone book with my bare hands, no. I deserve a hot, juicy burger because I have a mouth, and it wants one. So do you. And so do you! Hot, juicy burger! Hot, juicy burger! Hot, juicy burger! Hot, juicy burger! That's right!
At Dick's Sporting Goods, we've got more gifts for Dad than you can swing a club at.
Like the tailor-made R7 Super Quad driver.
Adidas golf shoes.
And new styles of Columbia polos.
We also have a great selection of fishing gifts.
Plus Coleman camping gear.
And Merrill hikers.
For the active dad, we have A6 running shoes.
And new apparel from Nike.
Adidas and Under Armour.
Treadmills and ellipticals by Horizon. If you're not sure what to get Dad, you can pick up a Father's Day gift card.
Every Father's Day season starts at Dick's Sporting Goods.
All weekend, we'll sing aloud, remain true friends, we'll sing aloud until the end.
We could have put strange things in our beer, but we didn't. Beck's, choosing to use only 4 all-natural ingredients for over 125 years.
There's a time for us to let go. There's a time for holding on.
ESPN Deportes Update, brought to you by the U.S. Army.
A 14 beat down on the Spurs in the fourth quarter, almost quite enough, but not quite enough. One of the big reasons, one of the big keys for the San Antonio Spurs, a man who has ice on his knee right now, Stephen A. Smith, well-deserved ice on his knee, huh?
Absolutely, no question about it. You say that you're old, but you didn't look old tonight. Played about 26.5 minutes, had 5 points, 5 block shots. You guys looked like you were going to blow them out of the building after the first 3 quarters. It certainly appeared that way with you guys being up 29. How were you guys able to dominate them for the first 3 quarters the way that you did?
I think the fact that we
packed it in defensively, and we wouldn't let them get to the rack, and we were just trying to contest all these shots. And they got great shooters, but the thing about we was watching the Detroit series, the guys weren't getting out there contesting the shots. So we said, pack it in, get out and contest shots, and the percentages might go down.
So when you talk about contesting shots, who specifically are you talking about, LeBron or everybody? I mean,
everybody, because LeBron is going to do his thing, but you still got to get out there because he find guys so easy on the pass, and you got to get out there and contest their shots.
Is it getting to a point where you guys are actually looking at it and saying to yourselves, maybe this is easier than we thought? I know that's almost sacrilegious, but it certainly appeared that way after the first 3 quarters before they came back with a 30-14 run in the fourth quarter.
No, we don't look at it like that. LeBron got in foul trouble in the first quarter, so it was a lot of different aspects that came into us getting that lead. You know, we made some shots, and then they didn't make shots, and we got to run. So we don't look at it like that. They're a very good ball club. They're the winners of the East, and we respect them.
Considering that, what was Popovich saying to you guys when they made that run and they came back and pulled it to within 8 with a little over 5 minutes left?
He said, just keep hammering. You know, they're going to make shots, and we weren't making shots. Just keep doing what we do, and everything will work out for the best.
You're a guy that's won 6 world championships, up 2-0 right now. What does this feel like right now, being up 2-0? What does it say to you about this team right now?
That we handled our business at home, what we were supposed to do. Now we got to go into the enemy's den, go in there and bunker down and try to come in there and just play hard and do what we need to do to try to get as many wins as possible.
You've won some big games on the road in your career. How tough do you expect it to be to go to Cleveland in Game 3?
It's probably going to be the toughest. You know, when a team has their first chance of tasting a championship, the crowd comes out incredibly loud, and so we just got to stand in there. And Cleveland's going home, so we're going to have that extra energy. We got to withstand their runs and just hang in there and just take as many punches as we can and just fight as hard as we can.
Obviously, everybody's assuming that if you're talking about the Cleveland Cavaliers, you obviously got to focus on LeBron James. He's going to be a different player than he was in San Antonio in games 1 and 2. How specifically do you expect LeBron James to be different?
I expect him to be aggressive. He started the game being aggressive, attacking our bigs when we tried to hedge the pick and roll. So I expect him to come out even more aggressive, try to attack, get to the rack, and when we do close in, find open guys.
Any explanation at all as to how Tim Duncan, Manu Ginobili, and Tony Parker have been able to combine for about 145 points in the first 2 games of this series? Any explanation you want to give to America out there?
They're the big 3. That's all you can say. They do their thing, and they're so crafty. You got Tony with his speed, you got Manu with his craftiness, and you got Tim with just being plain solid.
Are you smelling the champagne just yet?
Not yet.
All
not
right.
yet.
Y'all heard him, Robert Horry. He would know. Back up to you, Stu.
Thanks a lot. Guys, tell the truth. What were you thinking after the third quarter?
I hope it doesn't get to 50.
Wilbon, did you think it was over?
Yes, and it was over. I mean, it's a cosmetic comeback, Stuart. I mean, there's nothing there. There was some nice drama, only relatively speaking, because there had been no drama, not in Game 1 until very late when the Spurs, they don't go into a funk like we saw the Pistons do at times in the postseason where they just seem to turn it off. The Spurs don't do that, but human nature says you relax a little bit. And so Cleveland got themselves together. LeBron was able to find some guys, hit some threes, and you know what it meant? Nothing, because they're so far down. That's why you build a big lead in the first place, so that you can withstand a cushion from another professional team in the finals coming back. But I didn't sense that much drama at all when it only gets to 8. LeBron had a chance to get it to 6, missed a layup in some traffic, and it was never close again.
Well, you know what this means, guys? The San Antonio Spurs got a wake-up call. 59 second-half points. Greg Popovich, he's not going to forget about that. He wants to play the game the right way for 48. That could have been the worst thing that the Cleveland Cavaliers did.
The Spurs were trying to go 9-2 at home all time in the NBA Finals. Game 2 from San Antonio. The Spurs trying to do work on their own home court. Here we go. There's LeBron trying to rebound from a rough Game 1. Early on, Tony Parker right through Larry Hughes' legs to Tim Duncan. Timmy with 9 for 16. Wilbon, how they going to work the okey-doke on on Larry Hughes like that?
That's pretty bad. I mean, Larry Hughes, he didn't have a good game offensively or defensively, and I was thinking he would going into this game, Stuart, and that's why I thought Cleveland would win. But Larry's got to be hurting more so than he's letting on. And finally, they're going to have to get Gibson in the game. If Larry Hughes is not the Larry Hughes we saw in the first series this year when he averaged 19 points a game against the Wizards.
LeBron 2 fouls in the first 2:55 of the game. He had to sit down. 8:30 to go in the first. Sasha Pavlovich, bad pass. Michael Finley comes up with the loose rock. He's going for his first title. And then Zydrunas Ilgauskas, he can't get the tip to fall. 13 turnovers by the Cavaliers. That leads to Tony Parker, who's just been ridiculous in the first 2 games. Spurs lead by 10. Later in the first, who taught Brent Barry how to hit shots like this? John, is that you?
Well, he was 1 for 6 on the night, so I'll take credit for that one.
12-0 Spurs run. Their lead is 28-13. Second quarter, LeBron comes back in. Cavs down 32-18. LeBron in transition